Something's different.
I am changing.
I don't know if I like who I'm becoming.
Boyd, there are a lot of people wanting to know what happened down there.
Where's Dad? Why isn't he back yet?
Tabitha.
We need to talk.
It means everything they showed us. It's real. I think they're doing it to make us afraid.
Well, then it worked. There is something ancient here. And it's feeding off our suffering, and it doesn't stop.
We're losing. We're running out of time, and we still don't know the goddamn rules. There is no way to fight back against those things. Everything we've done, every sacrifice we've made, none of us are going anywhere.
You think you're some kind of hero? You're a monster.
Lord, please protect us in this dark place where evil roams so freely. This we ask in your name. Amen.
One way or another, the truth always comes out.
I would make sure it doesn't.
Okay, ding dongs. If you don't subscribe to Jeremy Ice and Fire, you're gonna spend the night in the box.
Aren't Cooey.
We're running out of time, and we still don't know the rules.
Everything here is impossible, but it's also real.
Saving those children is how we all go home.
There's something else here now. Something new.
Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim.
And welcome all to Saturday Night Fromville Watch Party. And here we go, folks. Here we go. We are just less than 2 hours away. That is correct. Less than 2 hours away from episode 2 hitting our screens. That, of course, is if you are a paid member of MGM Plus. If you are a subscriber to MGM Plus through their website, through their streaming service, rather, you will get access to the episode just after midnight Eastern Standard Time, which is just around 2 hours from now. One thing we did find out last week, though, unfortunately, if you are a member of MGM Plus through Amazon Prime, you don't get access to it until an hour or two later. But rest assured, we have you covered tonight, because tonight we are doing a double watch party on two fronts. Those of you that want to watch along on your own screens and hit play at the same time as we do, you will have that option. Or if you want a second option, you can also hop into our Discord, where Lord Ravener will be streaming the episode on a viewing party there as well. So we got you covered. You can watch it on your own screens here on YouTube, dive into the Discord, watch it there, and then come back here for the after show, whatever you guys' choice. We're trying to give you the option, at least. But tonight we are going to dive into it. I cannot wait to see episode 2. I cannot wait to see where this show is going to take us next. We did see a small interview a few days ago of Harold Perrineau, the actor who plays Boyd Stevens. And in it, he was talking about episode 2. He was asked a question as to what episode stood out the most to him in season 3. And he could have said episode 2 because they're about to air episode 2 and he wants to hype up the episode, or maybe something pretty big happens in episode 2. But his answer was episode 2 is one of those episodes that really kind of sets the tone, is the catalyst, as he put it, for the rest of the season. So I'm very interested to see what exactly he meant by that. What exactly is going to happen in episode 2? Is this the discovery of Jim's body that he's potentially referring to? The discovery of the man in yellow? I get the feeling Sophia is going to be undercover for a little bit. I don't get the feeling they're going to discover her right away. She'll probably do some good infiltration before she gets discovered. But I'm wondering if maybe Jim's body getting discovered in episode 2 could potentially be the big thing that Harold Perrineau was talking about. But whatever it is, whatever it happens to be, I am definitely looking forward to finding out what he meant. What is coming in episode 2 that is going to be a catalyst, as he put it, for the rest of the season. But we have a few hours to kill until episode 2 hits our screens, of course. It is just after 10 p.m. Eastern here. So we have a little less than 2 hours to hang out, talk pregame, talk some final predictions for episode 2, theories for season 4 in general. Where do you guys think the story is going to go? What did you like about episode 1? What did you dislike about episode 1? We want to hear from you. But first, let's see what we got in this awesome chat, shall we? Let's see who we have in this awesome chat. Scrolling down, I see David is in the house. Welcome, David. I see Pam Jam. I see Fukin Cowboy. Welcome. I see Veltrix. Welcome. Good to see you as well. I see Golden Child is in the building. What is up, my friend? Always good to see you, Golden Child. We got Howdy Helen. Can't wait to find out what's in the bag. And that's another big thing. That could potentially be maybe what he was referring to as well, Helen. Because, yeah, just based on the episode 2 trailer, and if you haven't seen the trailer for episode 2, I will definitely be playing it. And it looks like it looks like MGM, by way of Rotten Tomatoes, has released a little sneak scene of episode 2. It's very short. It's not very long. It's about less than a minute long. But we do have a little sneak peek of episode 2, a sneak preview of a scene that we'll also take a look out here in a little bit as well. But yeah, based on the trailer for episode 2, it does look like the bag hanging from the motel is going to be in this episode. It looks like whatever is going to be in that bag, there's been so many theories as to what's in that freaking bag. But it looks like this might be the episode where we actually figure out, okay, what's in the fucking bag? What's in the box, as it were? What is in the box? So we'll see. We shall see. We will find out once and for all who was correct. There's been a lot of good theory. I know a lot of people are talking about Jim, parts of Jim potentially being in the bag, parts of his body, his head, his torso, whatever. And then, of course, we have those other photos that point to potentially it being an animal in that bag, just based on that one photo we have of what appears to be a very similar bag laying on the ground, maybe after it was already cut down, with what looks to be an animal inside. So there's a lot of good theories going around as to what could potentially be in that bag hanging from the motel sign. So it looks like that scene is going to be in this episode. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to finding out what it is indefinitely. We got PM in the house. Welcome, PM. Dying, I'm missing this. Yes, PM is with family tonight. A birthday party with family. So we wish her the best. And I'm sure she will be joining us whenever she can. But yes, I hope you're having fun at the party, PM. And yes, drive safe. Drive safe indeed. And I will. I got to upload the PM emoji. gotta upload the PM emoji. It'll be up there before the next stream, for sure. For sure. But enjoy. I hope you enjoy the party, and please drive safe. Yeah, family first. We will miss you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pam Jam knows what's up. And everybody's wishing PM to drive safely. That is awesome. Awesome stuff, guys. Awesome stuff. We got a $10 super chat from Ray. Thank you so much, Ray. I appreciate it, my friend. It looks like there isn't exactly, if you have a specific topic or theory or anything that you want to dive into, Ray, by all means, comment in the chat. Don't send another super chat or anything. Send a regular chat on some kind of topic that you want to dive into, and we will definitely dive into it, my friend. But thank you so much for the super chat of the $10. Very much appreciate you, my friend. I owe you a glitter bomb. Glitter bomb incoming. Thank you so much, Ray. Very much appreciate you. Very much appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. Let's see what else we got. We got Diana in the house. Welcome, Diana. Good to see you as well. We got a lot of people. The whole Fromville is in the building tonight. The whole Fromville. Love to see it. Welcome one. Welcome all. Christy will die this season. Oof. Christy is one of those characters that is definitely on, the chopping block. I feel like, at least just in my opinion, heading into season 4, there are some characters that I think are going to be in greater danger than others of being killed off. I mean, because again, this is the beginning of the end now. This is the second to last season. If characters were going to start dying off, now would be the time. Now would be the time that we start seeing that plot armor get a little bit thinner. And Christy is one of those characters that or at least I'll say I wouldn't be surprised if she gets killed, just based on the foreshadowing scenes that we've been getting on the show of her death up until this point. I mean, how many times have we had her and Kenny have the exact same scene, over and over again, of her saying, "Oh, Kenny, please don't worry. If anything happens to me, please don't lose hope. Please don't lose faith if something happens to me." Almost like they're throwing it in our face that at one point she's going to die and Kenny's going to have to deal with this too. So yeah, Christy's one of those ones that I wouldn't be surprised if she does go. Would not be surprised. Well, thank you, my friend. No, thank you for the super chat. And I love doing these lives. I mean, this is fun for me. I love diving into this show. I love talking about it. I love hearing from you guys, hearing your thoughts and theories. So if anything, I should be thanking you guys for showing up and hanging out. Really, it's you guys I should be thanking. So thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's see what else we got. I think the town residents will become monsters, like our current characters, our current residents. Oof! Now, wouldn't that be an interesting ending, a dark ending, if nothing else? I mean, the original residents, the original residents, the original parents of the Ankui children. I mean, that was their fate. The original residents were turned into monsters. They sacrificed their children for what they thought was immortality. And I don't know if this was the immortality that they knew they were going to be getting, or if they were promised a different kind of immortality and they were kind of bamboozled, which is what I kind of get the feeling happened. But, either way, they were human at one point. At one point, they were human parents. So no, I suppose, given how history tends to repeat itself on this show, with the cycles happening over and over again, certain kind of character arcs being kind of repeated, I suppose anything's possible. As much as we want to see a happy ending to this show, what if we don't get a happy ending? I mean, this is after all, it's been a pretty dark show up until this point. There hasn't been, a whole lot of wins for our characters. You look at the characters in their fight against this place. They haven't really had a whole lot of wins. It's been a lot of L's. So yeah, I mean, as much as you want to see a happy ending, what if we don't? What if we don't get that happy ending? What if something darker happens to this current resident? What if we think that this current cycle is the one that's finally going to break the cycle? But what if they don't? I mean, I suppose that is a possibility. Yeah, I don't know. But that would be nice. I would be interesting. If nothing else. If it did end like that, that would be a very, very interesting twist. Because I am expecting them to, at least some of them, get out of here and complete this. After everything that's been set up, you want to think that there's going to be some people that survive. Definitely not all of them. I would say probably a lot of our characters aren't going to survive. But I do get the feeling some of them will, and some of them will make it out. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe not. Maybe something else is coming. Maybe something else is coming. Everyone happy to be here this Saturday night. Post an emoji you love that. Yeah, post those emojis. And of course, members have access to the custom Fromville emojis with a new PM1 incoming very soon. So thank you. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, that was a hell of a song. I mean, just all jokes aside, it is a good song, isn't it? Like, the song that Jade plays at the end of season 3. And, for those who don't know, what's interesting about every single time you see Jade using the violin, that's not a stand-in. That's not a stunt double. That's actually David Alpay using, playing the violin. Just like the actor who plays Victor, Scott McCord, is very good on the guitar. The actor who plays David Alpay, Jade, he is like a world-class violinist. Like, the guy's like a master violinist. So when you hear him playing, that's actually the actor playing. That's not a stand-in. That's not an audio dub. That is him actually playing those notes, which I always thought was really cool. That, it gives the show an extra layer of kind of authenticity. And I used to have this for our intro. I've played it dozens of times. I'll play a few seconds of it so people can kind of get what I mean. But David Alpay, who plays Jade, and Scott McCord, who plays Victor, they play together a lot. Sometimes they'll play together and they'll play the From intro sequence. And I got to say, they're pretty good.
When I was just a little boy, I asked my mother, what will I be? Oh, will I be happy? Will I be rich? And this is what she said to me. She said, que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. Future's not ours to see. No. Well, when I grew up and fell in love, I asked my baby what lies ahead. Oh, will there be sunshine day after day? And this is what my baby said. Sing it! She said, que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. No. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. David Alpay. Yeah. No.
But yeah, there it is. There it is, folks. They're actually really good. They're actually really good together. I mean, I would pay to go and see a performance from them. Like, if Scott McCord and David Alpay, the actors who play Jade and Victor, if they were to have like legit sell tickets and legit put on a show, I would definitely pay money to go see them play together. That looked like an absolute blast. But yeah, it's something they do together at meetups and cons, every time that, if they go to signings for promotions of the show and stuff, sometimes they'll be together, they'll have their instruments with them, and they'll put on a little show like this for the crowd. But yeah, they got some skills. I'd certainly go see one of their concerts. Yeah, very talented. I mean, a lot of talent on this show, not just acting wise, but in real life, these guys have a lot of talent. Yeah, they're good. They're really good. So good indeed. Yeah, I could listen to them play all day. I could definitely listen to them play all day for sure. Nicole Lane says, I wonder what would happen if I would have played the song in town. And I do wonder that as well, Nicole, because we did get that interesting interview with the Hollywood Reporter just before season 1 aired last week. Season 4 aired, excuse me. And it was John Griffin, the creator of the show, Scott Bender, the director of the show, and Michael Pickner, and Jeff Pickner, the showrunner. And they were asked some pretty interesting questions about From, and they actually gave some pretty interesting answers. And they said regarding the man in yellow, when he about when he shows up, why does he show up when he shows up? Is there some kind of reason? Because we've debated that for a while. Why exactly did the man in yellow show up right then and there? Was it the song that summoned him? Did the song kind of lure him there? Was it Jade and Tabitha getting their memories back? And it looks like that indeed was confirmed in this interview, where they did say that Jade and Tabitha getting their memories back, that was the catalyst that brought the man in yellow out of the shadows in that moment. The reason why he kind of stepped out and revealed himself was because they got their memories back. And he also went on to elaborate that we'll learn a little bit more even about exactly why. Like, apparently there's a little bit more there that we're going to learn this season as well. And if anyone wants to read this interview, I'll throw it in the description of this stream after the stream ends. It's a really good interview that the Hollywood Reporter did. It's really easy to find, too. If you search Hollywood Reporter from season 5 confirmed, you'll find the article really easy. But yeah, there was a lot of good stuff in there about that. But they did talk about how the man in yellow, that's why he showed up, because they got their memories back. But they had to play the song in order to get their memories back, it seemed. It seemed like the playing of that song summoned the Onkui children, and it seemed like they kind of got their memories back after playing the song. So it feels like if they were to play that song in town, yeah, what would have happened? Would the man in yellow have showed up in the exact same manner that he did? Would he have showed up in front of just the entire town and exposed himself like that? Or could them have playing in the town maybe potentially have saved them? Would the man in yellow have had to, rethink his plan in terms of how I'm going to have to, make my entrance? How am I going to have to kill Jim? So that's a very interesting question, if nothing else, Nicole. Would playing in the town potentially have saved them? Or would the man in yellow have showed up anyway? I guess is the question. I guess that's the question. But yeah, so talented, real skills. They got real skills, both in front of the camera and behind the camera. Really, super skilled people. This is such a fun cast. I love this cast. This cast is, it's not very often that I find a cast that I really genuinely enjoy, like 99% of the cast. There's usually always like 15 to 20% of like every cast that I can't fucking stand, while I like the other 80%. But From just kills it. I really enjoy the cast. Clara has been plotting for 3 seasons on getting her bike back. I mean, the Clara theories are pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. They are pretty funny when we see all these theories about what is Clara, who is Clara, is she really some kind of secret agent, is she some kind of mole, is she not who she says she is, are we going to get some kind of reveal at some point that Clara is the evil big bad? Again, a lot of fun theories, but I don't know. I still kind of think Clara is just Clara. I mean, yeah, she shows up in some weird places, and she tends to always show up whenever anything even slightly dramatic is happening. But she just might be nosy. I mean, she just might be like a Tilly type, where she's a gossip, where she just always wants to know what's going on. She just might be a nosy type. But I do understand where the theories come from, if nothing else. Again, like I said, she does fucking just pop up everywhere. She fucking pops up everywhere. So I get, if nothing else, why people are suspicious of her. But yeah, I still kind of think she's just nosy Clara. But I could very well be wrong. I could very well be wrong. Let's see what else we got. Last week it dropped at 9 p.m. Saturday night. Typically they drop at midnight. Well, no, it only dropped at 9 p.m. on the West Coast. It dropped at midnight here on the East Coast. Every week it drops at midnight Eastern Standard Time. I mean, at least it did for most of us anyway. I mean, we were here live when we were waiting for it to drop. And then right when it turned midnight, boom, it was available, at least for most of us that are subscribed directly to MGM Prime. So I don't know, maybe it got released at other times in other parts of the country or the world. Maybe, I don't know. I can't, maybe, I suppose that's possible. MGM, like you said, they can kind of be inconsistent sometimes. But at least here, when we were doing the watch party, because we were refreshing it every 10 minutes to see when it was going to drop. For us, it didn't drop until midnight Eastern Standard Time. And I get the feeling it'll probably drop around that time. Usually they drop at midnight Eastern Standard Time, at least. I mean, if historically, usually every week the episodes drop just after midnight. So I'm hoping and most likely going to see that we're going to follow that same pattern tonight, at least. I don't see why they would just switch it up out of nowhere, but we'll see. I have confidence that it's going to drop at midnight. Eastern Standard Time, like it usually does. But we got another super chat from Mindy Muse. Mindy Mouse. Thank you so much, Mindy Mouse, for the goal. Oh, thank you so much. Very much appreciate that. Very much appreciate that. Yeah, we have a goal up tonight, and we'll be doing a live. I mean, even if we hit it or not, we're going to be doing a live From Trivia stream. We always have fun doing the From Trivia streams, and I did promise that we would do one once season 4 actually started again, because the one that we did previously was before season 4 started. But now that season 4 is here, and after we've had a chance to see at least a few episodes, we got some new scenes and new data to kind of pull from. Yeah, we're going to do a nice From Trivia stream either this week or next week, I'm thinking. So that'll be fun. Those are always pretty fun. I'm going to have to make this next one a little bit harder, though. The one I made last time, you guys did pretty good on. You guys did pretty good on that last one. So I'm going to have to up the ante and make this one just a little bit tougher and really test the knowledge that you guys have From. Because you guys really killed it last time. Did amazing. Gonna have to come with some stronger stuff. And I will. I will come with some stronger stuff. But thank you so much, Mindy Mouse, for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciate you. And I owe you a glitter bomb. Glitter bomb. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, good stuff. They're so humble. I mean, yeah, I mean, they're incredibly talented and they're incredibly down to earth. Like, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so impressed with Scott McCord in particular and the performance that he's able to put on as Victor. Like, he's able to get into the mind space of this incredibly damaged, incredibly, traumatized individual. Essentially a 10-year-old stuck in an adult's body. Essentially, it's almost like he never progressed past that 10-year-old self. And you see like how good he is at embodying that childlike character. And then you see Scott McCord, the actor behind the character, and you see just how normal he is. He's just a super normal, down to earth dude. And that just makes it that much more amazing how how someone so normal is able to kind of tap into that kind of headspace where you can go into a dark place. I mean, he has to channel things like trauma, isolation, loneliness, everything that Victor's been through. The actor has to channel all of that in order to put on a convincing performance. And he does. So I can only imagine what it must be like to dive into that headspace every day. But he fucking kills it. Scott McCord is, incredibly talented. They're all incredibly talented. Let's see what else we got. When you rewatch the episode that Tabitha gets out, it really seems like Victor's dad is the entity or a villain. Oh, interesting. I mean, there's been some pretty interesting theories surrounding Henry, still to this day. Why exactly did he get introduced into the story? What was the purpose that he was meant to serve? Was his only purpose supposed to be the bridge between Tabitha and her seeing the paintings down in Miranda's basement? Was that really his only purpose? Or did he get pulled into Fromville with Tabitha for another reason? But yeah, I don't know. Part of me wants to hope and think that Henry's just Henry, that he's just Victor's father. But I think if nothing else, it would be a pretty crazy twist if we found out that he was maybe something else. I don't know. I'm hoping he's just Henry. I'm hoping he's just Henry. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, when you analyze that scene, we see Henry and Tabitha getting in the car, and they're on their way to go to the bottle faraway tree just the bottle tree that is in the outside world, the one that Miranda apparently made at some park that she really liked. And you see the look on Henry's face, like how desperate he really wanted to get to that tree, to the point where he literally grabs Tabitha and stops her from trying to leave the car, and then fucking just guns the fucking gas and just takes the fuck off and gets them into a car accident. And some people have thought that whole thing was staged, like Henry kind of set that whole thing up. Some people still believe that. I don't know. Part of me still thinks that it might have just been Henry is a desperate and broken father that is trying to get answers about his family. Because, I mean, as desperate as Tabitha is to get back to her family, Henry is probably just as desperate to get back to his family as well. Henry has had no hope for decades. Like for 4 decades, Henry's been wondering what happened to his family. Where did they go? What happened to them? Are they alive? Are they dead? And then all of a sudden, here comes this woman with all of this knowledge, claiming that she knows where your son is, that your son is actually alive, that he's been alive this whole time and stuck in this crazy nightmarish place. Oh, and by the way, your wife and daughter are dead, but at least your son's alive. But even knowing that, it gives Henry like that slightest little bit of hope that he hadn't had in like 4 decades, I would imagine. So you can kind of understand why Henry kind of went a little crazy in that moment. Here goes this woman about to take off, about to leave the car. And Henry seeing this as my only chance of finding my son is about to leave. So he grabs her and guns it, as ill-advised as that is. I understand the human thinking behind it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Definitely understand the human thinking behind it, as ill-advised as it was. But no, I mean, that's the thing about the nature of From. The very nature of this show makes you kind of want to question almost every character, especially, it's a little more so during the earlier days, like during season 1 and 2, but even still to this day, a little bit now, like just the very nature of this show, it makes you want to question who people are. Is this person really this person? You look at almost every character, and for almost every character, there's at least a few theories as to this character being someone else. Like people think Donna isn't who she says she is. A lot of people think Sarah isn't who she says she is. A lot of people thought Sophia wasn't going to be who she said she was, and they were right. So you get that a lot in Fromville. And again, I think it's just the very nature of the mystery style, the mystery box style of storytelling. When a show is wrapped in this much mystery, you tend to want to question everything. You want to question every little aspect of the show, when sometimes certain things are just what they appear to be. But yeah, no, I think it's interesting, if nothing else, if Henry could potentially be someone that he's that he's not saying that he's someone else. Maybe, I don't know. Is Henry really a villain or an entity? I don't know. I hope he's just Henry. I'm thinking he's just Henry, but who knows? The reason the Man in Yellow gets away with so much is because he erases memories. Think of Lloyd, Fatima. I mean, there has been a little bit of this going around recently as well. We even saw I believe it was Sunflower actually who brought up last in our recent stream before this, the possibility of the Man in Yellow potentially being the one that was suppressing Victor's memories. We see that Victor has all these memories suppressed, and we naturally kind of think that it's just because of trauma. That is actually something that really happens to real human beings. If we suffer too much trauma, the brain can erase that traumatic moment as a way of protecting itself. It's a defense mechanism for the brain. So when we see that Victor has all these memories gone, it's not very hard to believe considering all the trauma he's been through. But then again, that would also be the perfect cover if somebody was erasing his memories, like the Man in Yellow. It would be the perfect cover because people would see how traumatized Victor is, and they would totally understand why he's forgotten a lot of stuff. Look at what he's been through. So I get what you guys are saying. I mean, in terms of, is there a possibility that there's something a little more going on in terms of characters forgetting things? Is there a force behind it? Did the Man in Yellow really kind of erase Victor's memories? I don't know. Again, it's hard to know what the Man in Yellow is going to be behind, really, at this point. Ever since we've gotten this reveal of the Man in Yellow, that he was the voice on the other end of the radio at the end of season 1, that tells us that he's been watching from the very beginning. He might not have made his presence known. He might not have physically stepped out, but he's been in the shadows watching everything that has been going on from the very beginning. So yeah, I mean, it's really hard to anticipate what exactly someone like this is going to be capable of, and what kind of abilities does he even have. We know that he has superhuman strength based on the way they ripped out Jim's throat. We know that he can shapeshift based on him turning into Sophia. But what other abilities does he have? I mean, we saw the car accident, the car crash, the way he crashed that car. All he did was put his hand on the priest's chest, and the priest had a freaking seizure and crashed. And then later on, we see Sophia walking up to the priest again, putting her hand on the priest's chest again, and wakes him up from his coma just before she kills him. So what other kind of abilities does this Man in Yellow have? We have no idea. So I suppose erasing people's memories, I suppose it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm still hoping that it's just Victor is traumatized and he's slowly getting these memories back as he sees things that, trigger the memory to come back. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Could Victor get his memories erased? Let's see what else we got. Scrolling down. Yeah, please don't kill Donna or Kenny. I am kind of okay with Acosta if she oops and mucks up her story. I mean, I don't think Acosta is going to be winning a ton of friends in season 4 if we just based on the trailer and based on some of the episode synopsis and where her and Boyd's storylines are heading and how they're kind of heading for a clash. Yeah, you definitely get the sense that there's not going to be a whole lot of people on Team Acosta. If Acosta goes, you get the sense that there aren't going to be a whole lot of people that really care. But some people will. Some people like Acosta. I know there are Acosta fans out there. There's just a lot more Boyd fans out there is the only problem. So yeah, I guess we'll see. And this is what I thought too. Like when they played that song, that was my original thought too. I'm like, the song must have unlocked him. The song must have summoned him or something. It just seemed like that made sense. I get them getting their memories back also makes sense. I thought it was kind of a combination of both, like playing the song and them getting their memories back all at the same time. That is what summoned the man in yellow. But if we're to go off what the creator says, if we're to take him at his word, he's saying that it was them getting their memory back, that it wasn't exactly the song, it was them getting their memory back. But again, I feel like they probably, wouldn't have gotten their memory back if it wasn't for the song. You know what I mean? So I feel like in a way, the song is as much to blame, like that's kind of how I see it anyway. If Jade and Tabitha wouldn't have played the song, would they even have got their memories back? And if so, would the man in yellow have even showed up if they didn't get their memories back? So again, even though they're putting it on the memories coming back as the catalyst, I wouldn't be surprised if the song has something to do with it as well. Because again, it seemed like the song is what caused them to get their memories back. If they don't play that song, do the Onkui children even show up and say Onkui to Tabitha to make them get their memories back? So yeah, I like to think it was a mix of both, a mix of the song and and them getting their memories back. With knowledge comes at a cost, being one of the defining lines. But yeah, I get the feeling that it was a mix of both for me personally, and I think it makes sense that it would be a little bit of both. Why not? Why not? But I did like that question earlier. What would have happened if they would have played the song in the middle of town? And I think, again, that could have gone one of two ways, either really, really good or catastrophic. If they played that song in the middle of town, does it get to does the man in yellow maybe not show up at all because he's worried about showing up in front of the entire town, so they kind of get away with it? Or does that summon the man in yellow right in the middle of the town and he starts killing everybody? It's, which one is it? So yeah, it's a very interesting question, wondering what would have happened if they did play the song in town. Not sure. Let's see what else we got. Oh, we got Sunflower for $1.99. Thank you so much, Sunflower. Very much appreciated. Jeremy, can you make us a Tabitha no emoji? Yeah, I can do that. I think I can do that. I think I have a picture, a still of Tabitha, like a still of what her face looks like when she's saying no. So yeah, I could probably make an emoji out of that. So yes, I'll get working on that tomorrow for sure. I'll whip up some kind of tabby no emoji. And thank you so much for the $1.99. Thank you. We also got Katrina for $5. Thank you so much, Katrina. Very, very much appreciate you. If Henry was anything other than Henry, he wouldn't have fought so hard to get rid of Tabitha. He called the cops on her and had a gun pointed at her. That is actually a really good point you bring up, Katrina. I mean, yeah, when Tabitha first shows up, Henry wasn't really buying it. Henry wasn't having any of it. Like you said, he pulls a gun on her. He literally pulls a gun on her. I suppose you wonder, could he have been doing all of that as a cover? Was that all one giant ruse? Or was that just a grumpy old man that you showed up on his doorstep and he wanted you freaking gone? So no, you bring up a good point. I mean, is that even more evidence that Henry is really just Henry? I think it could be. I think that could be considered more evidence that Henry is just Henry. Again, unless he was just playing the long game the entire time, which I do find a little too hard to believe. Yeah. Could that scene be a little bit more evidence that Henry is just Henry? I think it could be. I definitely think it could be. But thank you so much for the $5. Very, very much appreciated. And we also have Xavier for 10. Thank you so much, Xavier. If you have anything you want us to dive into, my friend, you know the deal. Throw anything you want in that chat and we will definitely discuss it. Let us know any thoughts, any theories, any aspects of episode 2 or beyond that you want us to dive into. Please let me know and we will dive into it. But thank you so much for the 10, my friend. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. I owe all of you a glitter bomb. Thank you guys. Very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate the support. Very much appreciated. Oh, and we got one more from West of Westeros for $1.99. Thank you so much, West of Westeros. Very much appreciate you, my friend. If you were on with one main character to lose, who? If I could pick one main character to lose, who? If I were on with one main character to lose, who? If I had to lose one character, is that what you're meaning? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. I had to lose one character. Oops, someone's saying Ellis already. Oof, Ellis is a good choice. I was going to say Elgin. I see Nicole Lane is also saying Acosta and Elgin. Elgin would be my choice, probably. Like Elgin is one character I could lose. I could definitely lose Elgin. For sure. Is there a stream where I can watch live? I'm in Canada. Yes, there will be. We're going to be. You'll have the option to either watch it on your own screens and press play at the same time as we do, or you can also hop in our Discord and there will be a viewing party of episode 2 in the Discord as well. So you'll have the option. If you don't have access to the episode tonight, you can hop in the Discord and watch it. Ravener will be streaming it there. So you have both options tonight. We got another Acosta. We got a couple votes for Acosta, one for Fatima. Yeah, Fatima could go and I wouldn't mind too much. Yeah. Fatima's not one of my favorites. I don't hate her or anything. Just not one of my favorites. So yeah, Fatima could go and I wouldn't be too heartbroken. Christy or Acosta. Definitely another one for Fatima. Oh, the same one for Fatima. Okay. Another one for Fatima. Fatima going to offer herself. I mean, Fatima's in a rough spot, right? I mean, what she went through, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Like she went through something fucking gnarly, something otherworldly, something just incredibly, crazy. Like it's so fucking crazy what she went through. She literally gave birth to a freaking monster. So yeah, you could definitely see that Fatima's going to have a really tough season, like mentally recovering from that, mentally trying to get over what happened to her body, what happened to her mind. Like that's gonna take some time to get over, or who knows? I mean, could it get to the point where the trauma and the damage is just too much and she can't take it anymore, and she does choose another way out? I don't know. I suppose it's possible. Again, after what she's been through, I wouldn't be surprised if her story ended that way. I certainly wouldn't be too surprised if it happened. But yeah, she's been through some shit. Yeah, y'all are harsh. Hey, you were the one who asked the question, my friend. You were the one who asked the question. We are just humbly answering your question. But yeah, good stuff. Yeah, free Elgin, definitely free Elgin. We got again, and speaking of Elgin, I'm glad you said that. Thank you so much, TCP. because that reminds me of the sneak peek we have of episode 2. Now, this is nothing exclusive or anything like that. This was actually just uploaded today on the Rotten Tomatoes YouTube channel. Every once in a while, MGM will release like a little scene of a little preview scene of the upcoming episode, just to kind of build up some hype. So I just happened to be scrolling through YouTube and I saw it today. I saw that Rotten Tomatoes had uploaded this. So I figured we could look at this tonight for our pregame show. Now, it's just a really, really quick scene. It doesn't really show a whole lot, but it is an interaction between Elgin and Boyd. So if you don't want to see it, totally understand. I just wanted to give a heads up. Again, it's not really too spoilery. It doesn't really show us much. Just a little preview scene of episode 2 that's going to be coming out in a few hours. But I figured I would at least give a heads up just in case there's anyone who maybe didn't want to see it. But it's only around 45 seconds to like a minute long. It's super quick. And again, it's not very spoilery either. But again, just wanted to give everybody the heads up. But before we dive into that, we will pull this one up real quick. Well, actually, I will pull this up actually right after we watch this, so I can actually spend some time. Diving into this, because this is a good one right here. I like this. But yeah, all right, let's play this clip real quick, and we will dive into it. Actually, and the clip can wait. Let's do the super chat first, actually, guys. I'll play the clip in 1 minute, but first, let's do the super chat, because this is a good one. This is a good one from Brandon right here. Thoughts on Jim opening those cabinets in the house after his death? I actually like this theory. I like this theory. And PM, my other co-host, we were here the night the episode aired, doing our episode 1 watch party. And that was the first thing she said as well. Like, oh, it's Jim. It's definitely Jim. And I 100% agreed. 100% agreed. I feel like Jim is a good theory, if nothing else. You know, you never want to say, oh, it's definitely Jim, because we don't know. But Jim is the idea that I do like the most, just based on some of the stuff that we've heard prior. Like we've heard Jim, talk about, taking and throwing stuff out of cabinets before. And considering the circumstances in which Jim died in a very gruesome manner, getting killed by the man in yellow. And the last thing the man in yellow said to him as he leaned over him was, "What happens next is my favorite part." And if I'm Jim in that moment, the only thing going through my mind is, holy shit, my family's out there. Holy shit, I can't protect my family. Holy shit, my family doesn't know I'm dead. Holy shit, my family doesn't know the threat that's coming. So if all of those things are going through Jim's mind, I could totally see that when he died, he has maybe some unfinished business, and he kind of lingered. His spirit or energy lingered in Fromville, which I do get the feeling does happen to certain people that die in here. Maybe they become trapped here as some kind of spirit-like being. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happened to Jim. If Jim went straight back to his home and starts knocking all these cabinets around, if that was his attempt maybe to try and get through to his family, to let them know I'm gone and there's something very dangerous coming. I just feel like it would fit, with the timing. But then again, it could also be just Fromville screwing with the Matthews family. I mean, this place must know Jim's dead already. I mean, the man in yellow is what did it. So maybe the cabinets is, just this place screwing with them further. But again, part of me wouldn't be too surprised if it was Jim. I like the Jim theory the most, at least. That's what I'll say personally. But I definitely acknowledge it could be something else. But thank you so much for the 5. Very, very much appreciate that, Brandon. Very, very much appreciate you. But yeah, what do you guys think in the chat? Let me know what you guys think in the chat as well. Do you think the cabinet stunt, do you think it was Jim trying to maybe get through to his family, trying to warn his family of the danger that is to come? Or do you think the cabinet was something else entirely? Was the cabinet flinging open potentially a little bit more malevolent? Maybe this was something a little more dangerous. What did you guys think about it? Oh yeah, the Discord link. I will get you. I will definitely have the Discord link in the chat before we go live. I will pull it up, and I will put it in the chat and pin it to the top. That way, you guys can always find it. Because yes, this link will take you directly to the watch party. Directly to the watch party. Share clip. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to drop this in here, and this will be the link that you guys can click on when it's time to do the actual watch party. If you want to hop into the Discord and watch it in there, this will be the link. Watch party. There we go. All right, let me pin that. Oh, I don't want to do that. All right, there it is. There's the link to the Discord, and that will take you directly to the watch party when it is time. Again, we're still waiting for the episode to air. It looks like it'll be dropping a little over an hour from now. But there is the link when it is time. And I will, there we go. It is pinned. So you guys can always find it pinned to the bottom. But all right. Now let's get into this this clip, shall we? Let's get into this clip, and then we will get back to the rest of these super chats. And thank you guys so much for sending these in. And I owe Brandon a glitter bomb. Everybody gets a glitter bomb. Everybody. But thank you so much, guys. You guys have been super supportive, and that really does mean the world to me. Really does. But here we go. Let's play this quick little clip of season 4, episode 2. A nice little interesting clip between Elgin and Boyd. Okay, here we go. He just drops the bag, turns around like, what? You better listen to me. But yeah, this is interesting. I think this is going to be very interesting. Where is Elgin going to go? Where is Elgin's headspace right now? Again, part of me was wondering or hoping that at some point in season 4, Elgin would come to the realization that he fucked up, that he was manipulated, that this kimono creature wasn't some angel, but rather a demon, some apparition of this place that used him to bring forth the birth of Smiley. That's all it was. Elgin was just used to facilitate Fatima's birth. So yeah, I hope that he gets to the point where he realizes that, like Sarah got to the point where she realized I was manipulated. I was too weak and this place took advantage of me. And Sarah got incredibly strong as a result of that. So strong to the point where she's strong enough to pop out the eye of a freaking teenager and not even blink to save someone else's soul. So I would love to see if at some point Elgin does get to the point where he realizes he messed up, or is Elgin just going to double down? Are we potentially seeing the beginnings of another problem that Boyd is going to have to deal with? Maybe Elgin just doesn't get it yet. Yeah. Maybe Elgin just doesn't quite get it yet. But what do you guys think? Let me know what you guys think. Is Elgin going to be a problem for Boyd in season 4? Now, again, heading into season 4, right? I'm sick of Elgin shit, says Cody. I'm with you, my friend. I guess that is the question. Is Elgin going to be a thorn in Boyd's side? Now, again, we do know that the man in yellow is here. He has taken on the form of Sophia, and he has infiltrated the town. And we know that his favorite part is coming up next. The part where the town tears everything, where they tear themselves apart. So obviously this man in yellow, this Sophia in yellow, is going to be probably mentally manipulating as many people as she possibly can to get them to turn on one another. And something like this is the perfect kind of thing that the man in yellow would want to hone in on. Let's let the entire town know that Boyd tortured a teenage boy, because I believe Elgin's still a teenager. I don't want to really call him teenager because I guess he's like 18, a young adult. We'll call him a young adult. Boyd, tortured this kid. That is something that could definitely come back to bite Boyd. Like, even if Boyd tries to explain his end of things, even if Boyd explains exactly what happened, I imagine there's always going to be a small amount of people that are going to, start to mistrust Boyd or start to believe that maybe he's not the one they want leading them anymore. We already got a small taste of that in season 3. Like, we saw that one meeting that they all had at the diner. Everybody was standing up, all in arms, just like yelling at Boyd. So you can already see, that the edges are beginning to fray, quote unquote. And we know the episode 2 title that we're going to be seeing a little bit is Fray. And again, I do think that's a little bit of a wink and a nod, or a homage, or a throwback, I guess you could say, back to the line that we got from Father Cautry in season 1, when he said, the edges are beginning to fray. You need to be the one that holds this place together. That's one of the last things that Father Cautry said to Boyd when he was alive. So here we are a couple seasons later, and we are really seeing the edges beginning to fray. Like they are really fraying now. So I think this is going to be interesting. I think Elgin definitely has the potential to be a really, really, annoying thorn in Boyd's side if he doesn't choose to kind of cooperate, if he doesn't, come to his senses and realize, holy shit, I was manipulated. Again, he's got a missing eye, he's got a messed up hand, he's got a lot to point to say, hey, this is what Boyd did to me. So that could be bad. That could be very bad for Boyd. So this is going to be interesting. This will be interesting where this ultimately goes. But yeah, I'm sick of Elgin shit. He did have hope when he was talking to Christy. He did a little bit. It seemed like he had a little bit. Yeah. If that ugly thing was an angel to Elgin, then heaven isn't looking too promising. I mean, again, like you mistook this thing, convinced you it was an angel. Like you didn't get one fucking look at this thing and think, maybe I'm being lied to. Just a little bit. You didn't think maybe I'm being lied to, considering this thing looks like an actual demon. But no, yeah, it was an angel. Yeah, and again, Elgin thought Fatima's having the baby would magically get them home. That it didn't, and that didn't happen. And again, you think maybe that would be enough for Elgin to realize, holy shit, I was manipulated. I was told that this magical baby is going to get us all home. Well, the baby was born, and we're all still stuck here. So yeah, you would think maybe that in and of itself would be enough to get Elgin to realize, hey, I was manipulated. Yeah, put him in the box. Put him in the box. I mean, sometimes you just got to throw people into the box.
All right, ding-dongs. It's almost go time. Anybody fucks this up, you spend a night in the box.
Anybody fucks this up, spending a night in the box. And Elgin, he definitely fucked this up. So yeah, I'm with you. I am with you. But yeah, that'll be fun. I think that'll be interesting to see where Elgin and Boyd's storyline ultimately goes. Where is it going to ultimately go? But all right, let's see what else we got here. Let me scroll down a little bit. Yes, and here we got Westeros for $1.99. Thank you so much, Westeros. Frey title, it's about to get Who's the Instigator. Yeah, episode 2 is entitled Frey. And yeah, it looks like we are. I mean, I think we're going to have a lot of instigating from Sophia. I think there's going to be, I think that's her purpose. I don't think we're going to see the man in yellow in there physically harming a whole lot of people, maybe a few behind the scenes. But I think we're going to see him playing that mental game, that manipulation game, that way to get the town to not trust each other, to turn on each other. So yeah, the man in yellow or the Sophia in yellow will most likely be the instigator, I would say. And some of the monsters too. Who knows? Maybe even some of the monsters. I mean, Smiley's back now, and just the very fact of Smiley being back is a problem. This is the monster that they killed. Now all of a sudden, this monster is walking around. If the town sees that, if the town finds that out, are they going to lose hope too? Are they going to realize, holy shit, we have no hope. There's no way to beat them. The same way how Boyd kind of reacted. So yeah, I think we're going to see some instigators for sure. Jim has anger issues. He did. I think Jim had some anger problems that he was dealing with. Didn't always deal with in the best way, I guess you could say. Yeah. One thing I will give credit to Jim for was, towards the end of season 3, towards the end of right before he got, written off the show, he did make a lot of leeway. He made some strides in terms of like turning the corner a little bit and evolving a little bit as a character. If we look at the last 2 episodes of season 3, we have that one scene between Jim and Randall, when Jim actually comes to Randall for help, like coming to Randall for advice and trying to get close and trying to get through to Julie. Now, usually, I mean, if this was season 1 Jim, if season 1 Jim found out that Randall and Julie were off in the woods together, season 1 Jim probably would have been like super pissed at Randall and said, stay away from my daughter. But season 3, Jim saw it as an opportunity to learn a little bit more about his daughter. He saw Randall and he thought, okay, you're one of the only people here that has been through exactly what my daughter has been through. I can't get through to her. I can't talk to her. She won't talk to me. Is there anything you can tell me that can help me help her? And I thought that was a big moment of growth for Jim, just for the simple fact that, again, season 1 Jim probably would have just yelled at Randall and said, stay away from my daughter. But season 3 Jim had the wherewithal. He had the awareness to realize this could be an opportunity for him to help his daughter. So again, little stuff like that shows good character development and good character growth. And even with Tabitha, even with his wife, we have that really good scene between Jim and Henry in the bar towards the end of season 3, where Henry straight up tells Jim, like, you ever just considering shutting the fuck up or whatever, or something along those lines? You know, just listen to your wife, listen to what she needs. And I think Jim really needed to hear that to kind of get him to realize that he wasn't listening to what Tabitha needed. He was just doing what he thought was best. And Tabitha needed someone that was going to hear her. Tabitha was going through all this craziness at the time where, you know, she's starting to like feeling like she's losing her mind with all this stuff that's starting to come back to her. And it wasn't until Jim has that conversation with Henry in the bar that Jim starts to realize, like, okay, maybe I'm trying to be a little too controlling. Maybe I'm taking the wrong approach to protecting my family. Yes, all he wants to do is protect his family. And that's one thing I will say for Jim. For all his faults, all he does is want to protect his family. He just goes about it in not the best way all the time. But towards the end, he started to realize that he was maybe being a little too controlling, a little too, you know, not hearing Tabitha's side out. And he started to grow a little bit. And then boom, anytime you see character having good character development like that, sometimes that's a good sign that this character is about to get killed off. We want this character to get killed off on a high note, so let's give them some really good character development right before we kill them. Like if you go back and look at a lot of ensemble shows and you look at a lot of the big deaths on those shows, you'll tend to find that right before the character dies, they do something like really cool, really big, something really meaningful for the plot. Because sometimes, or a lot of times, writers want to kind of have characters get killed off on a high note, give them some good character development, some good scenes, then kill them off. And I think that's what they were doing with Jim, with Eon Bailey's character. I think they were having him kind of finally come into his own there before they killed him off, have him evolve a little bit as a character. But yeah, he had some anger issues. Jeremy said 1, 2, 3 free memberships. Let's give away 1, 2, 3 free memberships. Yeah, we can. You can send free memberships. I never ask for free memberships or super chats. Or I just feel weird asking for any of that stuff. You know, if people want to support the channel, that's great. If not, we're just here to hang out and have fun. Like what's most important to me is that we're hanging out, having fun, and talking from. That's really all that matters. The support is great. I very much appreciate it. But it is never required and never will be asked for. But thank you. I very much appreciate it, my friend. And yeah, I'm going to give some memberships back to the chat as a way of saying thank you to each and every one of you. I'm going to give 5 memberships back to the chat as just my way of saying thank you. So thank you guys. Very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. Tilly was the man in yellow. We got another 5 from user VE5ZC4FF7W. Love it. Tilly was the man in yellow because real people are replaced by new arrivals when they die. Tilly died and there was no new arrival to replace. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Now, this has been a long-running theory, a long-running fan theory, that when someone dies in Fromville, somebody arrives and takes their place. And we have seen a lot of evidence that does kind of back it up a little bit in terms of like you'll notice a lot, very often, when someone dies in town, boom, someone or multiple someones will arrive a few episodes or an episode later to kind of even it out. And fans have kind of wondered for a long time, is there like a certain number? Is there a certain amount of people that kind of always need to be in Fromville in order to maintain some kind of balance or whatever the case may be? Or is it all just coincidence? Is it all just very, weird coincidence that when someone gets killed off, another person happens to hop in? I'm not quite sure. Again, I definitely see the evidence for it. We have seen multiple times that someone dies and someone else does come in. Like that can't be disputed. It does happen. I guess the only question is, does that happen deliberately or is that coincidence? And you like to think not everything is coincidence. You like to think there's not a whole lot of coincidence going on in Fromville, that a lot of it is deliberate. But I don't know. I don't know. That's one that I truly am kind of 50-50 on. I'm not quite sure one way or the other. Because again, there is evidence to support it. But I don't know. I don't know. But in terms of Tilly being the man in yellow, that's also a theory that I have heard like a few other times people bringing up, that some people believe Tilly was the man in yellow. That was the form that he was using before he turned back into his man in yellow self. And again, I suppose anything is possible. I suppose anything is possible when it comes to this show. Tilly very well could have been the man in yellow's previous form. I mean, could that explain why he was getting so close to Fatima, and why she was getting so close to Fatima? Why Tilly was so concerned with Fatima's pregnancy? Could that explain that maybe? Or was she just a kooky old lady that was really nosy? Again, that's the thing with From. It could really be one or the other. We don't really have like definitive answers for it yet. But it is a good theory, if nothing else. If nothing else, it's a fun theory. If Tilly was potentially the man in yellow, or was she just a kooky old lady? I don't know. I'm not sure. I am not sure. But thank you so much for the 5. I very much appreciate it. And definitely let me know what you guys think in the chat. What do you guys think about Tilly? What do you think about Tilly? Was Tilly just Tilly? Or do you think Tilly could have been potentially another form that the man in yellow is taking? I'd love to know what you guys think. Would love to know what you guys think. Who was Tilly? Was Tilly just Tilly? Or was she something else? I don't know. Are they discovering Jim this week? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised just based on what we've seen in the episode 2 trailer and what we've seen in some of the episode 2 synopsis. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the episode where we find Jim's body. I would not be surprised. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised. Yeah. We had Donna, like 14 people killed at Colony House, right? During the Colony House massacre. And then boom, the bus arrived like literally right after that. Like a few episodes later, boom, the bus arrives. So, I mean, again, there is a lot of instances of this happening, of characters getting killed off and new characters coming into town, making a lot of people wonder if there is some kind of balance there. Is there a certain number of people that always need to be in Fromville? Again, I don't know. Is it deliberate or is it just coincidence? I am not sure. Maybe there is a shape-shifting good entity that infiltrates the town. Ooh, interesting. Like 2 shapeshifters, you mean? Like one good and one bad? I mean, who knows at this point? I mean, we still don't really know where the boy in white sits in all of this. The boy in white, I mean, I don't know when he's going to make his appearance in season 4, but I have to imagine we're going to see the boy in white again at some point this season and see, what kind of role he's going to play this season. But yeah, we still have the boy in white at play here. Like, is the boy in white the opposite of the man in yellow? Are they on opposite sides? Do they oppose each other? Are they enemies? Could it even be darker and we find out the boy in white was just another form of the man in yellow the whole time? Again, who knows? Once you introduce shape-shifting like this into a show, then, as an audience member, it's like you kind of have to go back and question everything. You have to question, who was who's this, who's that, the dead cameo characters that we've been seeing. Every time Father Cautry came back to Boyd and spoke to him, every time the dead bartender Tom came back to Jade and spoke to him. Now it's like you kind of have to go back and question all of these scenes and ask, was this all the man in yellow? Was this the man in yellow pretending to be Cautry? Was this the man in yellow pretending to be Tom? Again, I don't know. But if nothing else, introducing shape-shifting into the story at least brings up the possibility that you need to ask the question. And I think, again, that question can also be applied to the boy in white. Is the boy in white a separate entity from the man in yellow? Or is the boy in white just another form the man in yellow took? Again, I tend to think the boy in white and the man in yellow are 2 separate entities. I just feel like that would make a little bit more sense if there was one on one side and one on the other. But then again, From does tend to kind of, break the norm every once in a while. And it does tend to kind of stray outside of these kind of clichéic good versus evil tropes. So if there was ever a show that was going to do something like have the boy in white be revealed to be evil the whole time, From is that show. But I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Is there a possibility that the boy in white is just another form that the man in yellow took? Or is the boy in white an opposite to the man in yellow? I tend to think he's an opposite. I tend to think these are two different kind of entities that are in opposition from one another, where the boy in white wants to stop the cycles and save the children, and the man in yellow wants to make sure the cycles don't get broken and the children don't get saved. That's kind of where I'm leaning towards it. One wants to stop everything and get everyone home. One wants to keep everything going. But yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Let's see what else we got. Scrolling down. All right, here we go. Let's pick this up. Sarah versus Sophia encounter. Pop off thoughts from West of Westeros for $199. Thank you so much, West of Westeros, for the $199. Very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it, my friend. Let's see. Sarah versus Sophia. I mean, Sophia is technically, the man in yellow. I mean, so Sophia's not really human. Who knows what kind of abilities Sophia has. But, I mean, Sarah is like the John Wick of From. Like, when I look at Sarah, I legit see the John Wick of From. The person that's capable of taking out someone's eye with nothing more than a screwdriver. Just like John Wick can freaking take people out with nothing but a pencil. Sarah is like the John Wick of From. So if anyone can take out Sophia, it's Sarah. I don't know. I would have a hard time betting against Sarah. I feel like she's got a lot of fucking fight in her. But what do you guys think? What are your thoughts in the chat? If Sophia were to go at it with Sarah, who do you got? Who do you have your money on? Team Sarah, right? I mean, I gotta go Team Sarah. Yeah, so Sarah's low-key scary. It's Sarah Wick, right? Sarah, definitely. Sarah 100% favorite, right? I mean, Sarah Wick, she is the John Wick of this freaking show. Straight up. She is the John Wick. Yeah, Sarah's low-key scary. Sarah is cold-blooded killer for sure. Team Sarah, yep. Yeah, Sophia has the man in yellow all season. Super boring concept. Let's get to the story. Yeah, and I guess that'll be interesting to see if, the man in yellow is in this Sophia form the whole season, or if he kind of returns back to his man in yellow form at some point, or if he takes on some kind of other form at some point. Because, yeah, a whole season of the man in yellow as just Sophia will start to get dull after a while. You'd like to see him in some other forms, or again, ideally, you would like to see him back in his man in yellow form with the original actor Doug Hughes playing him. I feel like that's the best version of the character. Yes, the shape-shifting's cool, but the best version of that character is the original, the man in yellow. So yeah, I would love to see, hopefully at some point we see some other forms that this character will take. Sarah, definitely my favorite character. So yeah, a lot of people are going with Sarah. It's a possibility, but I also think he's a spirit of the kids. Maybe he got away that remained to try and help the humans who needed to help. I hope that he came out right. I mean, again, when I see the boy in white, there's some very interesting theories out there for the boy in white. But I do tend to think he's much more closely tied to the children and to the faraway trees than we maybe originally thought. And I did a whole deep dive video on that. And if you want to check that out, you can. I won't dive super deep into the weeds in it here. But long story short, I do think the boy in white has a very special connection to the faraway trees and to the original Ankuli children. But yeah, you can check that out in my origin of the boy in white video if you want to check it out. But yeah, I don't know. But it looks like Sarah has overwhelmingly won. It seems like Sarah has overwhelmingly won this question, Sarah versus Sophia. So we shall see. We got West of Westeros for $9.99. Thank you so much, West of Westeros. Everyone, post your guess. Who are we going to lose this season? Ooh, let us know, chat. Throw your guess in the chat. It could be one character, two characters, or a few characters. Let us know. Who do you think we are going to lose this season? And thank you so much, West of Westeros, for the $9.99, my friend. Very much appreciate it. For me, who are we going to lose this season? I think Ellis is on the chopping block, and I think Henry is on the chopping block. I am worried for Henry like you wouldn't believe. I don't want Henry to go by any means. Like, I certainly don't want Henry to get killed off. But, seeing that he might potentially already have filled his quote unquote narrative purpose within the show in terms of, bringing him and Victor back together. And of course, him being the bridge between Tabitha and her, finding out her connection to Miranda and seeing all those paintings. So narratively, he might not have a whole lot more to do. And I mean, they can always give him something more to do. But I am a little bit worried about Henry. I am a little bit worried about Henry's longevity. And again, in Ellis too. I think Ellis could potentially be on the chopping block as well. When does the episode drop? The episode drops in about 40 minutes, a little over 40 minutes from now. The episodes usually air on the MGM Plus streaming service at just after midnight Eastern Standard Time. But that is usually just for people that are subscribed to MGM Plus. Like, you actually have to be a member of MGM Plus through their streaming service. If you watch MGM rather through Amazon Prime, then you might not get it until like a few hours later. Last week, everyone who watches through Amazon Prime didn't get it until like 2 hours after everyone else got it. But if you are a member of MGM Plus directly through their MGM Plus streaming service and not through Amazon, then you should have access to it just after midnight Eastern Standard Time, which again, around 40 minutes or so from now, a little over 40 minutes from now. And we will be doing a live watch party. We will be doing a live episode 2 watch party right here on the channel and in the Discord. So you will have the option to stay here and watch on your own screens and all hit play at the same time, or hop into the Discord and join the viewing party in there and then come back here for the after show. You will have the option. But yeah, we're close. We are getting closer and closer now, folks. Closer and closer now. But yes, West of Westeros was asking for $9.99. Who would you guys choose? Who do you guys think who do you think we're going to lose this season? Excuse me. Who are we going to lose this season? I don't know. Again, I apart from Henry and Ellis, I think those are the two that are at the top of the chopping block. The absolute top. But we'll see. We'll see who else we're going to lose. We shall see who else we are going to lose. Hopefully we learn more about the boy in white. I'm hoping that we learn a little bit more about just about everything this season, to be honest. We're heading into season 4. This is the beginning of the end. Only 2 seasons left. This is definitely, we're at the part now that you would think that these kind of answers are going to start to come. Learning a little bit more about the boy in white, learning a little bit more about the town. Where did, the monsters really come from? All the big stuff that we've been kind of asking. Yes, we won't get the answers to everything this season, but I imagine by the time season 4 ends, we'll have a much better grasp as to what's going on in Fromville and why, and where we're going from here. After all, John Griffin did state in his interview that in season 4, our characters don't just get close to the truth, they actually get to the truth. So if that's to be believed, which I imagine it is, it looks like we're going to get some pretty interesting answers this season. And it looks like our characters are going to get some pretty good answers as well. But we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, here we go, folks. Episode 2 is almost here. Episode 2 is almost here. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, my name for Smiley is Cheeks, as most / all of the monsters smile, but only Cheeks has those cheeks. I mean, we were talking about it last week, but it seems like ever since Smiley came back, like his cheeks are like way fucking bigger, right? I don't know if it was just the smile or maybe the lighting because he was down in the caves. But when he's smiling at Kenny and saying, "Hey, Kenny, it's good to see you again," it looks like he's got a way bigger smile than we've ever seen before. Like Smiley's always got a big smile. I mean, after all, he's freaking Smiley. Like he always has a pretty crazy smile. But this one looked way crazy, like he was smiling just way more. And maybe that's all it is. Maybe just the actor was just smiling a little bit harder to make it look a little bit more of an intense smile than his usual kind of relaxed smile. But yeah, the smile down in the caves looked fucking crazy. Looked way crazier than usual. Way crazier than usual. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's see. Who's your end all character that ends survives? Character that makes it all the way to the end and survives? Kenny. For me, it's still Kenny. I still have hope that Kenny is going to be he's going to be among the survivors, the people that do survive all the way to the end and make it out. I just think after everything Kenny has been through, everything that they've put him through, he has to make it out. I mean, you can't kill off the entire, you can't kill off his whole freaking bloodline, I guess is what I'm saying. Like he lost his father, he lost his mother. We're going to lose Kenny too. The whole Chen bloodline is going to get wiped off the face of the earth. Man, I certainly hope not. I certainly hope not. So Kenny is one of the characters that he's always one of the characters that I thought was going to make it to the end. And then when you add in all of the foreshadowing that Kenny is supposed to take over for Boyd at some point, I mean, they have been foreshadowing this from the very beginning that at some point Kenny is going to have to take over for Boyd and finish the job. And I think that's where it's ultimately going to go. I mean, I've said this a million times on the channel already. But I think Boyd is going to die towards the end. He'll die saving everybody, but I do think Boyd will ultimately die towards the end, very heroically. And at that point, Kenny's going to have to pick up the pieces and finish what Boyd started and get everyone out. And I think he will. So that's my ending for Kenny. That's the ending that I would like to see. I'm hoping Kenny will be the one character that makes it. We shall see. We shall see. Special shout out to Archie. Special shout out to Archie indeed. Archie the cat. So glad Archie has made a full recovery. Archie, of course, is West of Westeros's cat. Had a pretty serious surgery not long ago, but has made a full recovery and is apparently every bit the awesome cat that it ever was. So that is so awesome to hear and see. Shout out to Archie the cat. So glad you made a full recovery. And looks like you got an awesome owner there in West of Westeros. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see what else we got. We got one more for $4.99. Why do they go out to meet the Scarecrow? The Scarecrow. Why do they go out to meet? Why do they go out meet the Scarecrow? Why don't they? Did you mean why don't they? Maybe. If you can clarify exactly what that last one there and what exactly it meant, and I will definitely dive into it. But yeah, Archie's definitely a survivor. Archie's a 100% survivor. Love that. Love that. But yeah, if you can clarify that last one for me, West of Westeros, I will definitely dive into it. I'm not sure exactly what you meant, my friend. Why do they go out meet the Scarecrow? Yeah. Having trouble picking that one up, my friend. But yes, Boyd will sacrifice himself to save the town. His name is Mr. Fish and Loaves. I mean, you're right. He is Mr. Fish and Loaves. You know, one thing that we were looking at the other day, we were breaking down a little bit of what Boyd's name actually means. Like the actual name, Boyd Stevens. It's got some pretty interesting translations if you look in some interesting spots, which we did. Now check this out. Now, I mean, I think it's just a funny coincidence. I don't think it means anything per se. I think it's just a funny coincidence. But when looking up the actual definition, the definition of what the name Boyd Stevens actually means. The name Boyd is an ancient Scottish surname with roots in Celt and Gaelic, with Stevens is a patronymic surname of Greek origin. Here's the breakdown of its meaning. Boyd means fair or yellow. The name is generally believed to originate from the Gaelic word booty, pronounced boyo. Okay, there it is, which was used to describe a person with fair or yellow hair. Now, from the island of Brute, another theory suggests a territorial origin derived from Boyd, pronounced void, which in Gaelic means Scotland. Now, there's another one that technically means, here it is. Surname derived from the Greek Seraphos. It's a patronymic name meaning son of Stephen that became a popular medieval name and strongly associated with Saint Stephen. All right, I got to find the right one because there was one where Boyd was technically translated, I believe it might have been Gaelic, to yellow-haired or fair-haired man that is either victorious or that is quote-unquote crowned. And I thought that was interesting. Again, I think it's probably just a coincidence. But it's very interesting that the name Boyd Stevens literally kind of translates to yellow man that is king, or yellow man that is victorious, or yellow man that is crowned. And again, it's still probably just a coincidence, or maybe just a fun name for the character. But I thought that was cool. I thought that was cool when I found that. Someone in the chat reminded me of it the other day. But yeah, probably nothing. Again, probably just a coincidence. But Boyd Stevens potentially means yellow king or yellow-haired man that is victorious. But again, probably just a coincidence. But we're getting closer now, folks. We are getting closer now. We are just 30 minutes away. 30 minutes away from episode 2 hitting our screens. It is officially 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over here on the East Coast. And if they are following the same release pattern like they follow for every other episode, that means they will be dropping the episode on the MGM Plus streaming service app just after midnight Eastern Standard Time, which again, just over 30 minutes from now. But of course, you can also watch it in the Discord if you need to as well. That'll also be an option. Our good pal, Lord Ravener, is going to be setting up a watch party in the Discord, watching episode 2. And then following which, after that is done, we'll be all back over here on YouTube, diving into the after show discussion. And we can't wait to hear what you guys think about episode 2. And again, I'm looking forward to this one. We did hear Harold Perrineau state that episode 2 was quote unquote a catalyst that kind of sets the tone for things to come. Now, what exactly did he mean by that? I don't know. Are we going to find Jim's body this season? What exactly is going to be hanging from the motel sign? What is in that bloody freaking sack? There's a lot of interesting things that could potentially be happening in this episode that maybe Harold Perrineau was referring to when he states that this one was a kind of turning point that set, kind of setting a catalyst for the rest of the season. So I'm looking forward to it. I think this could potentially be a good one. A good one. We shall see. We shall see. But I will play the sneak peek preview of episode 2 one more time while we kill the next 30 minutes. We got 30 more minutes to kill, ladies and gentlemen, until episode 2 is here. But real quick, again, we will play the episode 2 sneak preview. And of course, we'll also play the episode 2 trailer and dive into that a little bit. Because there are some interesting things in the actual episode 2 trailer that we're going to see pretty soon here as well. Some interesting things as well. But without further ado, here is the season 4 episode 2 sneak peek. Now, again, this is not an exclusive sneak peek or anything. This is something that was publicly uploaded. If you go over to the Rotten Tomatoes YouTube channel, they actually just uploaded this earlier today. It's just a really, really quick sneak preview of episode 2. A quick little scene between Boyd and Elgin. But definitely not anything exclusive. It's out there for anybody to see. Without further ado, here we go. Here is the season 4 episode 2 preview. There we have it, folks. The little sneak preview of episode 2. And again, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that, that whole thing shakes up between Boyd and Elgin. Will Boyd be able to convince Elgin that staying quiet is the best move? Or will Elgin be stubborn? And will Elgin do everything he can to get the truth out? Because again, heading into this 4th season, we know that Sophia is going to be doing some, mental manipulating, going to be doing everything that she can to kind of turn the town against each other. And a good way to start would be to let the whole town know that Boyd tortured an 18-year-old kid. So yeah, I think this is going to be interesting, seeing where exactly this is going to go, and will Elgin come to his senses and realize that he made a mistake? Or will he double down and believe that Boyd is the bad guy? I feel like it could go either way. Not sure. Let's see what else we got. Scrolling down. We got another $9.99 from West of Westeros. Thank you so much, my friend. 47 Theory. Chakra 4, mind equals hope. 7 equals mind equals hope. I mean, the 47 theories are pretty interesting, if nothing else. I mean, we have seen tons of 4s and tons of 7s plastered all over the place. And many fans have started to pick up on that. And some have even started to dive a little bit deeper into what these numbers could potentially mean and represent. Robert Saunders is one that comes to mind when I think about some of the number theories, some of the good number theories that some fans have kind of put together. I know Robert has some pretty interesting ones regarding what these 4s and 7s could potentially mean. I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure if they have a deeper meaning or if it's just a wink and a nod to Stephen King, because the numbers 4 and 7 both have very deep meaning for Stephen King. And Jack Bender is Stephen King's best friend. They're like best friends. So you'll often see people using that 4 and 7 kind of as a way to pay homage to Stephen King. So part of me still wonders if it's just that, if it's just simply Jack paying homage to his friend, or if the 4s and 7s are going to have a deeper meaning. Again, we've seen a lot of them, so I totally understand why people think that there might be a little bit of a deeper meaning there, and there might be. I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong, and maybe there is a deeper meaning there. But part of me still tends to think it's just a wink and a nod to Stephen King. But I love the theories, if nothing else. You guys have been coming up with some really good theories as to what these 4s and 7s mean. Like this one. Good stuff. Another $1.99 FAFO. And another $1.99 special shout out to Lord Ravener. I mean, hell yes, of course, a special shout out to Lord Ravener and to PM as well, both. And big thank you to Ravener, who's going to be hosting the Discord watch party this evening as well. So that is also super cool. Big thank you to you, my friend Ravener, my other co-host here on the channel. And you can catch Ravener and I every Wednesday nights, just like you can catch PM and I here usually every Saturday nights. But yeah, super, super grateful. Cannot wait to dive into all of this craziness. We got episode 2 just around the corner, and got our pal Ravener to thank for it. There he is. There's our pal Ravener in the chat. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Right on. Right on indeed. Indeed. Yeah, here we go, folks. Here we go. We are 24 minutes away now. 24 minutes away from episode 2. Now, of course, let's play the episode 2 actual trailer. Now, this, of course, is just a little sneak peek of episode 2 that was released on the Rotten Tomatoes YouTube channel. It's out there if anybody wants to watch it again. But we also have the episode 2 trailer. Now, of course, MGM doesn't release these on their app or on the streaming service, unfortunately. They only play them on the actual MGM TV channel, which is why I usually record them myself and upload them so people have a chance to see the episode trailers. So because I get a lot of questions asked as to where I get the trailers, that's where. Unfortunately, they don't put them online, and they don't really put them on anywhere else online until like a day or 2 before the next episode airs. So I record them and I do videos on them, and I upload it to the channel so people have a chance to see the episode trailers pretty much. But the episode 2 trailer is here. And we're going to see exactly what episode 2 is going to bring us. Looks like a pretty interesting trailer. Looks like Julie's going to be doing some interesting story walking escapades. But without further ado, here is the trailer for episode 2.
I need you to come back to the ruins with me.
Why?
Because I'm going to save him.
So you just walk inside? And then what? If people find out what you did, what we did, that's the kind of thing that could tear this place apart.
Oh, what is that? What's in the bag?
No, hey!
There we have it, folks. There is the episode 2 trailer. And we got some stills from it here. We can take a look at some of the stills. It looks like at the very beginning of the trailer, we hear Julie talking to Randall. And I'm glad that Randall's going to be getting into it a little bit more. Again, I still like Randall as a character. I still think he has tons of potential to really be a force for good here in this town. He's got the instincts for it. His instincts are always to help. And we saw that again, even in episode 1 last week, when Sophia crashes into town and she crashes into Boyd's sheriff station and they're all struggling trying to get the door open. It's Randall that comes around and is like, hey, there's a chain and a wench here. Let's use the wench. And he gets the freaking door open. So again, Randall has that natural instinct to help when he sees people in trouble. So he does have that in him. He has the capacity to be a really good force for good in this town. And I'm really hoping that that's ultimately where his story is going to go. But here we see Julie and Randall. Julie coming up to Randall, rather, and asking her to go back to the ruins. And here we see Julie saying, because I'm going to save him. I'm going to try and save him. Now, of course, when we hear that, I think a lot of us naturally think, or at least wonder, who is him? Who exactly is she talking about? Julie wants to save him. Is this potentially taking place after they find Jim's dead body? Is this her going up to Randall, asking for help to go back to the ruins because Julie wants to try and save her father? Or could him potentially be referring to someone else or something else? Is she trying to save something or someone else that we don't know about? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do you think that this scene could potentially be taking place after she finds out about Jim's death? And this is her coming up to Randall, trying to go back to ruins to make her first attempt at saving her father? Could this be her first attempt at trying to save Jim? Could we see that this episode, maybe? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. They find Jim. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, right? I mean, just based on this dialogue here, based on this sense of urgency that Julie seems to have, and based on her literally saying, I want to save him. I'm going to try and save him. I mean, maybe it is Jim. Maybe it is Jim. But I feel like the only other possibility could potentially be like the goat or the dog, maybe, if it is a goat or a dog that is hanging from the motel sign, which if we've seen some of the other stills, looks like it could potentially be. Again, we did see these stills a few weeks back that showed that bloody bag on the ground looking like it had just been cut down. And inside of it, we can see an animal, very much an animal, either one of the dogs or one of the goats, many people believe. So could that be what was hanging up in the, hanging from the sign? Could this potentially be Alma, Ethan's goat? And could Julie be attempting to go back to try and save her brother's goat or something? Like, I hope that's not the case. I tend to lean a little bit more towards it being Jim. I feel like Jim just makes the most sense. Like, why would Julie risk doing this story walking again, unless it was for something that really meant something to her, you know? After all, when she did the story walking the first time, she got super scared. Like, she was super scared that she wasn't going to be able to find her way back. Like, we hear her say that to Ethan, how afraid she was. So if she's going to continue to risk story walking, again, I have to imagine it's going to be for something that really holds deep meaning to her. So I do wonder if maybe this scene is taking place after she finds out about Jim's death, and maybe this is her first attempt to try and save Jim, maybe. I don't know. Randall taking on the big brother role. He is, and I'm very glad that they're portraying it that way, because Randall has been kind of that big brother figure to Julie. So I like that they're playing that aspect of their friendship. I think that fits better than anything else. Than just him being an older brother figure. That's definitely more fitting than anything else, for sure. For sure. So if I play MGM through Amazon Prime, I can't watch it in 20 minutes. I mean, if last week is anything to go off of, no, unfortunately. I'm not subscribed through Amazon, so I didn't know this, but the people that are subscribed through Amazon Prime, last week, apparently, when it dropped at midnight on the regular MGM service, it wasn't available for people who had it through Prime until like an hour or two after that. So if you are a member of MGM Plus through Amazon Prime, you might not get it right at midnight, like everyone else that's subscribed directly to MGM. But again, if that is the case, you can still watch it. Again, our co-host Ravener is going to be hosting a viewing party in our Discord. So if you click on that link, you can head on in there and you should be able to watch it there. But everyone that has their own screens, you can watch it on your own screens and we'll all play at the same time like we usually do, or you can hop into the Discord as well. But we're getting closer and closer now, guys. Closer and closer now, just 16 minutes away. 16 minutes away from episode 2 getting here. Yes. And of course, we got a $1.99 and a special shout out for PM Philosophy as well. Yes, shout out to PM Philosophy, our wonderful co-host. Who could not join us tonight, unfortunately, is at a family gathering. But she is here in spirit. She's been hanging out in the chat, and I'm sure she'll be back for our next week's show as well. But yes, a shout out to PM Philosophy as well from west of Westeros. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Definitely owe some glitter for that one. 100%. You can definitely get another Archie shout out. Absolutely, my friend. Another shout out to Archie, the awesome cat. Congratulations, Archie, for making a full recovery after your surgery. And your owner has been super awesome. You got a really great owner. But yeah, shout out to Archie the cat. Shout out to Archie the cat. Another shout out to PM, myself, and Ravener. Thank you again, west of Westeros. Very much appreciate you, my friend. Very much appreciate you. We appreciate it. I mean, we love doing these streams. We love it. We love diving into all this craziness with all of you guys. It's absolutely a blast. So I should be thanking you. We got another $19.99 from west of Westeros. Wow, thank you so much, my friend. Another $19.99 from Westeros. Ravener, we doing watch party? Yes, Ravener is going to be setting up a watch party in our Discord, and I imagine he's probably getting that ready to go as we speak. And he and I are going to coordinate and hit play at the exact same time. That way, anybody who's watching on their own screens can hit play, and we'll be watching at the same time as the Discord watch party plays. So you'll have the option to do either. If you want to watch it on your own screen, on your own big TV, and hit play at the same time as us, you can do that. Or if you want to pile into the Discord and watch it in there, you can also do that as well. And the link to the Discord one is pinned to the chat. So yeah, you have the option. I'll probably be watching on my own screen and keeping the live stream going as we watch. And then as soon as the episode ends, we'll be doing our after show discussion right here on the channel, our breakdown, our live breakdown, where we ask each and every one of you what you guys thought of the episode. So that is the plan. That is the plan for tonight. So thank you. Thank you very much, West of Westeros. And no, you definitely don't got to thank me. I got to thank each and every one of you. Thank you. I appreciate that, West of Westeros. But no, it is me thanking each and every one of you. And again, another 19. Appreciate it, my friend. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I owe you some more glitter. I owe you another glitter bomb, my friend. Another glitter bomb. But yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate it. And we got a 199 from Sunflower, who is giving a shout out to Doug himself. Yes, the man, the myth, the man behind the man in yellow, our good pal Doug, who has become such an active member of the From community as a whole, which has been so cool to see. The actors of this show are super interactive with everyone. You know, they're always answering fan questions and interacting with us. And that's super cool. Like we love to see that stuff. There's not many shows out there that have cast members that are willing to directly interact with fans, at least not on this level. So yeah, huge shout out to Doug, and huge shout out to the whole cast as well. Huge shout out to the entire Fromville cast. We are super grateful. And we have a 199 from Stuffy. Thank you so much, Stuffy D370. Very much appreciate it. Ramble was technically right about the mole. I mean, you got a point, right? You technically got a point. I mean, there kind of is a mole now in town. Sophia does fit the technical definition of a mole. So I mean, maybe it's a little validation for Randall. Maybe it's a little validation for Randall. It's a good point. Very good point. And we got another $9.99 from West of Westeros. Thank you so much, West of Westeros, for the $9.99. My friend, 2026 Halloween costumes, man in yellow. I mean, and PM and I were talking about this as well. We definitely were having a feeling that when 2026 comes around, when Halloween 2026 comes around, yes, I imagine we're going to see tons of Halloween costumes of the man in yellow. Like, it's such a good costume to dress up as. So yeah, I will be very surprised if we don't see tons of man in yellow Halloween costumes this year. I'll be very surprised if we don't see that. 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. And that'll be fun. That'll be fun to see. That'll be fun to see. I get the feeling we're going to see some. I definitely get the feeling we're going to see some, for sure. But awesome stuff, guys. Awesome stuff. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on this fine evening. Again, we're just a few minutes away now from season 4, episode 2, dropping on MGM Plus. And when it does, we will get everything synced up. Ravener and I will get on the same page where we both hit play at the same time. So again, if you're watching on your own device or on your own screen at home and you want to watch along at the same time with us, you can hit play at the same time that we hit play. And you'll be following, and then we'll do our after show right here on the channel. And of course, if you also want to jump into the Discord and watch it on the viewing party in there, the link to the Discord watch party is pinned to the live chat. So there it is, folks. You guys got options. You got options tonight. Multiple options. Hop into the Discord or watch it on your own screen. Either way, whatever makes you most comfortable. But here we go, folks. Here we go. And another $9.99 from West of Westeros. PM, you are our fave. Thank you for being Jeremy's friend. Yeah, a huge thank you to PM. Such an awesome member of the Fromville. We all love her, and we're all super thankful for her. And we can't wait to see her back. We know that she's spending some time with family tonight, but is definitely with us in spirit and in our hearts. So thank you so much, West of Westeros, for the $9.99. Very much appreciate that, my friend. You guys have been super generous lately, and I can't thank you all enough for all the support you guys have shown the channel. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Do you think the man in yellow left Jim's body at the RV? That is exactly what I want to figure out. That is exactly what I want to figure out as well, because all we get is that one little scene of Ethan running into Jim's arms and hugging Jim. I mean, obviously, we all had a feeling it's probably not really Jim. And now that we know the man in yellow is a shapeshifter, I think a lot of people are wondering if that's the man in yellow that Ethan is hugging in the trailer. But when Ethan runs up to Jim, if you look behind him, you can see the just bloody streak hanging down the RV. Like, Jim's blood is literally still on the RV. So I am wondering that as well. Like, how is Tabitha, Ethan, and Julie, and the rest of the town, how are they ultimately going to discover Jim's body? That is my question, I guess. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to know. How are they ultimately going to discover that Jim is dead? Where are they going to find the body? And there's been a lot of good theories there too as well. There's been a lot of good theories of people thinking that the body's going to be strung up in the barn somewhere, maybe strung up on a motel sign. Been a lot of good theories as to where Jim's body is ultimately going to kind of pop up. I just can't wait to see where. I'm hoping that they don't drag it out too much. I am really hoping that by the time this episode ends, they will have found out that Jim is dead. I'm hoping that's not something that they drag on too long. But we'll see. We shall see. Will this be the episode that they discover Jim's dead body? I don't know. I'm hoping so, but who knows? Who knows? When does the episode come out? The episode comes out in about less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. The episode should be out on MGM Plus if you are a subscriber to MGM Plus, that is. Now, if you are watching MGM Plus through Amazon Prime, you might not get it right at midnight like everyone else. Last week, we found out that the people that are subscribed through Amazon don't get it at the same time as people that are subscribed directly to MGM streaming service itself. So if you are directly subscribed to MGM, you should have access to it just after midnight Eastern Standard Time, which is just a few minutes away now. Again, less than 10 minutes, 6 minutes away, 7 minutes away. But if not, if you don't have access to it, again, our other co-host, Lord Ravener, is also having a viewing party in our Discord. So you can also hit the link that is pinned to the stream here, to the chat here, and that'll take you to the Discord viewing party. So you have an option. You have an option tonight. You can watch it on your own screen, on your own TV if you want, and hit play at the same time as us and watch along, or you can watch in the Discord. That is what we are doing, but we are just a few minutes away. I can't believe it, folks. I can't believe it. Less than 5 minutes away from episode 2. And while we do that, I suppose now would be a really good time for anyone who needs to take a quick bathroom break, get a drink, get a snack, whatever it is you need to do. I'm going to do the same. And while I do, I'm going to play this interesting little snippet of creating the talisman. Oh, actually, this one's pretty good. We'll play this one. Quick commercial break, as it were.
That's what this is. The quest. And everyone has a part to play. Sometimes the quest can be scary. And when it gets close to the end, that's when it gets really scary.
These talisman, they will protect the houses in town. I don't know why it works, but you got one of those, you keep the doors and windows shut, they can't get in. Never tried it on a vehicle.
This is impossible.
Yeah, it is. They're coming.
You put up your talisman every night, and you keep your family safe.
The only thing standing between these creatures that come from the forest are these things that they hang on the door.
Will that even work?
I don't know.
It'll work. It's kind of a do not enter sign for the monsters.
People used to crawl into the bushes, find a place to hide, pray that they made it through till morning.
There are 12 different talismans. They're all unique. They are made from fake stone to look like slate.
They have these like little ornate stenciling on them.
They're etched by hand. There's a certain amount of symbology on them.
The imagery is not accidental. It's a specific clue that our characters don't necessarily understand, but it is information that's valuable.
Like all religious symbols, they're keeping out the bad stuff, and they're blessing your home with goodness as opposed to the horrible stuff we imagine that could get inside.
Why they work is unclear, but why question it?
And that is an answer that will be given at the end of the series.
So how's this work?
Oh God, Jim, no. No!
And cut!
We knew that we wanted our creatures very much to maintain a human quality.
The creatures who look really normal at one point and then turn into monsters.
They come out of the woods at night looking like a creepy librarian, your neighbor's a worker or a milkman.
They take the form of somebody who that character would probably be close with. So Julie sees a young guy that maybe she knows from school.
Don't you recognize me? They come at you smiling. They come with a seduction and with an enticement.
When can I come inside?
They enjoy it, these monsters in this place. They enjoy inflicting harm.
They never run, which is even creepier. Because you know why? They don't have to.
There is a husk outside that is human, but there is something deeper in them. When it does come out, it's almost demonic. It's horrific.
We started off with that image of the Pope by Francis Bacon, the English painter. I always thought he was painting people on the inside, not the outside.
They are intelligent creatures, and we're going to find out more about that.
And there we go. We are back to our regularly scheduled program. And we're just 2 minutes away now, ladies and gents. We are just 2 minutes away from episode 2 hitting our screens. 2 episodes away. 2 minutes away. Here we go. And again, I think episode 2 is going to be good. If again, what Harold Perrineau said is any indication, it seems like this is the episode that really sets the tone for the rest of the season, according to him. According to him, anyway. We'll play the trailer one more time. Here is the trailer for episode 2.
I need you to come back to the ruins with me.
Why?
Because I'm going to save him.
So you just walk inside, and then what? If people find out what you did, what we did, that's the kind of thing that could tear this place apart.
What is that? What's the bat?
No.
There we go. Episode 2 is going to be insane. Looking forward to it. Got some stills from episode 2. We got this was the shot in the trailer that I thought was super interesting. And there's been a lot of theories as to who this monster is attacking here. Is it Julie? Is it Jim? Is it Randall? Is it someone else? I think Julie. I think it could potentially be Julie. I think Julie is the best bet. Just based on, we know she's going to be story walking. We know it seems like she's going to end up in the woods at night surrounded by the monsters, if the trailer was any indication. We know at some point Julie gets that scratch on her face. Could this potentially be the scene where Julie gets that scratch? Is this the encounter with the monster that she has that gives her the scratch? And she maybe story walks away before the monster can finish her off, maybe. I don't know. Don't know. But we shall see. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. All right. We are going to get this thing coordinated up and ready. So whenever Ravener is ready, we are going to dive into everything. Let's see. Let's see where we are at. Season 4, episode 2. All right. Looks like season 4, episode 2 is available, ladies and gentlemen. It is available. Let me pull this up here, share my screen. Now, unfortunately, again, I can't play the full episode here on this screen on YouTube because that is highly illegal, and my channel will get in a lot of trouble. So on this screen will just be a visual guide to kind of guide us as to where we are in episode 1. So if you want to watch on your own screen, load it up on whatever you usually watch it on, whether it's your phone, your tablet, your TV, whatever the case may be. Load it up and have it paused on the 000 mark, and we will all hit play here in a minute as soon as the Discord watch party is ready, which I'm told that Ravener is going to be hitting play right around 12:04, 12:05, so 2 or 3 minutes from now. And if you want to hop into the Discord watch party, you can do that as well. The link is pinned to the bottom of the chat. So there it is, folks. You got options. Options tonight. You can watch along on your own screen on here, or you can watch on the Discord watch party. Let's see. Let me pop on in there and we will see what our pals are doing in Discord. Let's see. Discord. When I get the all clear from Ravener, we will all hit play at the same time. And I'm going to hop in there right now. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. Ravener? What's up, my friend? Yeah, whenever you're ready, take your time. Whenever you're ready, I will hit play on my end. Okay. Okay. Okay, all right. Heading into voice one. Got it. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, whenever you're ready, you let me know. Okay. Yeah. Everyone else, if you can mute your mics, that would be great until afterwards. There we go. Just so we don't have feedback like while we're watching, so people can hear it clearly is all. But yeah. Okay, Ravener. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Let me do this real quick. Yes. Mute the mics. All right. All right, Ravener, I'm going to give you a countdown, my friend. And then we will go. And everybody who's watching on your own screen at home, when I hit play, when I say play, we can all hit play at the same time, and we will watch along with everybody that is in the Discord. But without further ado, Ravener, take a look at the chat. Let's see. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. MGM Plus, episode 2, season 4, episode 2, Prey. All right. Ravener, start your engines. Okay. Ravener, you good? You good, Ravener?
Oh, yeah.
You good? All right. Play now.
Pretty close.
You good?
Yep.
All right. Everyone hit play now. The Discord has just started theirs, and we are starting ours indeed. Here we go. Season 3, episode 2. It is officially here. It is officially here. And it seems like there was a limit. Unfortunately, we weren't anticipating that. Usually we do the plays it well. I'll give her that. This man in yellow plays it well. Man. She plays it well. I'll give her that. See that look? That fucking look. Oh, here we go. Elgin and Boyd. Kenny is such a sucker, says Golden Child. Yeah, there's no audio on the YouTube stream. I'm not allowed to show it live on the YouTube on YouTube. I'm not allowed to. So this is just a visual guide to show you where we are. You have to watch on your own device, and we all watch along. Or you can hop into the Discord and watch it in there. But I'm not sure if they're at capacity. But no, I can't play the audio here on YouTube. It's highly illegal. I'd get in a lot of trouble. So this is just a visual guide to show you where we are watching episode 1. Oof, what we did, he says. Hmm. Yeah, I can't show the episode. That unfortunately I can't. It's streaming in the Discord, or you have to watch it on your own device, and we all hit play at the same time. I'm not legally allowed to play the episode on here. So no, I will not be doing what you suggested. No, it's okay, and I don't mind saying it again. You know what I mean? I know people come late, and it's totally understandable. Not everybody was here from the very beginning to hear it all. Totally cool. But yeah, you know, we're streaming it in the Discord, but unfortunately, it looks like the Discord has a limit to how many people can go in there. And then we watch it here on here, where everybody hits play at the same time, and we watch it together. That's how most watch parties work on YouTube, usually. But that's how it is. That is how it is. Now they're going to clash. They're going to continue to clash, Elgin and Boyd. I don't know how much Boyd's going to be able to trust that he's going to keep his mouth closed about everything that happened. So that is definitely heading to a climax between them two. Can another person share it on Discord? I mean, I don't have anybody else on hand right now, unfortunately. If somebody else wanted to, they would certainly be welcome to. I mean, absolutely. But I don't have anybody. You know, I have Ravener doing it. Unfortunately, it's you know, we were going to do it in stages. And in stages, there's no limit. But apparently, stages wasn't working for him, so he had to use the regular one, and it has a max of like 200 people, I think. Didn't think we would get anywhere near that many people, that's for sure. But you can still watch along. You just have to watch on your own screen, like I'm doing. I'm not in Discord either. I'm watching on my own screen. Poor Boyd, man. Poor fucking Boyd. He's going through it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I get the feeling he saw the motel. He must have seen the motel. Yeah, there it is. He's looking at the motel. Ah, there's the bag. Damn. Is this the original version of the song, of the intro song? I believe so. I believe this is the same one. I believe it's on the same one. It should be on MGM. If you're a subscriber to MGM Plus, you should already have access to it. That's what this is right here. This is episode 2 on MGM Plus. But if you are watching MGM through Amazon, then you might not have it yet. If you're going through Amazon Prime, you might not have it yet. But if you are directly subscribed to MGM Plus itself, you should already have access to it. I appreciate that. Thank you. Big Dago. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. We try our best. We try our best. It's one of those intros that you just never really want to skip. At least for me anyway. Like out of all the shows that I watch, there's sometimes you have intros that you kind of just want to skip. You don't want to hear the freaking song every time you watch an episode. But the From intro, it's one of the few that I never skip. I always listen to it. What's in the bag? It's the goat. Shit. Animals, not multiple animals. It was the animals. It was the animals. Fucking goat head. Oh, he's in the barn. He's in the barn. He's in the barn. No fucking way. No fucking way. No. 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 Is he hanging in the barn? Was that what season 1 was foreshadowing when Tabitha had her vision of Jim hanging upside down? Is he hanging in the barn? He is! He's hanging in the barn, upside down. Oh my fucking God. Jim. Oh my God. Look at him. And he teared up his freaking torso too. He didn't just cut his throat. He did some damage after Jim was already dead. Really? Just to make it that much more gruesome? Fuck me. A lot of you guys called it. A lot of you guys called it. A lot of you said Jim's body was going to be in the barn. A lot of you called it. Damn. That's dark. That's super dark. And to have him strung up like that, the same way that Tabitha saw him strung up in that vision she had at the end of season 1, when she gets to the top of the lighthouse and she sees Jim hanging upside down. Talk about foreshadowing. Man, fuck. Gruesome. Knowledge comes at a cost. And now here's Sophia, happy Sophia, praying her ass off. Evil, evil, evil incarnate. Man. Yeah, to have the kids find them, exactly. Like, it's one thing to have Tabitha find the body, but for the kids, for it to be the kids, man, fucked up. Yeah, that was Tabitha's vision. That must have been what her vision was foreshadowing. Her finding his body like this. Crazy. Crazy. Damn. Kenny, stay away from her. Stay away from this woman, Kenny. It's no good. It's going to get you killed. I really don't want Kenny to die. Oh. Eesh, Ethan. Ethan. Man. Oh, man. Is it too soon for Jade to come in and console? Maybe a little too soon. Just a little. Man. Poor Matthews family, though. You know, they've been trying so hard to hold each other together since they got here. Jim and Tabitha were on really bad terms when they got here, about to divorce, and you thought maybe this place, for all of its nightmares, might be the one thing that bring them closer together. And it started to, until this. Now here we got Boyd and Jade dealing with the body, and Donna. Ugh. Again, the man in yellow cut Jim's throat, and Jim was dead after that. Yet when we see Jim strung up in the barn, his torso was all splayed up. I mean, I'm guessing maybe that was the man in yellow trying to make it seem like the monster killed Jim, not to reveal himself to quite yet, I guess, maybe. But man. Rest in peace, Jim. Crazy. Crazy. Man. So yeah, I guess it looks like Jim might be the in the second grave now after all. If his body already got found, yeah, it looks like it's going to be Jim and the priest most likely in the funeral that we saw in the trailer. Crazy. Crazy. Man. Jade's like, not again. Jade did this last time. Clean up the body. Knowledge comes with a cost. What does that mean indeed, Boyd? Oh, Jade's going to tell Boyd finally. Are they finally going to start sharing information with each other? Yes, Jade, tell Boyd everything you know. Everything that you just learned, tell him all of it. No more keeping secrets. It's time to bring this shit out into the open. And hopefully that's what Jade's getting ready to do. Man, crazy. Yeah, how many knows? It should be on MGM Plus. If you're a subscriber of MGM Plus directly through MGM Plus, you should already have access to it. If you're a subscriber of MGM Plus through Amazon, you might not have it for another hour or so. But if you subscribe right through MGM Plus, you should already have it. Opening scene gave you a scare, yeah. I know. I hope nothing bad happens to Kenny. Oh, Sarah and Sophia having some scenes together. Uh-oh. This should be good. This should be good. Oh, man. Sarah and Sophia. Talk about a deadly combination right there. Sarah and Sophia. Okay. Jade is telling Boyd, yes. See, like we were saying earlier, the memories might have brought the man in yellow, but the song is what unlocked the memories. Damn. If we push too hard, something will push back. Ooh. I love how we're going all the way back to season 1 with some of these references. Yeah, that's the question. Right? Boyd asking the $1 million question. How do you save something that's already dead? That's the question. What does save the children mean? Hell yeah, Boyd. Hell yes. Finally sharing information like they should have been doing. Okay, now we got back to Sarah and Sophia in the diner. Yeah, Randall's really scratched up. Not just his face got it, his neck got it pretty bad too. Yeah. Yep. Acosta sucks. You know, Sarah's just trying to be nice and Acosta's just mean. Man. I got to be honest. I thought maybe they'd find Jim's body towards like the end of the episode, like with the episode ending with like maybe that kind of cliffhanger with them finding his body right towards the end. Was not expecting them to find it first thing. So, hey, the pace has been very steady so far. I like that. Yeah, it was Bacta. Haven't seen much Bacta yet, right? Yeah, haven't seen much Bacta. She wasn't in the trailers either, if I remember. We got Ethan and Julie back at the Matthews house. Ethan finally fell asleep. Poor kid, man. These kids have been through so much. Kids have been through so fucking much. Donna! Yeah, Sophia, I mean, it seems like the man in yellow does have superhuman strength, the way that he ripped out Jim's throat. So Sophia's, Sophia's strong, yeah. I like how Donna's at least trying to keep Julie safe. That's nice, Donna being a motherly figure, especially after everything that happened. But here goes Julie. See, Julie's wasting no time. She's going right to Randall, and they want to go right to the ruins. Start story walking. Oh, Randall doesn't know yet. Randall doesn't know yet. I can't show the episode. I'm not legally allowed to show the episode. This is a watch along where you have to hit play on your end and watch it on your device, and we watch it along here. I'm not legally allowed to play the episode on YouTube. If I was, I would. Trust me. I'm not legally allowed to do that. This is a watch along where you hit play on your end and we watch together, basically. So here we go. Julie and Randall off to the ruins to try and story walk. Yeah, Costa's got to go, right? Here we got Tabitha and Jade back in the barn. Tabitha doesn't give a fuck. And I get it. I get it. You know, if I was Tabitha, I probably wouldn't be thinking about all that either. I mean, she just lost her husband. But Jade's like, we got to get on this. Damn. Oof. Fuck you, she says. They're already fighting like a married couple. Oof. Play your stupid violin, she says. Tabitha's on one right now. Come on. Jade has been very helpful. Should have been you. What? Wow. Wow. Tabitha is something else. Tabitha is something else. Wow. It should have been you hanging from that rafter, she said. Wow. Wow. Damn. Damn. Oh, here goes Acosta on her joyride. She's going to try and steal the ambulance, just like we saw in the trailer. Yep. Here she goes. Oh, this is not going to end well. Off this. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Christy hopped right in. Man. The Discord link is pinned to the bottom of the chat. If you see that pinned message, that's the Discord link. Damn, she took right off. Shit. Sophia's cooked. Sophia is cooked. I think it's going to get to the point where Sophia, the man in yellow, overplays her hand. I don't know. I get the feeling they're going to start noticing red flags about her, that she's not quite right. Because she ain't right. The man in yellow is not good at pretending to be human. That before? Like, what are you doing, Acosta? What are you doing? Oh yeah, I mean, her cover is going to get blown super quick, right? I'd say by like mid-season, episode 5, 6, around there. I imagine it's got to be by there. Yeah, Costa's the worst. Costa's the fucking worst. The worst. She's crazy. After everything you've seen, she's been here long enough. Acosta, that is. I know she's new, but she's been here long enough to know, like, this place is crazy. If there was a way out, if you could just drive out, they would have. What are you doing? Randall. I love Randall. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't release on Prime Video for like another hour or so. But if you're a member of MGM Plus directly through the MGM Plus app, you get access to it right at midnight. But if you have MGM through Amazon Prime, it drops like an hour or two later. But that's why it's always best to subscribe right to MGM Plus itself, not through Amazon. If you go right through MGM itself, you'll get it right at midnight, just like the rest of us did. I don't know why they do it. Like, I don't know why they do that. I'm not sure why. I mean, they should release it on Amazon at the same time. I'm not sure why they do that. It's not a really good marketing decision. I feel like they should drop the episode at the same time all around the world for everybody. People in Canada have to wait till Monday. I don't know why they do that. It's ridiculous. Oh, Tabitha. Here she goes. Ah, Jim. Jim. But for anybody that wants to watch on their own device, we are at the 36 minutes in. Oh, man. Poor Tabby. Oh, man. Poor Tabitha. Ah, man. It must be so much worse for Tabitha, too, because it's not like she's just by herself and just lost her husband. Now she's got two kids to take care of by herself. So it's doubly devastating, I would imagine. Yes, episode 2 is out. If you're a member of MGM Plus, the streaming service, you should already have access to episode 2. Oh man, I was hoping she was going to say, "You'll come with us when we go." Ah, man, poor Jim, poor Tabitha. Now, Boyd. Damn, Acosta is crazy. Acosta. Ah, man. Henry's great, man. Henry's fucking great. Something about the Victor and Henry scenes, they always get me. Maybe it's, reminds me of being my own old man. I don't know, but The freaking Victor and Henry scenes are always so good. Now here we go. Julie getting ready to story walk. Oh, she wants Randall to walk in first. Shit. She wants Randall. Again, Randall was taken along with Julie and Marielle. A lot of people have wondered if Randall has some sort of abilities too that maybe just haven't manifested. Yeah, I got another scene to torment everybody with. Yep. I thought the same, Golden Child. Yeah. Nothing happened when Randall's goes in. Where is she gonna go? Where is Julie gonna story walk to? We did see that clip in the season 4 trailer that looks like she almost visits that moment in season 2, episode 9, when Boyd's using the bio bullets on the monsters in the woods. It almost looks like she travels there if the trailer was any indication. But I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. Oh, here we go. Here she goes. Here she goes. Yes, episode 2 is available, but yes, it's only on MGM Plus. It's not on Prime yet. You got to subscribe directly to MGM Plus. Yep, there she is. There she is. There's the creepy nurse monster. There's all of them. Ha, ha, ha. She went back to that episode. There's the RV. Oh, shit. There's the monsters. Oh, fuck. There's Jim. Ah. Jim. There's Donna. There's Jim. There's Boyd. Yep, that's that episode, the Bile Bullet episode. She traveled back to that moment. Oh, there's the monster. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Damn, Julie, watch out. The monster got Julie. What the fuck? Send Thomas a message. Oh, oh man, he wanted. That's kind of sweet in a way, you know. He knows his brother's dead. Now he knows his father's dead. He wants them to be together and not alone. That's sweet. It's sweet from a kid's perspective. Look at the hair. Look how different Jim's hair looks. Look at his hair. Ian Bailey must have cut his hair after this, and this must be a wig. That looks like a wig. Does not look like Jim's hair. Keeps looking around like he's waiting on something. Man. The dream. The dream of the Lake of Tears. Oh, shit. Damn. Yeah, Lake of Tears. See? Oh, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that's not Jim. I don't know. That ain't Jim. That ain't Jim. That ain't Jim. Man. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Wow. Okay. Wow. Episode 2. Holy cow. Where did I find this? It's out. The episode's out. If you're a member of MGM Plus, if you're a subscriber to MGM Plus, you should already have access to the episode. They always release them Saturday night just after midnight if you're a subscriber to MGM Plus. So yeah, the episode's out. It's available for everybody. Everybody has access to it if you're subscribed to MGM, that is. If you're subscribed to MGM through Amazon, they release it there like an hour or two later. But if you're subscribed directly to MGM Plus, the streaming service, you get access to it right at midnight, right when it drops. And that's where we watched it. So yeah, it's out. The episode is out and it is available for people to watch. Man, what an episode. What an episode. I feel like they threw quite a lot at us. A lot of stuff happened. Of course, the revelation of Jim definitely kind of sets the tone right at the beginning of the episode for what we're going to be dealing with. But yeah, I gotta say, I thought that the discovery of Jim's body would come a little closer to the end of the episode, like something that the episode was going to build up towards, and then boom, we get the reveal at the end. I was definitely not expecting you to get the reveal that early. But that was actually good. I had no problem with that. I like the pacing of the show where they're really getting through things. And we said this about episode 1 as well last week. They didn't really draw out the reveal of the Man in Yellow. We knew by the time the episode ended, we knew full well the Man in Yellow is a shapeshifter and he's turned into Sophia and he's infiltrated the town. They didn't drag it out. That's something they could have easily dragged out over the course of 2 or 3 episodes. But they didn't. And I like that. I like how the pacing is picking up a little bit, which makes sense that it would. These are the final 2 episodes. There's only 20 episodes in total of From left with this season and next season. So it would make sense that the pacing is going to pick up a little bit more. But no, I like how the episode starts off. We get the reveal about Jim right early on. And of course, the manner in which we find Jim is also pretty interesting. A lot of us were wondering, is Jim going to get found strung up in some manner, kind of strung up in some way? We all remember the vision or the dream that Tabitha has at the end of season 1, where she has that vision of her going up to the top of the lighthouse and finding Jim hung upside down. And when Jim screams, it's what comes out of his mouth, or at least the audio that comes out of his mouth, is actually the sound of the RV crashing when they first land in Fromville. So when you look back at that in hindsight, it's almost like it was always foreshadowing that Jim was going to die by the RV and get found like this. But that was pretty interesting. Again, we did see the creators talk a little bit about, heading into season 4. A lot of what we're going to see is going to be them tying up a lot of stuff that they began in episode 1, in season 1, and in those earlier seasons. Mysteries that they set up in the very beginning get paid off this season. And I think this is very much one of them. This is one of those foreshadowings where I believe it was season 1, episode 8, or season 1, episode 9. It was towards the end of season 1 where Tabitha has this dream, this vision of her climbing the lighthouse steps and finding Jim up there. And now we see it was very much foreshadowing for how she would later find his dead body. So it looks like, when they said that they're paying things off from season 1, it looks like they meant it. Looks like they meant it. And this is definitely, I would say, an example of that. But yeah, I mean, for everyone who was guessing about the goats and the animals, it looks like, we were right about that at least. The motel sign was not Jim. It was very much the animals. But then again, that was kind of given away from that still shot, that image that was released a few weeks ago, where we could clearly see the bag on the ground with some kind of animal in it. So we kind of knew that was going to be happening. But yeah, Jim has been discovered, ladies and gentlemen. And again, very interesting how the man in yellow didn't just cut Jim's throat. Like, he cut Jim's throat to kill him, but we see the man in yellow went a little step further and tore up Jim's body a little bit. I mean, perhaps in an attempt to just make it look like Jim was killed by one of the regular monsters. Maybe the man in yellow is not trying to draw too much attention to himself yet, or to herself yet. So maybe he's just trying to pass off Jim's body as though to make it look like he just got killed by another one of the monsters, and the monsters just strung him up in the barn. We know the monsters like to do weird, fucked up shit. So I get the feeling that could be it. Maybe the man in yellow just trying to keep his cover, make it seem like it was just a monster attack. But yeah, he's gone. He's gone. And again, does that mean that it was Ghost Jim? At the end of episode 1, when we see all the cabinets flying all over the place, was that really Jim? Was that Jim trying to reach out to his family? And was this Jim as well? Again, that's another question we have to ask ourselves. The Jim that we see at the end of episode 1, is that really the spirit of Jim? Or is that the man in yellow pretending to be Jim? Did he transform into Jim because he wants to get that dream out of Ethan's head? What exactly is so important about this dream that Ethan had? I mean, we hear him talk about the Lake of Tears and how it's a very special place, and how the secret fairies are going to be coming from the Lake of Tears to heal Norman. So whatever kind of dream that Ethan had, it seems like maybe the man in yellow wants that dream. So again, I'm not too sure that was Jim, but let me know what you guys think in the chat. I guess that's one of the first questions I'd like to hear from you guys. The Jim we get at the end of this episode, do you think that was really Jim coming back to try and get this information from Ethan because he feels it can help? Or do you think that was the man in yellow trying to learn more about Ethan's dream because he wants to reach the Lake of Tears? Like, is that what the man in yellow wants? Does the man in yellow ultimately want to find the Lake of Tears, maybe? But what about you guys? What do you think? Was that real Jim, or was that the man in yellow, or something else? Was it real? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it appears the man in yellow might not know as much as we thought. Maybe. I mean, if that was the man in yellow, maybe. I don't know. I think Ethan has power. Maybe. He might. He could. He very well could. I mean, it's very interesting. We see Julie clearly has some kind of ability. Tabitha is, a reincarnated version of a long line of reincarnation. So almost everybody in the family has some kind of weird specialty. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ethan has some kind of extra sensory perception or something, that the dream that he had at the beginning of the season was more of a foreshadowing of things to come. Maybe he was seeing a vision of the future even. Maybe that's what the man in yellow wants. He wants to know what Ethan saw and where this Lake of Tears is. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's it's an interesting question, if nothing else. Was that really Ghost Jim, or was that the man in yellow at the end? Again, just the way that he was acting, the way that he's constantly kind of looking all around to make sure no one's approaching, like the whole thing just seemed a little off, just seemed a little bit weird. I don't know. It just seemed a little bit weird. I tend to think that my instinct tells me it wasn't really Jim. I guess my instincts are telling me that it wasn't really Jim, but I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Let me know. It was a Ghost Jim, but for sure, real Jim, and he is in the house in the last episode and most likely will be back again. I definitely get the feeling we'll see him again. Like the actor Ian Bailey, I definitely get the sense we're going to see him more throughout the show, either coming back as some kind of Ghost Jim or coming back as the man in yellow disguised as Jim. I think we'll see him a little bit more. The writers suck, giving Tabitha forced hatred towards Jade just to divide them in season 3 when Jade played the song. The writers did that to go against what the fans thought would happen. I mean, I don't know. I certainly didn't like Tabitha's response either, to be honest. I thought her response was pretty cold. Her blaming Jade for all of this, like Tabitha wasn't right there pushing Jade along the way to do all of this. Like Tabitha was right there. She wanted to do all of this just as much as Jade. When they found out that those numbers were actually music notes and they were about to go out and play it, you saw the look on Tabitha's face. She was like a giddy school kid. She was so excited. She couldn't wait to get out there and play this freaking song. So yeah, Tabitha all of a sudden kind of turning around and just blaming all of this on Jade, like it's Jade's fault, and then saying, oh, it should have been you hanging up there in that barn. What? Fuck you, Tabitha. That's super fucking cold. Super cold. Jade did nothing other than what you fucking asked him to do. He's trying to solve this just like you were. So yeah, I agree with you. I thought that was a pretty messed up response from Tabitha to kind of just condemn Jade and just blame Jade like that. That was fucked up. Definitely fucked up. Definitely messed up. I think Jim was the boy in white. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows with this show? Who knows with this freaking show? Lake of Tears is a series finale of the series. It might be. It might be, Mike. I think you might be right. Like if this is potentially where this is all heading, then yeah, maybe, you know, final season towards the end, ultimately getting to the Lake of Tears has something to do with completing this quote unquote quest. Because we know at this point, it seems like they're here that saving the children is more along the lines of some kind of quest that they need to complete. Like what exactly does saving the children actually mean? And I love how Boyd brought up the question in this episode. Like we actually have the characters talking about these things now, where Boyd straight up says to Jade, how do you save something that's already dead? So that's going to be very interesting, them finally getting that storyline out and into the show. The question of how do you save these Onkui children if they're already dead? What does saving them really mean? Does it mean saving their souls so they can be put at rest type of thing? Does it mean using Julie's storywalking ability to go back in time and stopping it from ever happening? Like what exactly does saving the children mean? So I'm glad that they finally put that out there into the actual show, and we actually have characters talking about that. So hopefully that will develop into a good storyline as this season goes on and heading into the next season. We get that fleshed out a little bit more, and we find out just what exactly does saving the children mean, and what do they have to do to save the children? What quest do they have to complete? What objective do they have to do? What do they have to physically do to achieve this? So I'm glad that we're getting some good plot points, that we're actually moving the plot forward at a pretty reasonable pace. And that's good. I like that. Keep that. I hope they keep that up. I hope they keep that up. And yeah, how could Jim be the man in yellow and Sophia at the same time? Well, I guess that's the question. I mean, yes, he is Sophia, but it could have been one of those things where Sophia sneaks off into the woods, turns into Jim, has this scene, and then goes back to town and turns back into Sophia. Again, like we don't know, where was Sophia when this exact scene was happening, so I think it's definitely possible that it could be him. We have no idea exactly what this man in yellow is really capable of yet. But no, I mean, you bring up a good point, at least. Like if they're in the same, if we ever see those two beings in the same spot at the same time, then yeah, I mean, all bets are off. It might really be Jim. But again, I don't know. The way that this Jim was acting, the way that it straight up wanted to know about Ethan's dream, that's super fucking weird. That just doesn't seem like something that real Jim would do. Like if real Jim came from beyond the grave and saw Ethan, I don't know. I get the feeling he wouldn't be asking him about his dream. It just doesn't seem like a Jim thing to do. It does seem like something the man in yellow would do, though. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% convinced yet, I guess, whether or not it's really Jim, or whether this was the man in yellow in disguise, or some other part of Fromville. I mean, was this something other than the man in yellow? I guess we have to ask ourselves. It's hard to know. It is hard to know. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Is this really Jim, or is it potentially the man in yellow? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, and yeah, Makita brings up, I mean, we did see Jim physically touch Ethan. So yeah, I mean, does that lessen the possibility of it being a ghost? I don't know. I mean, that's a good point that you bring up. If nothing else, we did see Jim physically touch him. But yeah, again, I guess we don't know the rules as to how spirits can operate in this place, whether or not they can physically interact with things, or whether or not they can't. But no, it's a good point. Definitely a good point to at least bring up. Jim did physically touch him. So does that lean a little bit more towards it not being the real Jim, I guess? I don't know. Good question, though. Very good question. Let's see what else was got. Yeah, the Lake of Tears is coming soon. And I guess that's another question as well. Like, would we even see the Lake of Tears this season? Or is that something they'll save for the final season? Like, when I see the Lake of Tears and how important it could potentially be, if that is like the main destination that everybody's trying to get to, then I tend to kind of lean a little bit more towards maybe we'll see it in season 5. Like, we won't see it this season, or maybe at like the very end of season 4. Like, could this season end on some kind of massive cliffhanger where we get our first glimpse of the Lake of Tears right at the end of the season? I could potentially maybe see that happening. Maybe, yeah. But it looks like it's coming. I mean, one way or another, it looks like that could potentially be the destination where all of this might be heading at some point. So that'll be fun. That'll be fun to see how that plays out. And yeah, when we saw the bartender was holding the glass cup. That's right. Very true. He was cleaning the glass mug when he was out there in the woods with Jade. They're physically interacting with things. So yeah, I mean, and again, now that we know that the Man in Yellow is a shapeshifter, I do tend to lean a little bit more towards maybe all of these appearances were the Man in Yellow. We go back and look at some of the advice that these apparitions were giving some of these characters. Some of the advice was good, some of it was not so good. So it's hard to tell. It is hard to tell, but you do at least bring up a good point. Even Tom, the bartender, was physically holding things. Hell, the first time Tom, the bartender, showed up to Jade was when he was actually in the bar. Tom sat down, he picked up the moonshine, poured a drink, and even took a sip of it. So we did see him like physically interacting with stuff. So yeah, again, is that proof it's not a ghost? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I suppose it could go either way. If it's the Man in Yellow, are we thinking he can make people see other people? Oh, okay. Or that's literally him transforming into someone else because he's with Sarah at the same moment. And I guess that is a good question. Like, if this is the Man in Yellow, is this him physically there? Or is this him kind of making Ethan see this? I guess so that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. We see that Sophia is with Sarah in this episode as well. So I guess if Sophia didn't like sneak away from Sarah to do this real quick, I don't know. Then maybe that's the case. Or maybe it's really Jim. Again, it's hard to know. There's not really like super definitive evidence for any one of the answers. So I feel like it could be Jim or it could be the Man in Yellow. I feel like it could still be either or. But no, you guys are pointing out, if nothing else, you guys are pointing out a lot of good stuff that makes it lean one way or the other, for sure. This is how Tabitha reacts. That same thing she told Jim when Thomas died. I mean, we've seen this from Tabitha. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be a reoccurring kind of pattern with her. She tends to always have these kind of reactions to things where at first she just doesn't want to deal with it. That's it, really. At first, she just kind of doesn't want to deal with it. She does whatever she can to avoid it for a little bit, and then she eventually confronts it. And I get the feeling we'll probably see something similar here, even though she's right now at the point where she doesn't really want to confront it. I think she'll get to the point where she will, and hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, very crazy episode. Very, very crazy episode. Very crazy episode indeed. Let's see what else you got. See what else you guys are. Yeah, Poltergeist Jim said history name and Morse code. I mean, there were people bringing that up as well. That the slamming of the cabinets. That if that was Jim, some people were picking it up as a potential Morse code message. I'm not an expert on Morse code myself. I know very little Morse code myself, so I can't really speak to that. I would have to go and like really analyze that scene and like do some research. But I think it's an interesting theory, if nothing else. If Jim was trying to do some Morse code with slamming the cabinets, a funny theory, if nothing else, for sure. Let's see what else we got. I was starting to cry when she was walking to dead Jim, and I whispered, "You done?" I mean, you definitely feel for her. You do. You definitely feel for her. I mean, and you feel for Jim too. If anything else, like I really feel for Jim. Like someone said this last week in the comment section when when we all saw that kind of Jade and Tabitha kind of just come back to town with not even like a regard as to, hey Jim, come back to town with us. Hey Jim, we're going back to town. They kind of just go back to town, just assuming Jim would do the same. And I get what the comment was saying. Like they weren't really showing Jim any regard. They weren't. I mean, they had just done something really weird. They have no idea what kind of consequences it was going to have. And neither of them went back to check on Jim before they went back to town. They just went back to town. And I thought that was a pretty interesting kind of observation and an interesting comment because, yeah, it's true. I mean, it is true. They just got done doing something that they all thought was potentially going to be very dangerous. Yet neither Jade nor Tabitha went back to even check on Jim. Now, I suppose you could make the argument that Tabitha and Jade are just like in a state of just mental shock. Like they're just in complete shock that they're not even thinking about Jim and they just head back to town. And I suppose that would be fair as well, too. I mean, they did just get this massive revelation. But at the same time, I thought that was kind of funny that, neither of them really went back to check on Jim. They just left him there. But again, they were traumatized. They were traumatized. I felt tension between Jade and Tabitha. It definitely seemed like Tabitha was very angry towards him. And again, Tabitha kind of blaming Jade for all of this that's just not cool. That is just not cool. Again, Tabitha came to Jade wanting help. I mean, Tabitha, every step of the way, Tabitha wanted to try and figure this thing out. So for her to just kind of single out Jade and to blame Jade like it's his fault, and then to go one step further and say, oh, it should have been you hanging from that rafter, diabolical. Absolutely diabolical from Tabitha. That was messed up. Absolutely messed up. But yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to see where Jade and Tabitha's friendship goes from here. What is it going to evolve into? What is the next iteration of their friendship? What does it look like now that Jim's gone? I know there have been a lot of people asking if Jade and Tabitha, if there's a possibility that Jade and Tabitha could ever hook up. And I just don't think that's the case. I just don't think that's where the show is going. I just don't think that's where their characters are going. Yes, they are, reincarnations of an original married couple. But they themselves both had their own lives, and Tabitha had her own family. So I guess that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But I'm not expecting them to ever get like romantically involved. Although some believe they might, and I suppose I can understand why some people might think that, considering the history, the cosmic kind of married couple finding each other type thing. So I can get it. I understand. But yeah, we shall see. We shall see. Scrolling down, let's see what else we got here. Oh, we got a few super chats. Let me get to this. 999 from West of Westeros. Thank you so much, West of Westeros. You and I have not hung out verbally together. Well, actually, I have been thinking about doing that. I am going to, maybe I'll pick a day this week and we'll do it. Because I have been getting some requests to do a call-in stream. Like, it's not something I do often, but if we get enough requests for stuff, I always want to, be accommodating to what you guys want to do. So I have gotten a few requests to do some kind of call-in stream where I just throw the StreamYard link in the chat and people can click on it, come on and talk a little bit from and hang out for a little bit. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'll do that. If not this week, next week, during the week, we will do a special From live call-in stream where if you guys want to pop on and hang out for a little bit, you'll be more than welcome to do so. Again, it's not something I usually do, but again, I always want to accommodate if people are asking for something. So we'll do that again, either this week or next week. We'll do a live call-in where you guys can pop on and hang out for a bit. Tell us some of your favorite from theories, or really talk anything you want. Anything you want. We got another $9.99. Go to Discord. Yes, I think this was sent earlier when the Discord was starting. but I myself watched it here. But I hope people who were able to get into the Discord and watched it, I hope it went well. Next week, we'll try and get the stage worked out a little bit better, so that way there won't be a limit to how many people can go in there. Usually we do it on stage, but I guess Ravener was having a little bit of trouble with stage. So next week, we'll try and get a handle on that a little bit before, so we can do it with no limit. So anybody and as many people that want to go in there can. But again, big thank you to everybody in the Discord for showing up for that, and a huge thank you to Ravener as well for hosting the watch party. Very much appreciate that, my friend. You did not have to do that. You took time out to do that for us, so I very much appreciate you. And yeah, it was a pretty good episode. It was a pretty good episode, indeed. Indeed. We got Robert Saunders for $20. Thank you so much, Robert Saunders. Very much appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, and as we were just talking about a minute ago, yeah, don't forget Norman, aka Jim, needed to be taken to the Lake of Tears to be healed. Yeah, could Jim actually be Norman? Jim needs Ethan to find it so he can be healed, and the fairy will most likely be Julie, since she did not save Norman in the first telling. I mean, it could be. It could be. But I mean, maybe that could be the interpretation of that whole story. I did a video not too long ago on an interesting interpretation of that original story, because I got my hands on the original script for episode 1, season 1 of From. And it has a little bit of slight alterations. There are some things in the script that didn't make it into the final version of the show. Some interesting lines of dialogue that they, for whatever reason, cut out of the show. And the story that Julie is telling Ethan in the beginning of the episode, there are a few lines in the original version of that script that didn't make it into the show. And they paint a kind of a little bit more of an interesting picture as to what this whole thing might be. There's one line that has been kind of removed from the show that's in the script that goes along the lines of, Norman, you have defeated the evil beast and saved the town. Almost word for word, it's something along those lines. So I almost wonder if they removed it because maybe that was too spoilery, that this Norman character is at some point going to kill the evil beast and save the town. And that always had me believing that Norman was going to be Boyd, that Boyd was going to be the one to, kill the evil beast and save the town. But again, Norman potentially being Jim that needs to get healed at the Lake of Tears is also an interesting theory as well, just given the development that we just saw, right? So I like that theory too. But yeah, they have told us that everything we need to know about the story, we can find out in that first episode. Now, and again, it's most likely referring to that story that Julie was telling. It's just a matter of finding the correct way to interpret that story. There's a lot of good and different interpretations of that story, but I suppose it'll be fun to find out what the real one is, if anybody got it right, or if none of us got it right. But yeah, it's always fun going back to that story, to the story that Julie tells Ethan of Norman and the Lake of Tears, and Norman dying from a scratch mark from one of the monsters. The claws went too deep. That's another part that's in the original script. But yeah, I think if Norman isn't Boyd, I like the idea of Norman maybe potentially being Jim, again, just based on what we just saw in this episode, I guess. We didn't see what was in the sack. We did, yes, we did. We saw what was in the sack. It was the animals, like we thought. It was the animals. You see, I'll pull it up. We'll show the scene here. But they did show it. We did find out what was in the bag, and again, it looks like we were correct. It was the animals, the goat in particular. It looks like multiple goats too. It doesn't look like there's just one in there. It looks like there's like multiple goat bodies in this thing. But here we go. Let's take a look here. There we go. There's the goat. You see the tongue hanging out, but here you can see like there's multiple different goats, or maybe even a dog in there too, for all we know. But there it is. There's the shot. We found out what was in the bag hanging from the motel sign. And again, a lot of us did have a feeling it might be some kind of animal just based off that photo that they released a few weeks ago. They released a photo that kind of spoiled this shot that showed this sack on the ground with some kind of animal inside. So a lot of us had a feeling it was going to be some kind of animal, either the dog or one of the goats. But it looks like it's multiple. It looks like it's more than just one animal. So yeah, there it is, folks. We found out what is in the bag. What is in the bag? I wonder who will Sophia's next victim. Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. I mean, I don't think Sophia is just going to like outright kill anybody. I think she's more in town to kind of spread havoc, to spread chaos, to kind of, mentally manipulate these people into turning on one another. It seems like when he said, what comes next is my favorite part. And my favorite part is watching them turn on each other. So I get the feeling we're not going to see Sophia like technically like killing people. I think it's more going to be her getting under people's skin, her getting, people to turn against each other, whether that's through her manipulation tactics, lying, or whether that's through her revealing some truths, some hidden truths about this place, like Jade finding out the truth about Toby, about about Elgin getting the truth out about what really happened to him. But we shall see. Oh, well, we got PM has joined us. Thank you so much, PM, for joining. We have finished watching the episode a little while ago, and we are diving into it now.
I see. Yeah, I'm figuring this is probably the last 10, 15 minutes of the show, but I'm obsessed. So I was like, I don't care. I'm going to join for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it is, right? So I see that you have pulled up what was in the bag. And as I was listening and watching, immediately I was like, you guys, there is demonic symbolism.
Oh yeah,
There
the
is
horns.
a lot of
Yeah.
yes. So the goat head
Yeah.
and the way that the goat, when they open the bag, the fact that this is the first thing they see.
This is the first image we got.
Decapitated goat head.
Yeah.
There is demonic symbolism. There's a lot of symbolism as to what this means, right? And I think with the man or the entity in yellow, because I call him the entity, now that it's a woman, it's a man, we don't know.
Yeah.
This entity is able to recite biblical
Tons of biblical
passages.
references. Yeah.
She's able to recite passages, to recite prayers, biblical prayers, and is using demonic symbolism to terrify them so that she can be the light. And this is a way of her or the entity getting its way. Think about it. The people that are there are going to start seeing this and associating it with some sort of evil. You go into the demonic symbolism of it all. Everybody knows a goat head is not a good omen.
Not a good
omen. But
omen,
if you have somebody that
sign.
is praying, right? Somebody that's praying and recites biblical prayer and has the Holy Bible, you're going to run to her. You're going to be like, yeah, the devil's amongst us. You're going to run to her without them knowing they're running right into the trap. That is the trap. To give them all of this so that they could come to the terms that they are under demonic attack. It wouldn't take much because we do know that there are people there that have talked about religion before Sophia. So it wouldn't take much to scare them. But if you see a goat,
it's very easy to galvanize people, especially in a place like this. Yeah, you throw down some demonic imagery, some symbolism, some dark omens. It's not going to be too hard for Sophia to galvanize these people into thinking she has the answers.
Exactly right. And then my next thing was Jim, right? We don't know for sure if it's Jim or the entity in yellow, but there are there's evidence, good evidence for both options.
There is. That's what we were discussing. Some evidence for both.
Yeah, when we mentioned the chat and I clocked it immediately when we saw the still. We mentioned this a while ago, but his hair.
Hair,
We
yeah. Hair.
remember we had talking
It's
about his
so
hair.
bad. It's
Mhm.
so bad. It's not Jim's hair at all.
It's not Jim's hair. Listen, he's a gorgeous man. And every time we saw him, even when he was going through like the worst,
His hair
season
always looks
one,
good.
he
Yes.
always looks so good. And
His
I'm
hair
biased because
always
I think
looks
he's
good.
super handsome, right? But look at that. That is bad hair. That is not our Jim. That's
No,
not our Jim. Look at him. He looks ratty. And who also looks ratty all the time? Men in yellow.
yellow. Oh,
Man in yellow also looks ratty. So the hair is just like, and I know that you told us we're looking too deeply, and it might be a wig because the actor
it
had
might be a wig.
a
Yep.
change of hair, right?
Yep.
And
It
that's
might
why
be a
it's
wig.
bad. So
Could be.
there's evidence. There's
Yeah.
evidence for both.
Evidence for both. Exactly. Exactly. Evidence that could kind of point to him being Jim or him being the entity in yellow. Yeah.
Yeah, the ratty entity in yellow.
The ratty.
The ratty rat's nest
The
entity in
rat.
yellow. But the other point of evidence for this is that the entity, the ghost, Jim, is asking about information that they don't have. Like, hey, can you tell me more about XYZ? That
About your
sounds a
dream.
whole lot, the dream.
Yeah.
That sounds a whole lot like Father Cotry. When Boyd was trying to trap a monster, Father Cotry very nonchalant says, what are you doing anyway? Like, what's your plan
Yep.
anyway? And Boyd
Yep.
doesn't tell him.
Yep.
So I couldn't help but notice these two entities are interested. If you're just a ghost, you're just a ghost. Why are you so interested in information that you never
That's exactly what I was saying too. It's like it's a little weird, isn't it? Like if you really are Jim, if you really are the ghost of Jim, you're just happy to see your son. You just want to protect your family. You're not going to be asking about this dream and where the Lake of Tears are. It's just not something Jim would ask. It is something the man in yellow would ask, though, maybe.
Exactly. It's like, oh, what's it to you? If you are just a
Yeah.
ghost, right? Because with Father Cotry said to Boyd while he was having a conversation, I can't tell you what I am. You're supposed to tell me. You tell me.
You tell
And he
me.
said,
Yeah.
well, maybe you are, and our psychiatrist and therapist in the chat, our from team of therapists that we have
Mhm.
now, will
Yeah.
identify this. But Boyd himself gave himself therapy and diagnosed himself with, well, perhaps I'm just making you up so that I can process what has happened. Right?
Yep.
Like it's just something my mind has made up. So you're coming from my own
And
mind. Why
yeah.
would you ask yourself that? If that is your own mind, why is your mind asking you things that you already know?
Yeah. And when we first see Father Cotry show up after he dies, like when Boyd first sees Father Cotry for the first time in the basement of the clinic, Boyd asks him again. No, Boyd doesn't ask him, excuse me. Father Cotry straight up says to Boyd, well, you're the one down here talking to a figment of your imagination. So it's almost like he was maybe trying to make him pass himself off like this was all just in Boyd's head.
Exactly. Which again, I question him because I believe if you are in my head, then you think like me, you know what I already know. So it is
Yeah.
more likely, like the from therapist would probably agree, that you're going to feed back just a dialogue between what I'm struggling to decide on. But you're not going to ask me like, what's your plan? You already know what the plan is. You're going to
Yeah.
tell me that plan is stupid, that plan is not good. You're going to criticize me about it, but you're not going to ask me. That sounds like
Mhm.
somebody who's trying to get information. Also,
Yeah.
it was really interesting that Boyd and Father Cotry, their relationship was not your typical, uh, sheriff and pastor,
No, it
or
was
like
very unorthodox. Yeah.
he literally said, "You're a shitty priest."
Yeah,
Their
shit.
relationship was, "Dude, you're the worst," and Father Cotry was like hardcore. Like, hey, you made a box. You better put him in it, kill him, and then
We
next
built
thing
a
you know,
guillotine in the town square. What do you think's going to happen when they find out you lack the conviction to use it? Something that you just don't hear a priest saying, you know?
and nonchalant, he's like, "Yeah, you're gonna come to service." And Boyd, that's why he says you're a shitty priest, dude. is that you're fully on having service for the men that you advocated to die. Like you are crazy, right? And it was part of that. That's why he said you're not your typical father or biblical sort of person. And so when he shows up and he's telling him, do not do this to Elgin, you're going to cross a line. That's
It
not
didn't
Father
make
Cautry.
sense. No, it
Father
didn't make sense.
Cautry, you know what he would have said? Put him in the box. Because the
Do
thing
what you need to do.
about Elgin in this episode, Elgin actually got away with what he did scotch-free. The town has a rule. They don't like to enforce it because Boyd, if you ask Boyd, he will always try to find a way to not enforce the box. He says nobody's going in the goddamn box. However, remember, guys, season 1, in the town, there's a rule. If you put anybody's life in danger, you go in the box if you become a problem. So, Elgin, you could argue in the court of law that he put Fatima's life in danger. For all he knows, he had her out there where she could be preyed upon by these entities and these monsters. What is the rule? You put Fatima's life in danger, you go in the box. Everybody gets the box, basically. And then Fatima kills somebody, she gets the box. So if you look at it that way, he kind of got away with being tortured, losing a part of himself, yes, but he didn't lose his life. Right?
No.
So
yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out with Elgin and Boyd. How is Elgin? We saw how he was in this episode in terms of like, Boyd telling him, "Hey, you need to keep quiet." And he's like, "What if I don't?" So it's going to be interesting to see where that goes ultimately. Where is Elgin ultimately going to land? Crypt Musa was saying, "Hey, I have a theory that the voice which talked to Sarah are evil because they wanted Jade to die, but Sarah kills his friend." I mean, that's the thing. When I think about all of these voices that Sarah was hearing, now that this man in yellow has revealed himself, it's almost like you kind of have to go back and look at other previous parts of the show through like a different lens. Now that we have this new information, you go back and you rewatch earlier stuff and you see it kind of through a different way, or at least you find yourself asking different questions. Like these voices, for instance, the voices that Sarah is hearing, are they really the disembodied voices of people that were trapped here like they said they were? Or was it the man in yellow? Was this the man in yellow manipulating Sarah the whole time into doing his bidding? Like trying to kill Jade, like trying to kill Ethan. I don't know. I think that's one thing that the show could maybe answer at some point. Like what exact, because we know there's other stuff out there. Like I think there's a very good possible chance that the voices that Sarah was hearing were evil, but they also weren't the man in yellow. It was maybe something else. Like we know there's other stuff out there, like this cicada entity thing that we were dealing with in season 2. That was something different. So yeah, whenever I think about the voices that are manipulating Sarah, you always start to wonder, what are these voices really? Are they really disembodied voices of people that are also trapped here, that died and are also trapped here? Or is it something else? But like we said, Jade has his whole theory. Jade talks about the laws of thermodynamics, about how energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed from one form to another. And that definitely makes you wonder if, maybe people that die here, their energy, their spirit, whatever you want to call it, does get stuck here. I think with this Jim showing up and his very suspicious hair, it definitely at least begs the question as to what's going on here. Is this really the spirit of Jim, or is this something else?
I mean, like I said, I think we have evidence that could point to both things,
right?
Because of what Jade says and the Ankui children's behavior.
Yep.
Yes, somebody
Agree.
mentioned that. Why am I blanking on his name? He's on screen. The cute one that I like.
Jim.
Jim.
He doesn't
Sorry.
have his good hair here, so it's easy to forget his name.
I know, right? If you're not cute, you don't make an impression. I forgot about him without his cute hair.
So cool.
But Jim, right? When it comes to Jim, yes, it could definitely be Jim, even though he is physically interacting with Ethan. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's the man in yellow, because the Ankui children, they were able to physically multiple times hold on to Tabitha,
Yeah.
touch her,
The
even
boy
push
in
her to
white
the
can
ground.
physically interact with things as well.
Exactly. So I don't feel like that is big enough of a clue. Now, when it comes to the story and what he wants to know, yes, I know that it's suspicious, but right now I'm 50-50 whether this is the real Jim or the entity in yellow. Because the real Jim, he died and he saw this man in yellow cut his throat. He heard him say, "This is my favorite part." He clearly sees that there is evil. And he heard his wife said the story of how they reincarnated. So if you are a ghost, you would think, hey, what was weird about us getting here? I remember my son saying that there was a story about a lake of tears that someone could be saved. I'm going to go ask him. Maybe, and this is just tinfoil, super tinfoil, put your hat on. Maybe the person that avenges everybody and ends up killing Men in Yellow is Jim. Because you know how in the script, the original script, it
And
says,
maybe Jim is
"You
Norman.
did it, Jim. You defeated the evil
You did
one,
it,
right?
Norman. You did it, Norman. You killed the evil beast and saved the
Save
land.
the town." So maybe it's Jim, and maybe he only goes on this journey of saving the town because he was slaughtered by the Man in Yellow. So it's a full circle moment, and he will be healed in order to then go on to save the town. He needs to find the Lake of Tears to be healed to come back. But like I said, that's super tinfoil. We're going on in a whole different direction.
Yeah.
The other thing that I wanted to talk to you about, Jeremy, because you and I are fans of this movie. When I asked you guys last week, do you believe that Ballerina Ghost and Kimono Ghost are done for? A lot of people said,
Yeah.
yeah, Ballerina's probably done. We're not going to see her again.
Me too. I thought the ballerina, we probably wouldn't see her again, but then we saw this episode.
Exactly. I just thought we need resolution. She can't just be waltzing around and then disappearing, right? And when they were saying the ballerina, the men in yellow, all of the sudden, I don't know what it means, guys, and there might be nothing here, but it's very reminiscent of. It made me think of two things: 13 Ghosts. You know the structure of the story of 13 Ghosts, where it's a deck of cards almost, or the zodiac, so numbers, and the all of the numbers or the ghosts are like the ballerina, the men in yellow, the scarecrows, the cicadas, the this. So all of them being things that are horrifying.
Yeah,
exactly. It really is like the spider. It's reminiscent of this sort of thing where there are multiple entities. It's not just one, but as you're going through the process, you're unlocking a new terror. And it made me think of Terrence's card idea, because that's exactly how it would be. Like in a lot of card games, that is how you play. Like we have a game called Loteria, lottery, and the cards don't have like a number, they have a figure. So you would say the lady. El Catrín would be like the men in yellow. And so that is what the cards are. So it reminded me of games like that, where these entities do have to come back. There does have to be a resolution to Kimono, to the ballerina, and now the scarecrows. And Martin.
Martin, I really hope we see again. Out of all of them, Martin is the one that I definitely want to get some answers for. I feel like he's been such an intriguing character ever since he first showed up, that if we don't get like a full origin story, if we don't find out who Martin is by the time the show ends, I'll be very disappointed. And I think we will. And the rest of the characters that you just mentioned, like there's a lot that we don't know yet that we need to know.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly, right. The other thing, right? Briefly, just very briefly, which was, I feel like this episode had everything. I
This
definitely could
episode,
see.
that was the first thing that we were saying as soon as it ended. Like even while it was playing, like this episode had a lot in it. Like they put a, and again, I like the pacing. I'm really enjoying the pacing so far in season 4. They're not dragging these things out. Like, remember before the season started, we were wondering like, oh, how long are they going to drag out the discovery of Jim's body? Is this something that's going to happen early, or are they not going to find out that Jim's dead until episodes down? Because we know how sometimes they can drag things out a little bit. Same thing with the Man in Yellow. By the end of episode 1, we knew definitively what the Man in Yellow was doing, that he turned into Sophia, that they infiltrated the town, and shit's about to get crazy. And here, I love the pacing once again. It was good, steady, not too fast, not too slow. It was kind of just right. But by the end of the episode, the plot really moved forward at a significant rate where we kind of see where everybody stands now. So I am glad that we got to discover Jim's body. We're very much heading in a good direction pace wise, I feel.
Oh, yes. The creators of the show are brilliant. I always like sing their praises, but they really are brilliant. It's reminiscent of how they did the sequel to 28 Years Later. It gives everybody what they wanted. It's almost like they took all the feedback, right, from the last season. They were able to give everybody what they wanted. So if you originally like From the way that it was, without getting all of the answers, the slower burn, the action packed, but not getting a lot of just dialogue that tells you straight up what the answer is, you will still like season 4 from what we've seen. It's
So
still
far, yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
But then they took that feedback of a lot of people saying or threatening you guys. I love you guys, but you guys were threatening them. Okay, they're scared of you. You were threatening them. That is the
Well,
reality.
not these
If
guys.
I don't,
Not these guys.
if some of your children, yes, Jeremy doesn't want to accept it. Some of you
No,
were threatening
not
them.
our, never our.
He's always gonna stand up for you guys. Saying
But
if
no,
I
you're
don't
right.
get
People
answers, I
wanted
can't continue to
answers.
watch.
Yeah, people did want
Exactly.
answers. Yeah.
If it doesn't pick up the pace, if I don't get answers, I can't continue to invest my time. I'm very confused. I'm very scared. I'm scared, cold, and afraid. And so they took all of that feedback and they gave the people a show that now it's like kicked up a notch. So there's way more answers. They're kind of holding your hand a little bit because the Man in Yellow does kind of tell us everything, right? That he's doing, but it's keeping the original people that like the way that the show was and the people that had a little bit of complaints as to not getting answers. It's giving you the answers. I think it's a great balance. I think I could definitely see why Harold Perrineau, I can't pronounce the last name, the
No, you
person
said
that
it.
plays
Yeah, that was
Boyd,
right.
my
Parano.
father.
Parano. That was right.
He said this episode was going to be amazing, that it definitely switches up how
They
the
said,
town
yeah,
is going to move forward.
it sets the tone for the rest of the season. He was saying, yeah.
And I definitely could see that. I could see that because now it is like they wake up to fear. They wake up to unexpected situations that are evolving. They're not getting a break. I mean, it is steady pressure. So I could definitely see why from now on, they're going to start communicating. I was so glad that Jade and Boyd are communicating.
That's what I was saying too. The whole time during the watch party, I was super happy. Like I'm like, they're finally sharing information. We finally have Jade and Boyd sitting down together and sharing information. This is what we've wanted for so long. But just real quick, I wanted to say a good luck to Crip Musa. I have a chemistry paper tomorrow. Pray for me. Well, I will definitely say a prayer for you, my friend. I hope that you will nail that chemistry test. And yeah, I think you're going to ace it, just like our friends in the chat are saying. You will ace it. You will ace it. So good luck, my friend. Good luck.
Yes, good luck. Our from chemist. We have everything in
Love
the
it.
family.
They're
Therapist,
good. The From
chemist.
chat is super talented. They're super smart. Like we really do have some impressive people that hang
Our
out here.
teacher, I see our
Uh,
from teacher down there in the chat. We had
yeah,
everything in the family.
everything. Yeah.
Um,
Mhm.
I love it. And the other thing was the fight. The fight between Tabitha and
And
Jade.
Jade, yes, the fight in the barn, yeah, and I'm sorry, like I was with the chat on this one. Tabitha was messed up for blaming this whole thing on Jade. Like this is Jade's fault. None of this would have happened if it weren't for you. Not like completely forgetting the fact that she was right there, super happy right along the way, trying to figure all this out with Jade. Like we saw Tabitha at the end of season 3. We saw the smile on her face. We saw how excited she was when they found out those were music notes and how much she wanted to go play it. Like she was right there with Jade just as much, wanting to solve all of this. So for her to kind of turn around now and blame Jade, and then even worse, to say it should have been you hanging from that rafter, no, too much, Tabitha. I get you're grieving, I get it, but too much. Jade doesn't deserve that.
Mm. Yeah, now you and I are gonna get into a fight, Jeremy, because I don't agree. No, look, I think like in everything in life, the answer lies in the middle. It's
Mhm.
not, black and white. The answer lies in the middle. So where I think, you're wrong here is Tabitha was all in for it. She wanted to go along with this. That's what I'm hearing. And the answer should have been when both of them realized that this has cost Jim his life, somebody that was not involved in this, a third person. They reincarnated, but this is a third person that she met, had children with, and married and was in love with her. The
Mhm.
fault is both of theirs because originally
I'm not saying that's
everything that
not
happens is
true.
their fault.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's not true. I mean, I think that they're both at fault in terms of how this all played out. But for Tabitha to blame it all on Jade is
No.
messed up.
Yeah, like I said, the
It's not
answer
all
is
Jade.
in the
It's her
middle.
too.
It is
It's
not all Jade,
it's her
but
too.
it's not Jade. It's both of them. So
Yeah,
the
and no one's
answer
saying
should
it's
have
not.
been Jade. It should have been, if she's upset, Jade, because of you and me, we cost him his life. It should have been one of us. So that's where I think she's wrong. It's both of their fault. So yeah, Jade is at fault somewhat for this. And I'm sure he's gonna feel guilty because he had to
Oh, I'm
pick up
sure he
the
will.
body,
Yeah,
he had
he'll
to see
definitely
him.
feel guilty.
He's
He'll
gonna
feel
feel this guilt. The fault is both of theirs.
Yeah,
Where
and that's not
Tabitha
the
is
point.
wrong is that she has a cycle. The from therapists are gonna get this. Tabitha has a cycle that we know her for since season 1. When something really bad happens, including when somebody loses their life, something serious, instead of seeing where she had a part to play in it, like their son Thomas, she will immediately see the other person in the room as the person at fault and excludes herself completely from the situation. That's what she did to Jim. She said, every time I look at you, that's all I see. Instead of saying, hey, I feel guilty myself. I was in the room too, you know?
Mhm.
And now she's doing that same thing to Jade. Now it's like, Jade, it
Yeah,
should have been
yeah, she's
you.
trying to
It
put
is
that that's
all
the
your fault.
problem. That was the only problem I'm having with it. It's not that Jade doesn't have a hand in this as well. Of course he does. The problem is Tabitha trying to put it all on Jade. That is messed up. And then to go a step further to say it should be you hanging from that rafter, no, fuck that's
No.
too far. That's too far, Tabitha.
No, she's
So
wrong.
that's the
It's
main point
both
I'm
of
making.
their fault.
Yeah,
The original
yeah,
story,
not
the
just
reason
Jade's
why
fault.
no,
Yeah,
it's both of their. That's what I'm saying. The answer is in
that's what I'm
between.
saying. Yeah.
They could really blame themselves for everything that is happening to everybody that has ever entered from. They are the original people. This is their daughter. Whatever happened, whatever deal, the bargain that Fatima mentioned was between the original settlers and they were part of that. So they are at fault for that.
Mhm.
Both
And
of
I think
them
they feel that
completely
too.
together.
And I think they're gonna feel that responsibility knowing that I mean, it might not have been us, current us, but we are the reincarnations. We are the descendants of two of the people that literally started this entire thing. So that's definitely something that they are going to have to come to terms with. They're going to have to learn to live with that, because it's heavy. I mean, yeah, you are partly responsible for this. Maybe not you directly, but the original you is directly responsible for starting all of this. And I think, yeah, they're definitely going to have to come to terms with dealing that. But they're both going to have to come to terms with it. Is the only point that I was making, not just Jade. Like, this was on both of them. So for her to
it's
put it
both
only on
of them.
Jade, yeah. So for her to put it only on Jade was messed up.
And I think it goes, so that's one point. Okay. So we agree on that. It's both of them, not that. Now, what she said that was so out of pocket, it should have been you hanging from those
hanging up
rafters.
there too. Like, fuck.
It emphasizes that
so
I've
fucked
said
up.
this about Tabitha. We know her for saying no, 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 no. As soon as it gets tough, that
She
woman
doesn't
runs
ever want
away.
to accept blame for anything.
She doesn't
never
have
wants to accept
accountability.
responsibility. No responsibility. Yeah.
No accountability. Like people are saying in the chat, no accountability. She really doesn't have any,
She doesn't.
because
She never wants
if you do kind of hold yourself responsible, instead of saying that it should have been you, a normal person, when they are rational, if you do blame yourself, you say it should have been me because I was pushing it. I was digging for answers. It should have been me hanging from the raft. But she
It's
goes
my
and
fault.
skips herself, and she goes,
skips
hell
herself.
no,
It
not
goes
me
right to
or my
this.
husband. It should have been this run.
That's what's fucked up. And I 100% agree with you there. I think if Tabitha would have approached this in that manner, with her saying like, holy shit, like, this is our fault. This is our fault that this happened to Jim. You and me, this is our fault. Or even if she said, this is my fault. But yeah, just going right to him and then saying, hey, you should have fucking been up there dead. That's
Skips
fucked up.
herself altogether.
It completely skips herself. It's like, no, you're both involved in this. Both of you wanted to play the song. Both of you wanted to figure this out. Both of you wanted to know what the next step was. And this was the price that was. So yeah, no, I think that would have been a really good approach for Tabitha to approach it that way. Like, hey, we did this. My husband's blood is on our hands, not yours, not mine, ours.
Nokila right here in the chat has a point. I mean, if you want to say verbatim, like Nokita does have a point here in the chat. What did the guy say when he killed Jim?
It's a good point.
Your wife should. He pointed the finger right at Tabitha.
Shouldn't have dug that
He didn't
hole,
say
Jim.
Jade shouldn't have been playing around that music. He said your wife
He
shouldn't have
didn't
been
say
playing.
Jade shouldn't have been playing the violin. This is very true.
Pointed the finger at her and everything.
No, you guys make a point. You guys make a point. Maybe it is all Tabitha's fault.
Yeah, and
dug
so
that
Bell
hole.
Pal has a good question. So do you guys think they should give up and not look for answers? Absolutely not. They need to look for
You
answers.
gotta, yeah.
And what Jade Jade has a tough job, because I'm so glad that now he has Boyd on his side with the information.
Love
They're
the team
gonna
up Jade
somebody.
and Boyd.
Oh
Love
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Somebody has to sit Tabitha down and make her come to her senses. Tabitha, she hides from accountability. She also refuses to engage in any real way as to solving answers. She'll dig a little, but then she won't go all the way through with solving the puzzle. So somebody really has to come to her and knock some sense into her as to like, hey, it cost you your husband. We need to get the hell out of here. You need to stop with your no.
Now's not the time
Like,
to stop. Yeah.
play ball. And that might be Boyd. Boyd is really good at getting through to people.
Maybe.
He
And
does
Julie,
it with
maybe
Ethan.
even Julie. Maybe even Julie
Mhm.
can play a small role in trying to get her to motivate. Now that Julie has this new ability, and I guess that's another question. When is Julie going to share the fact that she has this ability? It seems like only Randall and Ethan know up until this point right now. So I think that'll be an interesting step if Julie comes to Tabitha at least and, shows her that she has this ability. Maybe seeing something like that could help Tabitha realize, like, oh no, we're meant to do this. Like, if Julie, I could picture Julie helping Tabitha find that motivation, I guess.
And it's more than motivation at this point. At this point, somebody needs to tough love with Tabitha, because she refuses all accountability we, like I said, with the son Thomas, that's pretty hardcore.
That was
Her
fucked up too.
husband,
Yeah,
her
that was
husband, that's pretty hardcore, and she's still running away. Somebody has to say, like, listen, whether you like it or not, that was your kid that you ran away from, your uncouy little girl. You ran away from her again. Like, you took off on her again. What did Jim say? Tabitha, you like to cut and run.
you like
And
cut
it's
and
so
run.
funny because what did she
'Cause
do?
that's what she does. Yeah, we see like that's kind of always her MO, isn't it? Whenever something happens big or some kind of revelation, something she doesn't want to face, runs off into the woods. And that's literally what she did here. She literally ran off into the woods.
Exactly. He told us. I love how the things from season 1 are echoing in season
That's
4.
exactly that's exactly what I was saying earlier too. And it made me think of the interview that they just did with the Hollywood Reporter, where they said a lot of season 4 is us bringing to fruition and paying off a lot of the stuff they set up in season 1. And we're seeing that. Like, I love that we are seeing that. They are bringing stuff up that literally was set up in the first season and is getting resolved now. I hope that continues throughout the season, because that's great.
Oh, it's brilliant. And regarding, I do see that the chat found it egregious, and of course it was, the fact that she finishes off the fight by saying it should have been you hanging
Should
from
have
the
been you up
rafter.
there.
And what I think is she knows this is just guilt speaking. And I couldn't help but think this is just the way
deflection.
that I see.
This is classic deflection, 100%.
This is what I saw. I may be wrong, but I couldn't help but see similarities in this and in the couple in Severance, where the wife is seeing her husband, but also her husband innie and outie, like the in version of the company self and the out version.
Yeah.
So I couldn't help but see in this story what we see in a lot of stories of emotional affairs or even physical affairs when somebody is married. They're all in on it, right? She used to fight Jim when Jim said, I don't want you to talk to Jade. I don't want you to do this. I don't want you to do that, right?
Yeah.
She used to fight him. They used to get into huge fights. She was going to divorce him. She didn't like him. He was the problem. Jade was great, right? Was getting closer to him. Then this happens, and all of a sudden she switches up to whoever is gone. Whoever is gone is the person that suddenly becomes valuable. And suddenly, now that Jim has paid the consequences, she has to take Jim's side. And Jim, it should have been you. She knows that Jim disliked Jade up until like the minute that he passed away. So all of a sudden it's me and Jim should have been fine and you should have been out of the picture. And I couldn't help but see that the emotional affair, which I know that they were not, having an affair, but they were emotionally close. And I mean, they were married and they're soul travelers and reincarnators who like had a child. Yeah, you could kind of see that. She's having this emotional affair, hates Jim, fights Jim to see Jade, to work with Jade, to do this. And all of a sudden, as soon as there's real consequences, she runs back to her husband. All of a sudden, she loves her husband. All of a sudden, Jim was the greatest and Jade should be hanging from the rafters. Pretty hardcore.
Yeah, it's again, it's classic deflection. It's classic. I'm going to blame you because I don't want to face blaming myself, even though I know deep down I'm as much to blame as anyone. And we see that manifest. That is Tabitha's MO. I feel like that is her kind of blueprint for a lot of the troubles and tribulations that she does face. It's kind of the same tactic over and over again. But eventually, she usually does kind of come to terms with the truth of the fact that maybe she did this or that. And I'm hoping that she does come to that revelation here at this, at some point where she does eventually realize, like, no, this was not all Jade. This was me too. I had just as much a hand in this as he did. We both wanted to do this. So yeah, right now, very fresh. I mean, she just lost Jim, so she's not thinking clearly, and she's doing the regular Tabitha thing of let me blame everybody else so I don't have to face blaming myself. But a time will come, after that facade falls down a little bit, where she will get to a point where she'll start to feel guilty, even though she probably already does. It'll hit her at some point that this is her fault just as much as Jade's, not just Jade's.
Exactly. That
It'll
they
hit
are
her.
both at fault and that she has to do something about the way that she moves forward. Maybe she could remember that Jim gave her feedback. Jim said, Tabitha, when it gets tough, you cut and run. Don't do it this time. Maybe Ghost Jim, if it's Ghost Jim, can give her like a little push. But ironically, I do agree with you, Jeremy. I think if anybody could talk truth to power, sort of say, it would be a teenage girl. So
Yeah.
Julie doesn't mix words. Like Julie tells her
Yeah.
dad straight up
Like
what
it
her
is.
dad was
Yeah.
doing. Remember when she
Yeah.
said, "I'm not
Oh,
going to do this anymore. I'm not going to
I
help
can't
you."
do this again. Not again. Yeah. Yeah.
She's going to do the same. Trust me, mark my words. She's going to have the
I
same
can see that.
dynamic sort of
Yeah.
thing with Tabitha, where
Yeah.
she's like, Mom, you better not fall apart. You're not going to fall apart on me. Because that's what she said to her father when they believe Tabitha to be dead. She was like, Dad, you can't fall apart because I'm not doing this again for you.
Yeah.
So she's probably
Yep.
gonna do the same with
Mhm.
Tabitha, and she's going to speak
Totally.
truth to power and point out you don't get to all of the sudden ignore everything and pretend that this isn't happening, especially because Julie can story walk. So she knows things are not normal. When Tabitha wants to say this isn't real, it's all just in our heads, yeah, Julie's probably gonna be like, "Yeah, it's not real. None of this is real, but it's also happening. So
But it's
snap
also
out of it,
happening.
mom."
Yeah. 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 And now that we have this episode, now that we've gotten a little bit more context, going back and thinking about that scene in that trailer, it does make a lot more sense now that it was probably Tabitha that she's talking to there. So yeah, I think you're right.
Yes.
And that's what's so good about getting these extra episodes. You can always go back and look at the trailer, with like a different light and kind of get, now that you have more context for certain things that you didn't have before. And that's always what's fun about, getting new episodes. You always get a different appreciation for stuff that came before it, where you get to see it through a different lens. But this was something interesting that we talked a little bit about as well. But yeah, why was Jim's dead body looking so bad? Yeah, when we see Jim, we know that the man in yellow, cut Jim's throat pretty bad. Like he had a pretty severe gash in his throat. But when we see Jim, he's a lot worse than just the throat. It seems like his whole body is completely mangled. And my initial thought was this is maybe the man in yellow's just, attempt to make this look like Jim was just killed by one of the monsters. I can't understand. I can't think of another reason as to why the man in yellow would have done this to Jim's body. Again, he would have had to do this to Jim's body after Jim was already dead. Like we saw Jim die. Yet after he dies, the man in yellow mangles up his body a little bit more and then strings him up in the barn. And again, maybe it's just the man in yellow's way to try and get the people to think that Jim was just killed by one of the monsters. Because when we see them find Jim's body, it seems like they're assuming the monsters did this. It's not like they're up in arms wondering, oh, who did this? What happened? What was this? It seems like they're assuming this was the monsters. So I'm guessing that's what it was. The man in yellow mangled up Jim's body after he killed him to try and preserve his cover and make it seem like it was a monster that killed Jim. At least that's what I think. But I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong.
No, I
What about
completely
you?
agree. I
Yeah.
completely agree. Because Boyd also, he knows this is going to echo in Boyd a sort of a PTSD, because in the barn was where he saw this Tian Chang death happen, and
Yep.
now this is another barn, but he knows. So it would be very easy to kind of get Boyd to that conclusion. He knows that the monsters have fun, quote unquote, in the barn. They'll
Yep.
put people in there and do different things than they
Messed
usually
up
do
things.
outside. So when
Yep.
he sees this, he's gonna assume, I've seen this before. They
I've
did
seen
this
this
to Tian
before.
Chang.
Good point. Yeah.
Nobody was here, unfortunately, for Jim. I was there for Tian Chang. He was alone, and this is what they did, right? In the barn. So I think that that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get them to a conclusion where
his
they
cover.
blame the monsters.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. I think
And
you're
then
right.
associated with the demonic symbolism of seeing a goat.
The dead
You know,
goats.
somebody said it was a ram, but I don't recall them having rams there, only goats.
I don't recall. I'm not quite sure. I mean, we know they have goats, definitely. I'm not sure about rams myself. I'd have to kind of go back and look. But goat head, ram head, it's both very similar imagery in a sense when it comes to that kind of satanic imagery that they might have been
Yes.
trying to invoke.
And I think a lot of people, once they get into From, that is their natural conclusion. This is hell. We are either dead, right? We have seen season one, all of their own theories, the characters' own theories of what is happening. And so you tend to think negatively. Okay, we're in hell. We are dead. This is satanic, this is demonic, this is
Yeah.
bad, right? So when they see this bag, I know that it's going to lead to that conclusion, and trust
Mhm.
me, they're going to be running to that Bible. They're going to be running to the one Bible in
I'm
town,
telling
and
you,
who
yeah.
happens to be holding it?
Fucking the man in yellow and self, the entity in yellow, or Sophie.
Mhm.
And again, like it is. I mean, it's easy to galvanize people when people are in a constant state of fear, like these people in Fromville are. They're already in a constant state of fear just from what they thought was just the monster threat. Now, after all these other threats have been revealed, people getting killed during the day by cicada monsters, all kind of stuff happening. Yeah, I mean, these people are living in a 24/7 state of fear, and it's a lot easier to galvanize people that are in that mindset to get them to kind of adhere to your doctrine, whatever the case may be. It's a lot easier to manipulate people when they are stretched so thin, when they're pushed to the absolute limit. So, yeah, when you see the man in yellow talking about his favorite part and how it's not necessarily him going in and killing anybody, but rather him going in and, spreading the seeds of doubt, getting these people to turn on one another, you definitely get the sense that it's not going to take a whole lot. It's not going to take too much for him to get these people to start turning on each other. They're already halfway there, considering how shot everybody's nerves are at this point. So
Mhm.
yeah, I don't think he's gonna take a big push to get his plan into motion. And then, as Elizabeth says as well, it could have been the monsters that ripped him up himself. I mean, that's also a possibility as well, that the man in yellow kind of handed the body over to the monsters and they did the ripping up and hung him up. That's possible as well.
Mhm.
But I think, at the end of the day, kind of both for the same purpose. The reason his body got all scratched up was to probably keep the man in yellow's cover intact, to make it seem like he was just killed by a monster. At
Yes.
least that's what it looks like. And again, we talked about that earlier, but the foreshadowing of Jim's body being found in this manner, the foreshadowing of Tabitha's dream that she has at the end of season one of her walking to the top of the lighthouse and finding Jim's body like this. So again, they're paying off things that they set up all the way back in season one, like Tabitha's dream, literally being paid off here in this episode with Jim's body being strung upside down, almost in the exact same manner. So I love that they're finally paying things off from all the way back in season one.
Yes. And we have to reach out, or I'll try to reach out to Taryn, because I'm dying to have a conversation with him. I know that when he saw this, he threw his phone at the TV. I know he did. Like Bill
Hangman?
Chill says, the hangman in
Yeah.
tarot signifies wisdom. They're
Mhm.
trolling Taryn. Okay, if there is no tarot to From, then the creators are trolling Taryn. They're like, just hang him up so that Taryn could go crazy for this. But it makes perfect sense. Knowledge comes with a cost, written right on back of him, and
Yep.
he is hanging. And I believe that Tarot Taryn, that's how I call him, he has said since day one, Jim represents the hangman. Jim represents the hangman. So, I mean, it
Mhm.
came true. They
Yeah.
really, really did that all the way. Now, when it comes to the voices, this is my last theory. Just quickly, I need to watch the episode more closely, and I'm
Me
sure
too. Me too.
tomorrow we will dive into all of the details.
Yeah.
But just briefly, my last theory for the night, the
Mhm.
voices that are coming back to torment Sarah. I don't think that the voices are people that have died. I don't think that they're those people at all. I
Mhm.
do believe that if you die there, you get stuck there. And
Yep.
once everybody goes home, like let's say that they are able to save the children,
Yeah.
they go
Come
with
with
you.
us.
Like
Yeah,
you're
they
going
come.
to it's going to be like a mass exodus of all of these souls that have
Yeah.
died and from.
Just like Jade said, you'll come with us when we go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And full circle moment. I think that those voices, you guys, are the monsters. All of those
Okay.
voices that she has been hearing are the monsters. They know
Okay.
everybody in town. Remember? Jasmine said, "We know all of your names. Like, we know
And
everything."
and it's almost like they kind of gave away how evil the voices anyway almost kind of gave away how evil they are in season 3 when they came and talked to Sarah again and they were laughing at her saying haha you'll never find Fatima in time, taunting her. Like, doesn't get more evil than that. So no, I mean
Exactly.
them being the monsters, I like that. I think that could fit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that those voices are the monsters. They can physically be out during the day, but they are privy to every conversation. They know the names. That's why Smiley's like, "Hi, Kenny. It's so nice to see you again."
Some kind of
Um,
maybe telepathic ability maybe.
maybe they're able to like to see and hear everything. They
Mhm.
just can't interact because they are
Maybe.
sleeping. Their consciousness is everywhere in the
Mhm.
town, but they can't do anything until nighttime. So I think that
Mhm.
those voices are the monsters. I think it's
Okay,
simple
cool.
and sometimes the simplest answer. I mean, they're pretty evil. They were
Sometimes,
laughing like,
yeah.
"Ha, ha, ha, you're not gonna find her."
Yeah. Yeah, they were very much taunting Sarah in season 3, like straight up, like, "Oh, you'll never find Fatima in time. She's dead."
Yeah.
But no, I like it. I like it. I think it could very easily fit, given the little bit that we do know about the monsters and how they operate. They do seem to know just about everything about these people, and we have always wondered how is that? How exactly do these monsters know everything? And I suppose it could even fit in a sense of when we look at Fatima giving birth to Smiley. When Fatima was giving birth to Smiley, it's almost like she tapped into his mind, tapped into his memory, almost telepathically, where she saw the origins. She saw the origins of
Mhm.
them, of how they became monsters. Almost like maybe Fatima inherited a small bit of Smiley's telepathic ability because she was literally giving birth to him. So I think it could fit in numerous ways.
Yeah. Yeah, because not one of them was like, "Guys, don't laugh at her." I understand, like Savior here. I do see your theory, and I think he said maybe the voices are the people that have come through town. The reason why
Yeah.
I tend to
I think
think
it's
it's the
also possible
monsters
too. Yeah.
is because you would have some good voices in between the bad ones. Like somebody saying, "She just
Yeah.
put her snowman together, guys. Leave
The
her alone."
the only time I was 100% that the only time I was 100% convinced that the voices that Sarah was hearing were actually someone that actually died there was that one time it looks like she heard Boyd's wife Abby. Where this time
Yeah.
where they're out in the woods at the end of season 1 and she hears a voice, but she says it was different this time.
Different.
This time it was a woman. And we heard what she said. She said straight up fish and loaves. So I think that might have been one of the only times that Sarah was actually communing with someone that died here. I do think that was Abby she was talking about because that was the one voice that was trying to warn them, that was trying to keep them safe, that was trying to tell them to go back. There's worse stuff out here than the monsters. So that's the one voice that I trust. The rest are super sus.
Yeah, they're bad. They were laughing. They were having the best time that day. And like I said, I'm sure we're gonna get into all of the little details of the story, but I do see everybody is hating on Acosta. she pissed them off again.
Oh yeah,
She has been
Acosta
getting
was
on your guys' nerves.
Acosta was. It seemed like it was close to a tie in the chat tonight between who was the chat more annoyed with between Tabitha and Acosta. It seemed like a very close tie. But yeah, Acosta was on one in this episode, and it didn't seem like a lot of people were enjoying what she did, which is understandable. She was crazy in this episode.
She's always been crazy. It's like you said, she came in there guns a-blazing, like she was at the OK Corral, and that is how she's gonna go. Trust me. That's how she came in, and that's how she's gonna go. She's, one of these days, something bad's gonna happen to her for acting this way, but that's how she's gonna go with this attitude. She's just angry. She has no
She's
sense
afraid.
of like reflecting.
It's a lot of her actions are being born out of fear of this place, fear of not being in control, fear of not knowing what to do about this. Like, she's afraid, and when you're that afraid, you act irrationally.
You do, but at least have the decency. This is where I don't like Acosta. I understand when you're afraid,
It's not an
you make
excuse,
irrational
though.
moves,
It's
dude.
definitely not an
I get
excuse.
that.
Yeah.
So like that has been basically the story of her life. She was afraid, so she shot at somebody. She's a
Yep.
cop. And this is where I'm like, okay, you're afraid, you act irrationally, but then at least have the decency to say, I fucking suck at my job. Please take the gun, the badge, and the walkie-talkie. I can't even handle the walkie-talkie. I might
can't
get
even
on
hold on to the
the
walkie-talkie or the handcuffs or anything. Take it all. I can't
anything,
be
take it
trusted.
all. I might walk you to the wrong location or the wrong channel. At least have that decency to say, like, listen, I guess I'm not good under pressure. But no, what makes her unlikable is that instead of humanizing the fact that, dude, I kind of get scared and I suck. Like I get really scared. I suck. I leave people behind. I get everybody in trouble and I shoot up the place. She then says, I'm a cop. I want my authority. You better not question me. And hell yes, I'm going to keep that walkie-talkie. It's mine and I want it. And I'm going to keep the gun with no bullets and I'm going to point it at people randomly. That's what makes her people dislike her. Had she had a moment of self-reflection, had she come to Boyd, humbly and to the people and said, listen, I messed up, dude. Like I messed up so bad.
Messed up. I don't know this
I'm
place
so sorry.
clearly. I thought I knew what I was doing. I was wrong. Yeah. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I think it would help. I think it would at least help her buy a little bit of points, if nothing else. But yeah, I mean, and then you like Diana says here, like the fact that Acosta left a small boy alone near those woods in that place and could only think about herself. Acosta needs to go. She's a lousy cop. That was the part that got me the most. That was the part that got me the most. Like, it's one thing for her to be like super crazy, like on this like kick to try and get out. Let me drive. We got to get out of here. Let's find the exit. But for her to see Ethan just like hiding in the bushes, clearly trying to not be seen by you, which means he's up to something. For her to just drive by him, oh, he's okay. He'll be okay. That's what she says. She drives right by him and says, oh, he'll be fine. He's fine. What the fuck are you doing? Stop and get that boy. What are you doing? Yeah, that part got me. That part got me.
Oh my God. Guys in the chat, tell me if you have seen this. But this is like a viral sound, viral thing going around. Tell me if you have heard about this, like on TikTok or Shorts or YouTube. But there's this like sound bite that says like, girl, fuck them kids and fuck.
It's a fucking kid in the woods whose father just died. Pull over.
He's a fucking kid in the woods whose father just died. Pull over.
Yeah,
fine.
I'm telling you.
He's totally fine.
Somebody in the From community, Bill Chill, has the original. You need to put that soundbite to her when she's like, girl, fuck them kids and fuck you too. She does not care. She's like, who cares? Like, she could care less. That's going to be one of the unintentional, hilarious moments of From. It's going to go to the top because the fact that he's supposed to be younger than he looks, you guys. He's supposed to be this tiny little
even
child.
Younger than that, yeah. Yeah.
He's fine.
He's fine.
He's fine.
What do you mean he's fine? He's a kid whose father just died. Stop the fucking fan.
What's wrong with this lady?
What's wrong with you?
He's
What is
fine.
wrong with you?
He's fine.
He's fine. He can fend for himself. He's got his backpack. He's good. Fuck,
Dude,
what?
so
What world
funny,
are we
though.
living in?
Okay, but
You know
dude,
there's
you gotta
monsters that
admit.
come out of these woods at night, right?
Yeah, you gotta
You should
admit though,
know.
she's hilarious. Not only does she does the funniest thing, right? Like wanting to be authority. She does the funniest thing, like when she shoots up that girl and then knocks and says, "Let me in. I'm a cop."
Let me in. I'm a cop. Yeah, okay.
It's
Fuck
like, dude, you
you.
just shot up the
You just
place.
shot someone. You did. You walked in like you were Kirk Douglas. Oh God.
He's
Crazy.
fine.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God.
But yeah, she'd definitely make a horrible babysitter for sure. But we got Jen Hack, who has just become a member of the channel. Thank you so much, Jen, for becoming a member. Of course, you now have access to all of the custom Fromville emojis. And if you have a request for a new one, let me know, and I will definitely get it made. I will add it to the list of new ones that I will be making, like the custom PM one. But thank you so much, Jen, for becoming a member of the channel. I owe you a glitter bomb. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you.
Glitter bomb.
And a demonic Kool-Aid man for coming.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love the Kool-Aid man. I can't wait till we see those
I can't
coming
wait till
up.
that episode. Yeah, I cannot wait till that episode. That's gonna be fun.
I'll tell you what, from us putting them through it, they are going through it.
is.
They're now we know they're not gonna get a break because they spoiled themselves. MGM spoiled it for us, but we know that there are demonic Kool-Aid people in the woods. So we know they're just gonna keep coming at them with worse things, scarier things, just unimaginable things. We still need to see the colonial woman. So it's not gonna let up, you guys. It's gonna be every episode a new entity, a new problem to deal with. It's gonna be crazy.
When you think about it in the context of, you look at all the trailers we got, all the promotional material, I think we got 3 trailers in total, 1 really long one and 2 teasers. When you look at all of the footage, everything that we've got, and you realize that that's only taken from the first 5 or 6 episodes, that all of the footage that we saw is only from the first half of season 2, that kind of puts it into perspective, I guess, for me anyway, when I realize if this is what the first half of the season looks like, what the hell is the second half of the season gonna fucking look like? I think it's gonna be crazy. I think this is, again, I really think this is going to be the season we've been waiting for, and it's already shaping up to be that. Like you said, these first 2 episodes, they threw quite a lot at us already. Like, the pacing is really, really steady, and the plot is advancing at a pretty steady rate. It's not like it's just a fast pace with no plot progression. We're getting plot progression along the way as well. So yeah, I mean, if all that footage was just from the first 5 or 6 episodes, I can't even imagine what the second half of season 4 is going to look like. It's going to be fucking crazy. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild, and I'm so here for it. But just just to leave off, when I saw that Boyd was asking the important question, how do you save children that are dead?
Yes, I want, finally, and that's exactly what I was thinking as well. It's like, finally we have actually one of our characters asking the important question. We've been asking this question for seasons now. What exactly does save the children mean? How do you save children that are already dead? So I love that we actually have our characters talking about this now, an actual character bringing up that fucking question. How do we save children that are already dead?
Well,
And like, we're
I
getting
think
progression.
exactly. We are, we're moving fast. That is the theme of this episode. We are moving fast. Keep up, shape up, and keep up. You're getting answers. You have to move fast, people. So this is what I was thinking, right? You know that I have long been working with the theory that the answer to this will be the opposite of what happened, right? How do you fix a wrong? You right that wrong.
You right
You
that
make
wrong.
it right. I think Boyd's question, if we simplify it, how do you save somebody that's already dead? When you say save, what does saving somebody means? When
Exactly.
you
Save their
save
soul.
someone, it
Is it
means
save
that
their
they
soul?
are, well, let's look at it plainly and simply. The
Mm.
word saving, that means that somebody's being is in peril and you are releasing them from that, from whatever it is. Their being is in peril. It's either gonna go well or go bad. They are momentarily entrapped in that situation. You save them, right? You release them from that so that they may be free of it. So I believe that from is the place where the children are trapped. Their souls are forever in peril. It's either they're not fully dead, they're not fully resting, they're waiting to be saved. So they're like hanging off a cliff, basically, if you could imagine it that way, waiting. Like, are you going to save me? Am I going to fall? But it's eternally hanging off a cliff. So, how do you save their souls? You save them by releasing them from this place. And yes, that would mean you're not going to physically save them, they're dead, but you release them from the place. How do you release them from the place? You have to destroy the place that they're in, destroy their cage.
Yeah, I like it.
What does that mean? You have to destroy yourself with it. You're not going to survive if you're destroying the place that you exist in. So I think that that is even more leading us towards the direction of you have to destroy the cage. The cage is from. Unfortunately, this is the trolley problem. They've been talking about the trolley problem since the beginning. This is where you make the decision. Do I
And
save the children and all of us die? Right?
and this is literally a show built on sacrifice. It's a show built on child sacrifice. How are we to know that the answer isn't another sacrifice, the sacrifice of this current cycle to save those children? So I like that. Yeah, I think it's possible. It'd be a dark ending.
But think about if you're a child, the entire town made a bargain. That's what Fatima called it this time around, a bargain with an entity. You were going to sacrifice them for eternal life. You died. Your soul is roaming and you're not satisfied with what has happened. You're not okay with what happened. Clearly, you're not okay. You're not at rest. You're not at peace. You're waiting to be saved. What would it take that soul to be satisfied? If you ask me what it would take, it would be, now I want to see the entire town die for me. Because the entire town killed me for their lives. I want to see them all die for us. Like, you have to show me as much love as you showed me disdain. And that would have to be that every single person in the town agrees to sacrifice themselves for the children and destroy the cage, which is from.
Okay. Interesting.
So like mass suicide. And Boyd did hint at mass suicide.
He did. I mean, we did. He very much did. If it comes down to an option of getting ripped apart by these monsters or choosing how we go out, I would much rather choose how I go out than get ripped apart by monsters. That's for damn sure. But yeah, I think with a big pillar of the show being child sacrifice, yeah, maybe our characters are going to have to make some kind of sacrifice of their own to save the children. I always had a feeling that Boyd was going to have to. Like, I just don't ever see Boyd surviving the whole show. I see him dying in a way that saves people. Like, his death is going to be a catalyst that helps get everybody else home. But no, what if it's not just Boyd? What if Boyd isn't the only one that might have to sacrifice themselves to get everybody else out and to destroy the place? And, I almost wish that Jeff Pickner didn't say that in his interview a little while ago when he was asked, when the show is all over, will From become some kind of tourist attraction that people can go and visit? And the showrunner of the show stated, Well, that's assuming that Fromville is even going to be standing at the end of season 5. And so, when you hear that, of course, you instantly start thinking, holy shit, is this whole show going to end with like Fromville itself, the whole, whatever realm Fromville is, all of it being destroyed, all of it just kind of being turned into nothing? Again, maybe that's how the story ends. Maybe that is how all of this eventually ends, with whatever realm that Fromville is being destroyed or bleeped out of existence.
Yes. I mean, that is my theory, because I believe From to be a place of salvation for the children. It's hell for everybody, yeah,
Yeah.
but for them, it is the
For them,
place
it's
that
a
they
chance.
wait.
Yeah.
It's a little bench that they wait for their parents eternally, right?
Mhm.
Like they just sit there, they wait eternally. Once you release them, you break that cage, you do not need it.
It's no longer needed.
So
Yeah.
why would From be around? It's no longer needed. The children built From. The children built this place. But anyway, I'm getting super tinfoil and crazy. I do see the chat has more important things to talk about, and it's about the goat.
Ooh, all right,
Yes,
let's
I
talk
do
about
feel
the
like
goat.
they are listening. They're listening to you guys, because the chat, you guys have
Oh,
been
they're
saying goat.
so listening. They're so fucking
Goat
listening.
for dinner. And they
I'm-
gave you goat for dinner. I bet you Donna is gonna pull up her sleeves, and she's gonna ask the uncomfortable question. Everybody's gonna be scared. She's gonna get there with her hands inside her pocket, and she's gonna say, "Well, can I take the meat?" And
Can I
she's
take
gonna
the
make
meat?
birria, or like tacos,
Yeah.
tacos de birria, all kinds of
Mhm.
goat curry, all kinds of good stuff.
Yeah. I also saw we have a few people asking when the episode is out. The episode's already out. The episodes release every Saturday at midnight. If you are a member of MGM Plus, like if you're a subscriber to MGM Plus, then you'll get access to the episodes right at midnight Saturday night. As soon as it's right past midnight, the episodes are available. Now, if you are a member of MGM Plus through Amazon Prime, then it doesn't upload on Amazon for, I believe, 3 hours after that, a few hours after that. But if you are subscribed to MGM Plus directly to MGM Plus, not through Amazon, then you should have access to the episode already, right at midnight Eastern Standard Time. And that's when we got it. We actually already finished watching it. This is the after show of our watch party. We just finished watching episode 2. And now we are diving into it. But yes, if you are a member of MGM Plus, you should already have access to it. If you're not a member of MGM, or if you're a member of MGM through Amazon, you should be getting it soon. Or if you live in a different part of the world, from what I gather, a lot of the other places all over the world get it on Monday, like Canada, some other parts of the world usually get access to the episode on Monday. Now, I don't know why they do it that way. Like I was saying earlier, I really wish MGM would just release the episodes at the same time everywhere, all around the world. I feel like that would be the most fair, so everybody could watch it at the same time. But unfortunately, I don't know why they do it this way. But if you are a member of MGM Plus directly to MGM Plus and you live in the States, you get it right at midnight. By now, it should be on Prime. Yeah, I mean, it's 2:44 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, so by now, it should probably be on Prime now, yeah. It just doesn't show up on Prime right away, right at midnight, like it does on MGM Plus is all. But by now, almost 3 hours later, Prime should also have it now, yeah. But yeah, I just don't know why MGM does this. I don't know why they pick and choose when to release in different parts of the world. Like I know we have a lot of people that are in Australia, like Jen, and I have a couple friends that are in Australia that watch the show as well. They don't get access to it until days later. So again, I don't know why they do it that way. I really wish that they would kind of just release it everywhere all at once so everybody could watch it at the same time. I feel like that would be most fair. But not up to me.
Yeah, but fear not, guys. Fear not, because Jeremy has a solution for you. That is why he does this on Saturday and on Sunday.
And
So if you
Sunday.
didn't get to
And
watch it
Wednesday.
on Saturday
Mhm.
and Wednesdays,
Oh, Thursdays.
exactly.
Excuse me, Thursday.
Thursdays.
Thursday.
If you did not get to
Absolutely.
watch it on Saturday, you could watch it, when it becomes available to you. And then you could also participate and be part of all of this tomorrow. So you're not left out.
And
He does these for everybody. So
yeah,
on your time.
yeah, yeah. That is a very good point. That is a very good point. We do multiple of these to try to accommodate all of the different time zones, because we know that we know not everybody lives in the States. We know that there are a lot of people that are watching the show from all over the world, and we want to be as accommodating as we can. So yes, while we do this initial one right at midnight, right when it releases, as PM just mentioned, we also do one on Sunday night, which we'll be doing tomorrow. And Raver and I also do a stream on Thursday night as well, diving into the episodes and stuff. And as as Kaiser Bowl says, this actually could be the reason. It could be a little bit of a server issue. That could be a bit of a server overload if they're asking for. Now, a bigger network like HBO and Disney and some of these other shows that have a little bit of bigger servers, they can kind of get away with releasing everything all at the same time because they just have better capacity. But MGM Plus, it's still a pretty small streaming service. It's still a pretty small network. So yeah, I could totally see them maybe not having the server capacity to just release it all at once. So that's actually a very good point. That could very well be it. And I mean, can you imagine that? Can you imagine the From fandom if they go to watch the newest episode right when it drops and it's just boom, server crashed for millions of people or thousands of people? That would, the pitchforks and torches would be out at MGM's headquarters, I would imagine.
Yeah, that used to happen with Severance, right?
It would happen with Severance because Apple, again, even though Apple is starting to make a name for itself, Apple TV is still a relatively small streaming service. It's not as big as a Netflix or a Disney Plus and all of these bigger streaming services, Amazon Prime. So yeah, Apple TV will even have some of those problems as well. Like we had that problem with Severance season 2, where as soon as the episode would drop, we would do a watch party. Everybody would try and watch it, and sometimes not everybody would have access because there would be some server issues. So yeah, it's very, very much a thing for sure.
Yeah, but you guys, when it becomes available to you, take down your notes and come back tomorrow and tell us exactly the details that you saw. And we will look at the show again, the episode again, and we will go into the finer details because I know that there's a lot that we didn't discuss, a lot of stuff in the chat, but tomorrow we could go into every single little detail.
Yeah. And you always, at least I always benefit from watching these episodes more than once. When I'm watching it for the first time while doing this watch party, I don't really get to keep my eyes just glued to the screen the whole time the episode plays. Because, every once in a while I have to kind of look at the chat and, kind of make sure it's not just stale air the whole time. So you have to kind of run the stream while you're watching at the same time. And sometimes you have to, sometimes you just miss things. So whenever I run a watch party for a show, first thing I like to do is, sit down and just watch it again a second time as soon as I can, because you always pick up more stuff on the second go around as you did on the first, especially with a show like From. So yeah, I'll definitely be watching it a few more times, and we will be doing plenty more discussions on episode 2 throughout the week. For sure. And this was an interesting question as well, because this was something that we were also kind of discussing, and I myself am still not 100% sure on which side I land on this, to be honest. Was that really Jim, or was it the boy in white is the question. I mean, was that Jim or was that someone else? I really am not 100% sure. I feel like the chat and us, we kind of discussed some pretty interesting evidence or clues that kind of point in both directions. Some evidence that points to it really being Jim, and some that points to it maybe being the man in yellow or the boy in white or someone else. So I don't know. Again, when I see that, I kind of lean a little bit more towards it being not Jim. Just personally, just based on the way that he was acting, what he wanted from Ethan, the information he was trying to get from Ethan about his dream, the Lake of Tears. I don't know. I feel like if Jim has just died, like Jim literally just died, if he has just died and he's seeing his son for the first time, I feel like he wouldn't be diving into this dream right away. I feel like he would be, telling his son what happened. I feel like he would be telling Ethan, hey, tell your mom and Julie what happened to me. Tell them that there's danger coming. Tell them that there's this man in yellow that is coming for all of you. This Jim didn't say any of that. Didn't even warn them about the man in yellow. Was only asking about Ethan's dream. So again, that tells me that this was maybe not really Jim, that this was maybe the man in yellow. Or again, the boy in white's an interesting possibility. We don't really know what the boy in white is capable of, if he's capable of shape-shifting too, or what the boy in white's true motives really are. Is the boy in white really trying to help, or does the boy in white have a more nefarious plan? I don't know. Again, that's another discussion that kind of goes both ways depending on who you talk to. But no, I don't think it was the real Jim. My inclination sometimes, like we like we like to say sometimes, when it comes to From, sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. It just is sometimes. So for me, when I see that scene, I tend to lean a little bit more towards it being the man in yellow disguised as Jim. Now, if that is the case, why exactly does the man in yellow want to know about Ethan's dream? Why does the man in yellow want to find the Lake of Tears? Is the Lake of Tears a place that is hidden somewhere in Fromville that even the man in yellow doesn't know about, or at least doesn't know where it is? And if so, what exactly is this Lake of Tears? What is there? Why is it so important? So this whole thing just brought up a ton of new questions and a ton of new mysteries in terms of what's really going on here. This Jim appearance, I mean. But yeah, I tend to lean a little bit more towards it not being Jim, just personally. But let me know what you think as well in the chat. And again, I don't know. I think you were similar, right, PM, in terms of it just not really feeling like Jim.
Yeah. Well, Nay, I would like to congratulate you because that is a good question that you're asking and a good theory that you're putting forward that we have not yet seen, or I myself have not seen. This is the first time I see somebody say it could potentially be the boy in white. Everybody pinpoints the man in yellow, but you are the first person that I see question. If the man in yellow has these powers, does the boy in white have them too? Is that why sometimes the ghosts seem nice and they fit who they are, and sometimes they're helpful, but sometimes they're not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. Like sometimes it really is the genuine article, and maybe some other times it was the man in yellow, maybe, or the boy in white. And again, now that this whole shape-shifting thing has been introduced, part of me at least has to ask the question, is the boy in white just another form that the man in yellow has taken? Like it's this shape-shifting thing makes you have to kind of question everything.
Exactly.
I tend to hope that the man in yellow and the boy in white are two separate entities. I feel like that would make sense story-wise in terms of these two entities, these two beings being on opposing sides, with the man in yellow wanting to keep these cycles going and the boy in white wanting to stop them and help save the children. But again, the tinfoil in me, or the reviewer in me, at least has to bring up the possibility that maybe the boy in white was just another form that the man in yellow took. There has been a long-standing debate that the chat has been kind of 50-50 on for a very long time, in terms of people wondering, is the boy in white good, or is the boy in white secretly evil? So again, as much as I kind of think they're two separate entities, I feel like it's at least a question that's worth asking, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would not like that. Let me just start off by saying I would hate that. I would hate that, and
I want them to be different. Yeah.
I do not want them to suddenly give this entity the shape-shifting power and say everything that you have seen that is out of the norm. Guess what? It was the entity in yellow, period. Let's move on. I don't like it.
It's a lazy writing tactic. If you can all of a sudden kind of just slide this in and you can just explain literally everything away, like, oh, that was the man in yellow, that was the man in yellow, that was the man in yellow, you're 100% right. That's going to get boring.
Well, it's not just boring, but it is really like you had all of the ingredients for such an amazing storyline.
Yeah.
You don't need to complicate it that much. I mean, these are two entities, just keep them distinct and different. When he becomes the answer for everything, I lose interest. It has to be, there has to be some complexity. This is not a simple genre that they're writing in, right? This is not just like, oh, like super soft science fiction, like super soft horror. No, this is a genre that they're writing in where you do kind of have to have a complex storyline. That's why we watch it over other things. And so far it's been amazing, but he cannot be the answer to everything. It can't be every weird thing
Yeah, it
as
can't
the
be
entity in
everything.
yellow. I
Yeah.
don't like it. However, just
Yeah.
because I don't like it doesn't mean that I don't see how that could be possible. And I'll tell you how.
Yeah.
What is Victor notorious for? Victor is notorious for saying, I had, it was me. I like was drawing, and then he's like, nope, it was actually a totally different person. It was my sister.
Yeah.
It was a puppet that was talking. Nope,
Nope.
totally different person, boy in white. So what we know that there is a picture Victor drew of the man in yellow smiling at him when he was little. He can say very easily, hey, remember when I said I hung out with boy in white for a long time? He was my friend for the longest, and then I stopped seeing him. Actually,
Yeah.
it wasn't the boy in white. It was this guy in a
It
yellow
was this
suit that I
guy
used
in
to
the
hang
yellow
around
suit.
with.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Simple. He could do it. He's done it before.
He could do it. He could do it. And we even got that very weird scene from Victor tonight in this episode, where he's like kind of freaking out a little bit, and he's like, "It takes everything. It takes everything. It takes everything." So yeah, and we know that scene is going to be coming up pretty soon of him seemingly seeing the man in yellow's coat out in the woods, which might lead to some kind of memory being triggered, which might lead to him going to find that drawing of the man in yellow, which will hopefully bring the memory back even more. But yeah, it's a drawing of him smiling. So no, I think that's super interesting that maybe Victor has been wrong this entire time, and it wasn't the boy in white keeping him company. It was the freaking man in yellow the whole time. I love
Remember, he said, I draw things that have happened.
to
Like,
remember. Yeah.
to remember, exactly. So he drew meeting him. So he probably was hanging out with him and not the boy in white. I would not like that to be the story, that the boy in white
Yeah,
is
me
just
neither.
another version of him. And for him to be misremembering, he constantly does that. But I could definitely see how they could come up with that, and it would make perfect sense. It would fit into what they have already discussed and established with Victor. He's not to be believed the first time. Believe him the second time, not the first time. That's kind of the pattern with Victor. If he says something once, question it. Ask him twice.
Yeah.
Now, with the trailer, we know that they like to change things. I know that we have seen that they come across the man in yellow suit in the woods, right? However, we know that they're sneaky. They're sneaky little snakes sometimes, the editors for these trailers, and they
Oh yeah.
change things. They
They make
remove things, they add things. Could it be, I was just thinking, could it be that while the man in yellow, if he is morphing into Jim and other people, he has to leave that little dress behind? Could it be he leaves Sophia's little dress behind and that's what they find? And that triggers a memory in Victor, like, oh shoot, Sophia's not really Sophia, it's this guy in yellow.
Maybe.
Because that would
Maybe.
be more interesting. Now, I do have a follow-up question, just as my last question. I keep saying I'm leaving and I never go.
No, it's fine, please.
My last question to you, Jeremy, about Jim, because like I said, I was like driving, I couldn't pay a ton of attention. Did Jim meet Ethan when Ethan already knew that they found Jim's body? Or did he talk to Ethan before
Yes.
Ethan had knowledge?
Ethan already knew Jim was dead. That's why Ethan went out there. Ethan just like he kind of just like takes off in like a fit of, I don't know, rage or whatever it is. But yes, he already knew that he was dead.
Okay, well then you have convinced me. I'm on your side. You have convinced me. That is not how a man who lost his son, his family. We know how much Jib loved his family.
It's
We
not
know
how
that
he
that man
reacted.
had a lot of faults, but he
It's not how he
loved his
reacted.
family.
Yeah.
That's not how he would react. The first thing is, I love you. Please, like, give this info to your mom. Tell them this is who killed me. Like, watch out, watch for your back. He literally said this is his favorite part. That's what you would do. He protected them. I know that he wasn't perfect, but he loved them very much. And in his own twisted way, he tried his best to protect them. He was
Yeah.
overly protective. So that doesn't seem like the Jim that we know.
Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't. It just doesn't seem like the Jim that we've come to know over the course of 3-4 seasons now. But yeah, again, it's going to be interesting to see what's really going on here. I don't think it's really Jim. I think all the stuff that we've mentioned throughout the stream, all the oddities, all the red flags, it just does not seem how Jim would be reacting. And again, he doesn't even warn Ethan. He doesn't even warn Ethan about the man in yellow. He doesn't say, hey, I was killed by this dangerous man in yellow and he could be coming for your mom and sister next. You have to go tell them that this danger is coming. He doesn't say anything about that. That alone makes me think it's not Jim. But yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
We've got into, I find that really funny because the chat, right? I love your chat.
Love the
They are
chat.
critical
Has been
of
killing it
Jim,
tonight.
but they know him. They know him so well. They know every little detail. That's why when the cabinets were being slammed, we were like, that's Jim. That's his style. That's
gotta
what
be.
he does.
Yeah.
We know
Gotta be.
every detail of this man. Okay. We do know, we've gotten to know him very well. And
Yeah.
so I totally agree with you. He would 100% first try to control, right? Because that is what he does. Yes, he's a very loving father, but in his own way, he equates love with control. I'm controlling them, keeping them safe. That equals my love. That's how he shows his affection and his love. He would try to give them even info and directions from the grave. That's what he would do. Like, tell your mom this, tell your Julie that, be careful with this, be careful with that. And then, of course, you guys, the last thing he would do is like, and one last word with my last little ghost energy. Tell your mom she better not be messing with Jade. I hate him, right? I don't care if they were married 5 billion years ago. And he said none of that. So I'm
Yeah.
convinced this is not my cute Jim. It's an
Yeah.
imposter.
It's, I mean, fake hair, the wig, it's fake hair, fake Jim. It's just not. It's fake hair, fake Jim. And that is definitely some fake hair. This is not the Jim's hair that we know and love. The perfect hair that Jim has always had in this place.
Exactly. That's
So,
not my
yeah.
love.
I don't think it's him.
It's not him. It can't be. It can't
The only
be.
question now is, who is it? Is this really the man in yellow in disguise? Or is there some kind of possibility that this is something else entirely? I guess that's really the only question that I'm having now. Is this the man in yellow or something else? A lot of people were pointing out that the man in yellow is in the Sophia form right now, and she seemed to be back in town with Sarah. But then again, we don't know exactly how much time passed between that scene and this scene. Did the man in yellow have enough time to turn into Jim, come into the woods, do all this, make it back to town before nobody notices Sophia's gone? That's the question. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think it's Jim. I think it's either the man in yellow or potentially something else.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta say, I'm convinced. It just doesn't match the nature of he's once again we have another ghost that we can add to the board of shady ghosts that all of a
Shady
sudden
ghost.
die and don't act like themselves. They don't act or sound like
Mhm.
themselves.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he really is. Is this really Jim? I mean, is there a possibility that this is really Jim and that he really just wants to find this lake of tears because he believes that's what can save his family? I mean, I suppose anything's possible. But yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be fun to find out. One thing I do think, I don't think this is going to be the only time we see Jim. I get a feeling he'll have some other cameos in the show. I get the feeling this is not the only time we're going to see him return.
Mhm. Yeah, I would have to agree, and I'm glad because I love that actor. I love
Yeah.
Jim's storyline. I wasn't ready to let him go, so I want a resolution. Like a goodbye that is more affectionate. The chat was making fun of poor Tabby because they say she just was like, bye, see ya, bye, Jim. As if it was nothing, right? Like somebody you met 2 days ago, bye, bye, Jim. This
Yeah.
is like the love of your life, father of your child, like you children, multiple, you love them. Like you would expect a little bit more emotion, but I'm hoping that maybe that's coming up. She's going
Mhm.
to have that emotional moment with him. But
Yeah.
it's just a weird way. And then this still, why is he sitting like that in the tree?
Yeah,
Like it's
super
weird.
weird.
He's acting
Super,
super.
super weird. It's just the whole thing's fucking weird. And maybe this is why. Again, Xavier brings up another possibility that could also be what's going on here. That it's not Jim. That it's a figment of Ethan's imagination. That's why he immediately leaves when Tabitha called Ethan. I mean, he does kind of just disappear when Tabitha starts calling Ethan and getting closer. And I think that's a possibility as well. I mean, again, I feel like we don't know anything definitively. So all of these possibilities are possible. Could this maybe just be a figment of Ethan's imagination? Ethan, after all, he is a child. Children have very vivid imaginations. And when they're going through some kind of traumatic event like this, I suppose it's not outside of the realm of possibility that Ethan's subconscious would have kind of conjured up the thing that he wants most in the world, and that is to see his father again. So yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility that this could also be a figment of just Ethan's imagination.
Hmm. I mean, anything is possible.
Yeah.
This has been a very exciting new season because for the first time, when it comes to From, I usually have really strong opinions or I feel like there's more evidence that leans towards something.
Yeah.
I haven't. This season, I actually have been just profoundly lost where I'm like, it's 50-50. It could be Jim or not. And with
Yeah.
Sophia, I literally was like, I know it looks like he's morphing into Sophia, but it could also not be Sophia. 50-50.
Yeah.
So it really could go anywhere. The ghost could be anything. Anything is possible at this point.
It seems so. It seems if From has proven anything up until this point, it's that just about anything is possible. Yeah. And especially, I feel even more so now that we're heading into the final 2 seasons. Now that we're heading into like the beginning of the actual end, things are going to have to start moving a lot quicker. The pace is going to have to start picking up. And it is. We're already seeing that happen. These first 2 episodes were paced beautifully. And not just in terms of like episode pacing, but plot progression as well. Like we're really seeing the plot move forward like at a good rate now. So yeah, I think this is going to be fun. I think it's going to be a really freaking fun season. I am super pumped. And like we were saying earlier, when we look at all the trailers, all of the promotional material, all of that seems to only be cut from the first half of the season. And if the first half of the season looks this crazy, shit. Second half of the season must be freaking nutty. Nutty. But yeah, I like that, Xavier, that, the possibility of this simply being a figment of Ethan's imagination, and very much a possibility. Very much a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
When Julie retells the story about Norman being brought back to life to Ethan in episode 3 of season 1, she brings him back to life in the Lake of Tears. So I think it's Jim. Yeah, the Lake of Tears, the whole Norman thing, the story we get in episode 1, a lot of foreshadowing there. And again, it's really just a matter of trying to interpret that story in the correct manner. Who's Norman? Who's Harold? Because we find in the original script for episode 1, there were some lines that were in the original script that were removed from the actual show. And in particular, regarding that story, that Norman story, in which we find out that the 2 heroes' names are Norman and Harold. And Harold is the one trying to save Norman. Harold is the one telling Norman, don't worry, the fairies are going to come from the secret Lake of Tears and they're going to heal you. With Norman replying, it's too late. The monster's claws went too deep. And we get one other removed line of Harold saying, you did it. You killed the evil beast and saved the land. So yeah, there's a lot of foreshadowing there. There is a ton of foreshadowing in that opening little monologue story. And again, it's really just a matter of trying to decipher who is Normand, who is Harold, what's the Lake of Tears, who are the fairies that are going to bring people to the Lake of Tears. But yeah, it's fun. It's definitely fun to dive into, if nothing else, with some tinfoil.
Oh yeah, for sure. Once time allows it, we will have maybe one of those streams where it's like the crazier the better. The
Yeah.
crazier the theory, the better. And we
Yep.
will listen to like all of the possibilities that will probably not be it, but are really fun to discuss anyway.
Yeah.
I once again, I think with this fairy saving you in the Lake of Tears, it all points to a child's imagination, what a
It
child
does.
conjures
It
up
does.
when they build the
Child's
place.
story.
And I think that that leads us to the Ankui children. They
Yep.
built this place. That's why
Yep.
everything is so childlike. Everything is what a child would think of, right? So
And what
I
a
think
child
it
would
was,
be afraid of.
yeah, it's all
All of
of their imagination coming together
Yep.
to build a place
Yeah.
that, became their cage because they refused to go. These children could have been dead, sacrificed just like every other one, and then been gone, right?
Yep.
Completely just given to the entity. But for some reason, they're not. They're in the in between still, years later.
Yep.
So it makes sense that they built from. And so
I
it
think so.
mimics a
Good
child's
point.
imagination because it's their imagination.
Yeah. and like you said earlier, like Fromville might potentially be their only salvation. This might be a nightmarish place for everybody else, but for the children, from their point of view, they're waiting on their parents to show back up. They're waiting on the next version of the reincarnation of their parents to show up and save them. So for the Ankui children, as nightmarish as this place is, it also, in some small way, represents the only hope they have of ever being saved, of ever being redeemed, of ever finding peace. So yeah, it does make it very interesting when you start to wonder if it was the children themselves that created Fromville. And again, I think there's some really good, compelling, interesting evidence that points to that being the case. I mean, we did hear the boy in white say it all started with the children. All started with the children. So no, I think that's very possible, PM, and I think you could be onto something there.
Yeah, yeah. But did you guys rate the episode? I'm taking off,
Not
so
yet. Not yet. That's actually a really good point, and that's a perfect timing. We will do that right now. Every time before we end up in the streams, the regulars, you guys know this, we always like to ask you guys in the chat and, of course, here on the panel, give our thoughts on what we thought of the latest episode. What score would you guys give episode 2? On a scale from 1 to 10, with 1 being horrible and 10 being perfect, what rate would you guys give episode 2? 1 to 10. PM, kind of rating you giving this second episode?
I have to rewatch it, but just on first impression, I'm gonna say a 8.
Okay.
And this is the reason why. It's not that it was super amazing, right? But I believe it's an 8 because it surprised me. I thought Tabitha was going to like fall apart and kind of be nicer. It was surprising that she's like, it should have been you hanging. That line alone,
That
they
was
get an 8 for the drama, honey.
That was a little wild.
Drama.
That was some wild shit. Yeah.
That was wild. So that was drama. I was like, I didn't see that coming. I saw her maybe not wanting to talk to him and hiding away from, having the conversation. But for her to go at him like that, like it should have been you hanging. I was
Yeah.
like, okay, you get an 8 for the drama. 8 for the drama. I'm here for the show. So yeah.
An 8. Okay. Solid score. I like it. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. What would you give episode 2 on a score from 1 to 10, with 1 being horrible and 10 being perfect? Where do you guys stand? We got football giving it a 6 out of 10. Football Allfinity giving it a 6 out of 10. We got another 6 out of 10 from Mostly Insane. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. We got a 7. We got a 7 out of 10 for Kaiser Bowl. I like it. I like it. We got some 8s in the chat. Jackson gives it an 8. Red gives it an 8. Diley gives it an 8. We got some more 8s. LOL 8. It was boring. Hey, I mean, if you thought it was boring, there's nothing wrong with that. And that's what's, the whole point of having these discussions, diving into things that you like, but also diving into things that you don't like. Because I'm the same. I look at there's every episode of From. I can always find something that I think maybe could have been done better, or something that maybe I didn't like too much. So it's definitely not just about what we like. We want to hear what you guys didn't like too, just as much. Hell, if not more. We want to hear what you guys don't like about the show. So yeah, if you thought it was boring, hey, nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Speak your mind. We love when you defy us. Defy us. Stand up against us.
No, it's not even that. It's just we just like hearing what you guys think.
No,
Love
but I
hearing
do
what you-
like it because you can listen in and chat with people here on the chat that you have your opinion, because everybody feels free to speak up and say, I don't think you're right. And you'll find somebody who will agree with you. And so you still have a conversation, somebody that you can relate to and people that you don't. And that's what I like. Everybody here is, welcome to say what you actually think. And if you think an 8 is too high, then tell us a number. What would you give it? We've had people, I love my Pam Jam. She will come on here now, watch the episode and give it a 0. She'll still rate the stuff and say 0. And I love it.
Yeah, love it. Love it. Yeah, no, we love seeing the scores again, whether it's a high score or a low score. We just love hearing what you guys think. What did you guys think? Did you like it? Did you hate it? What did you like? What didn't you like? We just love discussing it. That is all. But yeah, we got an 8.5 from Stuffy D370. Great fucking name, Stuffy D. I love it. We got Golden Child, a 7.5. I don't like how they're stretching out Jim's death. I mean, I feel like yes and no to a certain degree. Like I can see kind of both sides. On one side, I could totally have seen them stretching Jim's death even further than they did. Like we've seen From do stuff like that in the past where they kind of drag things out. But seeing as Jim's death kind of got discovered pretty early on in the episode, I was actually pretty satisfied with that. I thought, okay, by the end of episode 2, we already know that the man in yellow is Sophia and he's infiltrated the town. And now we also know that Jim is dead and his body has been discovered. So I guess I'm just glad that they didn't drag it out any longer than they did, is I guess what I'm saying. But no, totally understandable if you thought they already dragged it out maybe a little too much. And it'll be interesting to see where it goes from here too. Like what's going to be going on with this Ethan scene in the woods. I mean, what's Ethan going to be doing next? Where is he going to go? Are we going to get some more interactions where this Jim character comes back to Ethan and tries to learn a little bit more about this dream? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, 7.5. Love it. Another 7.5. Awesome. Another 7.5. Episode 3 is the funeral and what else? I imagine it's got to be, right? I mean, just based on where this episode ended. Yeah, I have to go back and check the episode synopsis. But yeah, I have to imagine the funeral scene is going to be next week. I have to imagine that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
and
giggled to myself. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I think it's the episode where Ethan and Victor go on a quest together as well.
Nice. Always
So
a good Ethan and Victor quest. It gets strange.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, Jeremy, like I said, any humor in From is really unintentional, and you kind of have to look for it. But the funeral scene is what's coming up next. There's only 2 graves, and I just
Yes.
think they have been so busy. So much has happened. Fanny Pack grandma still like in the shed. She's still like laying there.
Where's Fanny Pack Granny? Like we never saw
Her
what
body probably still there in that little greenhouse. Because remember, Acosta started being like all detective Carmen San Diego. She was gonna find the clues, and she
Yeah.
was interviewing people and had a little notepad. and they were not touching the body, remember?
Yeah.
As if
Yeah.
it was a real investigation. Like the
Yeah.
body was there and they were just not
As
touching
if
it.
the crime scene was going to get contaminated. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So she's probably
Ah,
still laying there because they're so busy. Boyd
that's
went
bad.
on this whole journey.
That's so bad.
We know Kenny didn't pick her up. We know Kenny's busy
Oh,
with Entity
oh,
and Yellow.
that's so bad. Yeah, what's happening with poor Tilly? With poor Tilly's body. I mean, we have two bodies that are going to fill up these two graves already. I mean, we see the priest is probably going to be in one of them, and looks like Jim's going to be in the other one. But yeah, where does that leave? Ah, man.
I'm
Right.
telling you, she's there. She's on the
Poor
floor.
thing. Poor
They're
thing
gonna
still
be
on the
moving
floor of the
around,
fucking greenhouse.
going around their lives. That they're gonna see the
Poor
fanny
Tilly.
pack, and they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, we forgot
Oh
to
shit, we forgot
bury
about
Tilly."
Fanny Pack Granny. We forgot to bury Granny. Fuck. Yeah, maybe Fatima ate her. Yeah. Oh, I hope not. God, I hope not. Yeah, poor Tilly, right, man? Poor fucking
Yeah, poor
Tilly.
Tilly.
Ah,
She didn't deserve
bad rap.
that.
She got a bad rap. She got a bad luckily she got a bad roll of the dice. Yeah, I guess you could say. Poor
Yeah,
Tilly. Poor
she
Tilly.
was overshadowed by everything that happened. Poor Tilly.
Yeah, just couldn't shine bright enough, unfortunately. So Tabitha lets Ethan go on an adventure with Victor, A+ parenting after she told Jim.
Specifically when Jim was like, I don't like him being around Victor that much,
Yeah,
like I don't like them going around, right? Like he got into a fight with Victor, all of that, and now she's like, yeah, the same way that Jim said, your mom is gone, she might be dead. I'm gonna go on a journey to find. I'm gonna leave you guys all alone, right? That's the day that grandma broke into their house, remember? And Sarah had to save the kids. He also left them. He's like, you know what? This sounds like a great time for you to be alone overnight. I'll be back.
Deuces.
They're crazy.
Later. Oh, man. That's crazy. Crazy. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, Tilly just rotting in the greenhouse, feeding the plants. Maybe she's gone back into the earth and is now compost. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, in the garden or greenhouse floor, dead. I mean, they can't just leave her there, right? Like, they can't just indefinitely leave Tilly's body in the freaking greenhouse. At some point, they had to have gotten up and buried her. Maybe it's something that they just did off screen. Maybe maybe they thought Tilly didn't warrant a big funeral. So we'll find out maybe through some kind of throwaway line that somebody already buried Tilly. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe it's just that everybody's accounted for. So the
Everyone's accounted
extras,
for. Not a lot of time has passed either, too.
the extras would have had to do it.
Yeah.
If I was the creators, I would start sneaking in Clara, like now that everybody's suspicious of her. Like at the barn. I thought that was a perfect, I thought that was a missed opportunity. Right when the kids are finding, like they're walking into the barn, Clara should have walked in like, hey guys, she always walks in so happy. Hey guys, what are you doing? And when she was like, Fatima's coming back up the hill. What's going on here?
Yeah. Tilly was the original ballerina. Hey, maybe. We did see the first thing when Tilly arrived in Fromville. The first thing she was doing was dancing in the rain. So maybe. Oh, yeah, I don't know. All I know is this was a good episode. I thought it was decent in terms of like how much it gave us. Plot progression moved pretty decently. The pacing was okay. Pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're moving in the right direction. But for me, my score on a scale from 1 to 10, with 10 being perfect and 1 being horrible, I would have to give this one a 7.5. Not quite as strong as episode 1, I thought, but definitely good in terms of character development, world building, setting up the story going forward. And again, plot progression, which we're finally getting, and characters actually sharing information with each other, which I thought was a really good step in the right direction as well. We got Boyd and Jade teaming up telling each other everything. That was really good. That's the kind of stuff that you want to see a little bit more of. Characters sharing. And of course, we finally have Boyd kind of speaking out, certain things into existence that we as the fans have been wondering and theorizing about for a very long time. So I love how they're really bringing things full circle. Things that were just kind of introduced into the show in season 1 are now being brought full circle all the way down here in season 4. So that's good. I'm glad that the early foreshadowing is beginning to pay off, just like the gym body being discovered hanging upside down, kind of how Tabitha saw at the end of season 1. So yeah, I'm happy. I am happy. I think the show's heading into an interesting direction, and I am looking forward to episode 3 now. Can't wait to see where we go from here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Can't wait to
so
see.
exciting to watch it again. All of this talk about the dishes that you can make with goat, the chat just bursted into like curry, all of these ideas. They have ideas for that meat. I'm gonna go eat some birria tacos. But Jeremy, what a beast! You have been on here for 5.5 hours. I mean, I'm telling you, you're the hardest working man on From.
No, I'm just a humble fan. Just a humble fan. But thank you. Appreciate that. But no, this has been fun. These are always a ton of fun. Whether it's the pregame show before the episode drops, once the episode does finally drop and we do the watch party, and then of course the after show discussion. These are always a ton of fun to do. I have an absolute blast. And you guys have shown just tremendous support for this channel. I mean, the least I can do is make sure I'm here doing these watch parties every week and giving people a place to come and hang out and have some fun and dive into the show that we're all deeply invested in. So no, if anything, I should be thanking you guys, but I do appreciate that. Thank you. But no, this is fun. This has been a blast, an absolute freaking blast. And yeah, we've been going for 5.5 hours now. 5.5 hours. One of the longer ones, one of the longer watch party and after show streams we've done. But again, this was a lot of fun. I love diving into all of this craziness with everyone. But yeah, I need to go and watch the episode again for a second time and like really pay attention on my second viewing. And then I will begin working on my episode 2 breakdown video, and I'll try and get that out up on the channel tomorrow. And then tomorrow night, after the episode 3 trailer airs on the MGM TV channel, I will record that, and I will also get that uploaded on the channel tomorrow as well. So if you guys are looking to find the episode 3 trailer tomorrow, I will have it up on the channel. And I am looking forward to continuing to see where this crazy ride is going to take us. Where are we going to go next? Where is Fromville going to go next? Who's going to live? Who's going to die? And what is going to happen in between? I am looking forward to it. I think this is going to be a crazy season. Again, I do think this is the season that we've all been waiting for. And now it's just a matter of seeing where it goes from here. But I want to give a big thank you to each and every one of you for joining us on this fine, crazy Saturday night evening. We'll be back here next week doing the exact same thing all over again, waiting for episode 3 to drop, and then doing a live watch party and after show discussion as well. But I know some people didn't have access to the episode tonight, and I know the Discord started to fill up and was at capacity. So we will be doing another one tomorrow night, diving into episode 2 a little bit deeper. So come and hang out with us tomorrow after you've had a chance to watch the episode, or after you've had the chance to watch the episode again, if that's the case. Come hang out tomorrow night. We will be diving into all things episode 1. And then we will be looking forward towards episode 3 on our Thursday stream with Ravener. So we got a lot of fun stuff planned. And I look forward to hearing all of you guys' thoughts and theories on where we are going next. And of course, a huge thank you to everybody who sent in super chats and memberships tonight. You guys are just incredibly generous. Each and every one of you. I really cannot thank you all enough. And if you have not already, get over there and subscribe to PM Philosophy's channel. The link to her channel is in the description below of this stream. If you haven't, get over there, give her a sub. She's going to be doing some pretty awesome From content herself, and she's already got some good From content on there as well. So head over there, give her a sub, and we will see all of you guys tomorrow night for the encore watch party or the encore episode 2 discussion. Can't wait. Here we go, folks. Until next time, stay safe out there. Keep those tinfoil hats on, folks, and we will see you all on the next one. Cheers.
Bye.
Okay, ding dongs. If you don't subscribe to Jeremy Ice and Fire, you're gonna spend the night in the box.
Aren't Cooey